Hello everyone and welcome back to some Zenith League. And today you have me for the first series, along with my beautiful assistant, Atomica.
Oh, why, thank you, Gablet. Thank you very much. You're so kind.
Hopefully a great series today. We'll go straight into draft though because we're already off. Dangerous Game versus Lobster Spicy. I think there's quite a
Yeah,
power differential between these two, isn't there?
yeah. From what I can see, because the Dangerous Game. I mean, I've casted quite a lot of Dangerous Game recently, and they always look really strong. Whereas Lobstar Spicy, with the standings, haven't. They've been a bit inconsistent. They've picked up wins here or there, but they've also been on a bit of a loss streak at the minute. So we're going to see if they can turn it around today. I'm not too sure though, but hopefully we have a banger series. That's all I want to see. Some banger League of Legends. That's all I'm here for. Only bangers.
Yeah, we love some bangers, and unfortunately, if you're a fan of Zahan, the new guy, or is it Zahan?
Yeah,
I don't
Zahan.
remember.
Yeah, Zahan. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, is it that guy? He's not enabled right now. None of the teams can play him, so you won't be seeing him today.
Yeah, that guy, that's kind of reminds you of old Aatrox is unavailable.
I,
So,
I've seen him in two games so far, and one game he was absolute. He was less than a minion, and in the other game he was just unkillable. So it's like, okay, he's just a
yeah,
champion where if you're against the right team, you just auto win. Otherwise, you auto lose. It's very fun.
yeah. And with the draft, we are getting into it with the first pick. So the bans from Dangerous Game: Diana, Zac, Akali, Lobster Spicy opting for Oriana, Syndra, and Pantheon, with Lilia being the first pick. Lilia, a pretty good jungler, I'd say. But I don't know. I think picking it blind, unless you really know how to play a champion, which I'm going to assume I play Ulysses does. Um, it's an interesting pick as Sejuani's actually locked in, so never mind.
I mean, we do love some Lilia. The other thing is, Lilia top is good. People never play it.
Is it?
It's not very popular. Yeah, yeah. If it depends on the matchup, but most people won't expect it coming. She's really good at spacing out other champions. The move speed she gets, that she can get, and also just her Q, the amount of damage it will do, spacing people out, is really strong. But not many people play it.
Oh. Lessons with Gablet.
Sejuani Smolder. Yeah, I
Yeah,
love some Lilia top. Sejuani Smolder's very strong scaling, right? It's just
yeah,
they're going scaling.
yeah. Loves the spicy, setting out the store nice and early by just going, yeah, we're going to scale into this game, or at least put you on a timer to the point where if you let Smolder get to 225 stacks, he's going to start executing everyone left, right, and center without Elder buff, which is very fun. As Dangerous Game opt for Yanara into the Smolder. I'm not a big fan of Yanara as a champion. I feel very much like it's a you're you're either really, really far ahead and just one shot everyone, or you are really, really far behind and you are less than a minion.
Yeah,
Um,
I gotta agree, and I think it's also just very, very boring to watch. Let's be honest, there is not much skill expression in this champion at all. It's like older Felios, but worse, because there's less mechanics to it. It's
yeah,
it's either
I
gonna
can agree with
one-shot
that.
you or die, and it's like, great.
Yeah, and yeah, a very big, big feast or famine champion, and I really don't like those styles of champions. I think that it's very bad champion design when that tends to be the case with a champion.
Yeah.
Um, and like you said, it's not really mechanically difficult to play Yanara because it was meant to be one of those ADCs where you go back to basics on the ADC and like you're really rewarded for having good well, not mechanics, but like good fundamentals. But I think it's just been wrongly executed. But Rakan and Milio are the support picks. Milio obviously to keep Smolder alive. And you have the engage with Sejuani anyway, so you don't particularly need engage in the support role. Rakan, I think that's because Yanara can be quite a safe ADC in bot lane with her movement speed on her E, and then if you transcend the flip, so good movement repositioning tools, so Rakan can just go roam about the map and do whatever he wants.
Yeah, it also just gives them some engage options, which they didn't have any locked in, because Lily is not a great engage. Yanara's not, well, can't really engage for you. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Dangerous Game, Melio is quite good into Lilia. As long as Melio himself doesn't get slept, he could just wake his team up.
Yeah, he can. A stupid champion, man. QSS for everyone. Like, I get it's on his ultimate, but it heals. It QSS is like, it's such a silly little ability.
I wish they'd teched into the he's a footballer more, because that was funny. I really love his Q. It's a silly little ability. They could have done a lot more with that.
Yeah, I agree. I very much agree. But the bans coming in now. Now they've all been locked in. We have Malphite and Zoe for Lobster Spicy, with Echo and Renekton banned by Dangerous Game, as Ambessa is going to be the blind pick top for Lobster Spicy. I do like Ambessa. I think Ambessa has been really good for the top lane champion pool, really.
She's very strong. I feel like she is one of those champions that's a bit like, when she is strong, it puts the other kind of top lane carry champions just to shame. Where it's like, I mean, Camille was already, you didn't see. Speaking of Camille, I was about to say, Camille, you don't see it anymore, but it used to be when Camille was really strong, you wouldn't see another top lane carry because Camille would just beat the shit out of it. Let's see if Ambessa can beat the shit out of Camille here.
I think as well, Ambessa is just Renekton as well to a lot of teams. Like, a lot of teams view her as just like a substitute for Renekton, where it's just someone that can play well in lane, or into most lanes, like can play decent into most lanes, and can still do things in the team fights, right? As Ahri is locked in as the final pick for Dangerous Game.
Yeah. Dangerous Game's comp is interesting. It's not your traditional front to back, and they have a lot of pick options on it. There is the potential for a strong team fight as well here, but it's a very hard one to execute, so it'll be interesting to see if they do go for those team fights.
Yeah, it will be very interesting, as Mel is going to be locked into the Ahri by Lobster Spicy. So we are seeing the Arcane 4-5, which is interesting. Yeah, I think Mel is one of those picks that has risen in priority because Faker picked it at Worlds. I really don't think many teams valued Mel that much before Faker picked it and then started doing work with her. So, and also as well, it's just really nice into Ahri, right? Ahri tries to throw a charm at you, you just rebuttal it, and the matchup's just over.
Yeah, so. Mel's one of those champions where I don't know if you've played Mel. Personally, I think she's really boring to play as.
What? Come on.
Yeah, but she's really strong, so it's one of those things where it's like, I can see why the pros didn't pick her up straight away, because probably none of them have been playing her in solo queue, so none of them have realised, wait a second, this champion's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're getting to see where the champions go now, and they're all basically going exactly where you'd expect. I don't think there's any even here.
There's no... You can flex. No, I don't think there's much.
Technically, you could put Camille jungle Lily atop, I guess, but I think in Camille's state, she might be killed by blue buff, so...
Oh yeah, Camille's in an awful state, isn't she?
Yeah.
They did recently buff her, right?
Ooh, I
feel like she did.
Hope so. Because she's a fun champion. I always thought Camille was a very interesting champion. It never really feels like she just bullshits you. It's like, you know what she does, and you have counterplay to it. It's very clear.
Yeah, turns out no. The last time she got a buff was 14.11, but I saw her on a patch note in 14.19 for a bug fix. Oh. That's my bad.
I mean, it might have been an important bug fix to make her better. It's possible.
Yeah. Well, it was fixed an issue that prevented her from getting the heal if damage was done to shields. So
But that's pretty good.
that's very good, yeah.
Is that who's that? Makes us slightly better into Malphite, I guess.
Like Malphite, Ambassador, anyone that can generate any form of shields, like Eclipse, people that build Eclipse.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah,
actually a
so
pretty
it's all good.
significant little love tap for her. But
Yeah,
realistically, what's it gonna do?
true.
But Lobster Spicy's team, very much your standard kind of front to back. You got your two beefy frontliners, you got your AD, you got your AP, you got a little supporty boy to just stand there and press his support button for 4 minutes straight. So, they're
And
just
the
going to be looking
pick
for the...
potential as well is quite good as well with the Sejuani Ultimate and the Ambessa Public Execution.
Yeah, we'll have to see how
So,
Dangerous Game handle that.
Yeah, I think they'll handle it quite well. I think that's the advantage of Dangerous Games composition into what Lobster Spicy have drafted, is that Dangerous Games composition can buffer the stun with quite a lot of things. It's like with like Ari Ultimate, the Spirit Rush, Rakan W. As soon as as he's getting hit, he can Grand Entrance away. I think from the stun, and he still gets stunned. Camille can hook shot as she gets stunned. There's quite a lot of ways to buffer the CC from Lobster Spicy, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun game because I think Dangerous Game have opted for, other than ahead, a lot of mechanically difficult champions.
And they're very mobile champions as well. I'd quite like to see some nice roams out of this team, get themselves ahead early, because I think they will need to get themselves ahead early to really do much in this game. If the Camille and the Ahri fall behind, they're really going to struggle.
Yeah, they are. I mean, that's the way the game goes, isn't it? It's just like if you fall behind, you struggle. But yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's just very. It's like gambling. You know what I mean? It's like a gamble.
It's one of those things. It's a gamble, and it's a bit of a power play. If Dangerous Game lose this, they can be like, we went for the ego play. We'll play a bit more serious. If they win this, that's a hard one for Lobster Spicy to come back from, because that is a full-on we're just gonna hand check you and win.
Yeah, and if they hand check you and win, then it's like it puts a lot of self-doubt as well in your own mind as a player. You're like, well, I picked this and I just got absolutely hands checked. What can I do? Like, this player is just better than me. And you start thinking all these negative thoughts that can just, really, really mess with you during the series. But I think the nice thing about Dangerous Games composition, I think, as well, is that they recognized that they were being put on a timer as soon as the Smolder was locked in.
Yeah.
And now they're on an even bigger timer with the Mel to support him. And they've picked a lot of champions that if they do get ahead early, like you said, it's like, if they get ahead early, they can absolutely slam and 1v9 a game. Whereas if they fall behind, then it's just a bit like,
They have an amazing 1-3-1 setup if they want it here, with the Camille on one side, the Ahri on the other side. So we'll have to see whether that materializes in the game. Speaking of which, we are heading into the game. If it will load on the stream. Game, you want to load on the stream? There we go. Just took its time. Classic League.
Indeed.
So room-wise, not too much we see that's untoward or strange. We do have the spellbook on the Rakan, which is always fun to see. I'll have to track whether he makes good use of that or not.
I never understood how spellbook worked. I understand it now. Well, not really, but I do, but I also don't. I watch it and I understand it when I'm watching it, but then when I play with it, I'm just like, what the hell am I doing? I've used my summoner spell. Let me swap it out now.
Swap it out. I use another one.
Yeah, please. I need the TP now, please. As we see a small little trade in the top lane. I'd say go in the way of Mario on the Mbessa here.
Yeah, Mario, if he's just looking to interrupt this from Shroclo as well, but Shroclo
Mm.
was baiting a little bit there. Managed to get the trade back, so they're pretty much even.
Yeah, and what was quite a nice trade for Mario if he turns into a bit of a loss on the trade actually in terms of HP. Shroclo managed to get his HP back. And we are going to see the new Doran shield against the new Doran's blade, which is in the top lane, which is going to be very fun.
Did they change
Yeah.
them? I've not
Yeah,
looked at patch notes in so long.
Doran shield had the massive nerf with the like healing reduction, the healing back, like the healing bonus that you get back after you get hit. So it was basically to encourage, like, if you're in a melee versus ranged, it's to encourage more aggression. Like we're seeing in the bot lane just there with Yanara and Rakan level 1 going at each other.
Trading all over the map,
much
actually. Mariofi being taken fairly low. Still on that level 1, forced to pop the pot, but Shroclo getting the better so far in this top lane, which is very good for the Camille. Pretty much needed.
Yeah, it's absolute banger for Camille. Camille wants this lane pressure, wants this lane priority. He's managed to get a ward down, a nice ward as well, to see if any ganks are coming their way. Shroclo really doing a lot in this top lane in the early game. However, the CS is even. But I think that is kind of expected with the items now. Like, if the Ambassador kind of goes down shield, she's kind of seeding the lane, in my opinion, as we see.
Oh, there's an engage. They've caught the Smolder. Just a little bit of poke down onto him.
Yeah. Requiem form very low, getting a little bit greedy with where he's positioning to try and avoid some of the damage and autos from Yanara. Was caught out with the Grand Entrance, and yeah, it was a very nice engage by Bearded Monkey there.
Yeah, and they can just keep getting these small trades down. If Rakan can hit that Gleaming Quill, keep themselves healed up. And yeah, you really want to pressure this small D'Amelio lane early on when you can. Try and reduce the amount of CS they'll get. It does look like they're wanting to push in. They could potentially try for some sort of tower dive here if they're confident with the Lilia as well. They have the heal and the barrier, so a bit tankier than you usually expect.
Yeah, they're not going to try it. The Lilia, it's just got to take a base. As we are seeing oppression be very oppressive in this mid lane, which I think is to be expected. Yeah, I know. It was right there. I think it's to be expected, though, in this matchup, because as Mel, you can really only step up when your rebuttal isn't on cooldown. And if, let's just say, Declan has quite a obvious usage pattern of rebuttal, it makes it very hard to step up because oppression can bait it out and then go for the charm. So, as we see, actually, they do. So, Dangerous Game have a ward there on Sejuani, which is a very strong ward, but also the ward from Lobster Spicy will spot out the Lilia on the Grom. So, two very well placed wards to spot out the opposing junglers, as we see Sejuani looking for an invade.
Yeah, I just want to say there's a lot of wards out from Lobster Spicy on the top side there, so they completely saw their Lilia. It looks like Sejuani won't get here in time, but they've cancelled their backs. That could be a mistake here from the bot lane of Dangerous Game. Sejuani's coming in behind them. Cat Bandito could be in trouble. It's trying to run away. There's the knock up from the Rakan. Flash is used, but you take that win.
Yeah, a big summoner spell to lose for Yanara as well. Now relying very much on the movement speed from her E and also the flip when she can transcend. So yeah, very nice gank coming out from Loza Cone. And picking up the flash. And but to be fair, I do think as well Dangerous Game played that very well. You know, Cat Bandito didn't burn the flash until the very last second. Bearded Monkey used the Grand Entrance to knock up the Sejuani, so Sejuani couldn't really keep Cat Bandito down for too long. As we see Dangerous Game setting up the wards, or setting up at least some form of control around the Drake. As Shroclo as well takes a pretty nice trade into Ambessa, with the Lilia actually behind.
Ooh, and there's the ultimate put in. Mariofi in a lot of trouble here. There is Lozicone coming, but the flash forwards, they will get him. Lozicone could be in trouble as well, but will just jump away to that tower. I mean, just well executed gank, honestly. I play you listen, was definitely listening to his laner there.
Yeah, as well, I think that there was a really weird interaction with the public execution and the Hextech Ultimatum, because I think Mariofi thought if he publicly executes I play you listen, then he will break from the Hextech Ultimatum,
Ah, yeah, I
but
did
he
wonder why
didn't.
he'd used it. Because
Yeah,
yeah,
it doesn't break you free, unfortunately, but it was a nice try, I will say. It was a very nice try.
yep. We saw another fun interaction in the bot lane there. If, not sure if people noticed, Tequila tried to stop Bearded Monkey's back, but if you damage a shield, it doesn't actually interrupt someone's back. So he ulted the Rakan's shield, and Rakan's recall went through anyway.
Yeah, a very niche interaction that not many people know about.
Yep.
Which I find interesting, as Mariofi's actually going to dash out the
Fight
way.
Shruglo. Shruglo might be coming off worse here, but Mariofi happy to just back off. I think he probably could have gone for the kill, and there going in, Shruglo incredibly low. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the bot side. I Play You Listen has found Declan. Bearded Monkey is here to back up as well as Oppression. They're trying to get forwards, but they're really struggling. They managed to get the Drowsy and the Sleep onto Declan. Declan will go down, and Tequila's in some trouble now. There's the flash into the tower. They'll pick up 2 feats of warfare, and it's 3-0 for Dangerous Game.
Yeah, very well executed collapse by Dangerous Game, and this is what I was talking about the rebuttal. Is that if you have a kind of a obvious usage pattern of the rebuttal, I'm not saying that Declan did, but the rebuttal was forced out because he saw the Spirit Rush from Ari. Ari didn't commit the charm, and then as soon as the rebuttal was on cooldown, the Mel got caught by the charm, straight into the Drowsy, caught out first, and then a very nice executed dive onto Tequila that led to the Millia dying, as we're seeing Requiem and Lozicone single-handedly take Dangerous Game off the Drake.
They have backup. This will just be a flip for the Drake here. Who's going to get it? It is secured by Dangerous Game, but one of them's down. 2's down already. That's really bad for Dangerous Game. They've got to try and escape. They've rooted down onto Oppression. Oppression forced a flash, but with no ultimate on this Ari, doomed to fall, goes over to the Sejuani. And although they got the Drake, that is a disaster for Dangerous Game.
Yeah, an absolute disaster. As Shocklow could potentially fall on the top side note. He's got to manage to escape. But yeah, you are correct. A complete disaster for Dangerous Game, because now this scaling team that you were putting far behind is even now. And it was all, well, one of the kills went to the Smolder and another one to the Sejuani. So 2 people that you probably are happy to see the kills go to. You know, Smolder scaling into the game, and then Sejuani just gets even tankier. So it looks like he's building Warmog's first item, or Heartsteel, which is, I think, an interesting buy.
It's probably the Heartsteel. Most Sejuanis nowadays appear to go Heartsteel. I'm not a big fan myself, but I mean, a lot of health on a Sejuani is good. Can't really fault it too much.
Yeah, can't. Heartsteel has been proven to be a very strong item if you can start getting it stacked, getting it going. As we see all 3 grubs going to the side of Dangerous Game, which is awful news for Lobster Spicy, because as you picked up on, they have a wonderful 1-3-1 setup with this team composition.
Yes,
And
and
that
that's
could be... Go on, you go.
a lot of pushing power, as I'm sure
Yeah.
you're about to say. It's,
Yeah.
that will enable this comp to really come online when they get towards the mid-late game, and it will give them a little bit of breathing room where even if they are behind, they might still be able to execute their 1-3-1, and pushing the 2 side lanes being enough pressure to pull Lobster Spicy away from that mid lane. We'll just have to see how it goes along.
Yeah, I think, and as well, in a weird way, Lobster Spicy in the draft were putting Dangerous Game on a timer, but now with the Void Grubs, Dangerous Game are definitely putting Lobster Spicy, whenever they go for a play, on a timer for the play. They can't overextend, they can't overcommit to a play, because if they do, then they're just going to get punished on the sides. They're going to lose probably a tier 1 and a tier 2 on one push if it came to it, as we see. Shocklow getting a nice chunk of damage onto
That's
Mario.
a lot of
As he dashes
damage.
in. Yeah, that's a
And
lot of
Shocklow
damage.
might go for a kill here if he can keep this up.
He's getting dove on the next wave, surely. That's a pretty diveable wave, I think, setting up by Shocklow. Yeah, it's 1.5 waves. With the Hextech Ultimatum, he can juggle the tower aggro as well.
But pops the refill pot. Shocklow seems to think a bit better of trying this. That's a lot of damage with a tower shot. They might go for this fight here, but both are just poking each other.
Yeah, very nice from Mariofi to just completely clear the wave and focus on the wave first while trying to dodge Shocklow. Stayed on the opposite side of the lane so that the hook shot onto the wall couldn't be found, couldn't connect to anything or anyone. And then Shocklow ended up actually taking a losing trade purely because tried to really greed for some extra damage onto Mariofi on the Ambessa.
Yeah. I think it'd be very interesting. We're seeing the first, getting close to those first items. In fact, the jungles already have their items. Characters are starting to complete their backs and pick them up. Losicone looking for something here in this top lane. Will we spot a nice interrupt there from Mariofi. Losicone jumping in. Can they get the Camille? Hextech Ultimatum goes out. She tries to get it, but the ultimate is thrown in there by Losicone just to make sure they can pick up that kill safely.
Yeah, very well executed gang from Losicone. Staying in the
here.
Depression.
Misses the charm. That should be the end of the play here. Oh, but that's a lot of damage onto Mariofi. I play you listens now here. Puts the Drowsy down. Can he get the kill onto the Ambessa? Boom, dead. Losicone, now the one that could be in trouble, has to try and run, but that's Lilia. It's hard to get away from. Declan is the next one up. Now going on to I Play You Listen. There's the execution. Just the mid lane is left in this top lane. And they'll keep fighting each other. Charm goes down. It looks like Oppression might be able to win this one. It's getting very close. And the Airy to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, Camille has TP'd into this mid lane and should be able to get a good chunk of damage onto the tower.
Yep, and the power of the free Void Grubs coming in. That's 2 plates off of half a wave on a TP from Camille. That's just showed the immense pushing power that Dangerous Game does have, but harking it back to the play, what started out really well for Lobster Spicy, a very nice public execution. Losicone, unfortunately, forced to commit the ultimate onto Shocklow just to keep him blocked down, get the kill onto the Camille, and then Oppression came in, tried to pick up the kill, and then Losicone actually got baited as I Play You Listen was coming up the river, manages to complete, as Mariofi actually dashed into the bowling ball, to then get slapped and killed. And then Losicone just stood no chance against the HP damage of the Lilia. Gets completely shredded. Mel comes in, picks up the return kill, but then gets greedy for Oppression. And then Oppression just very nice, simple fundamentals, dodging every ability that he could. Picks up the kill and gives Dangerous Game a new advantage of about 2,000 gold.
Yeah. And that's a good advantage. That's the advantage that they need to be able to start pushing on these side lanes. I really want to highlight that a lot of that gold advantage right now is in the Ahri. This Ahri is going to be hard to match for the Mel.
Yeah. And has the Malignance already, so the Spirit
there's
Rush
the ultimate.
can just come in. There we go.
Charm down. That should be a dead Mel right there.
Yeah. And then this is what I was talking about now earlier with the rebuttal usage, right? You have to hold the rebuttal usage. You can't just throw it out willy-nilly. It's your only defensive spell for Mel. And if you're just burning it every time that an Ahri Spirit rushes at you,
but there's the charm. They found the Melio. Tequila will die. Mariofi, meanwhile, is stuck in the cage. Flash out, might be able to get away. Shocklow could be in trouble now. It's the ultimate thrown down by the Sejuani, just following up on this Camille. Camille on few health left, and the smite execution from the Sejuani will just pick up one more kill.
Yeah, Lobster Spicy managing to find a kill on an overextended Shocklow, but yeah, from what stemmed from it stemmed from just the bot lane. No, sorry, the Mel getting caught in the mid lane. And then Dangerous Game managed to go and grab the Drake. They pick up the kill onto Tequila, who was caught trying to clear some vision. And this Milio is so far behind now, and as well, it seems like a lot of this gold or a lot of the pressure from the side of Lobster Spicy is coming from this Sejuani and this Ambessa. And we haven't really seen them interact with the rest of the team yet. A lot of their plays have been on this lone Camille. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Declan pushed way too far up without that vision. Could be in trouble, but actually they might be able to turn this around. Dangerous game now, the one in trouble. The Rakan taking so much damage stunned, but that's a flash in from the Lilia. 3-man Drowsy. Declan's surely going to die, but no, they turn it around. The stun goes back onto the Lilia, and both teams just backing out of this one. Cat Bandito really feeling himself here, jumping forwards, putting a lot of damage into Requiem. Nothing will come of it.
Ooh.
And in the end, it's just a lot of ultimates committed.
Yeah, and what you said about Milio harking true. Lilia finds a big 3-man sleep, but a fantastic ultimate from Tequila just completely nullifies the Drowsy, stops them all going to sleep, and allows Lobster Spicy to really make that an even trade, because that could have been very, very bad. So Mario, if he's looking to contest the Herald, but the rest of his team on the way, actually. So it looks like he's got to try and hold
Sejuani's in the pits. They're looking for it. A smite went down from someone. Blue team picks it up. That is dangerous game in the end. Mario, if you got charmed, could be in some trouble. I Play You Listen's going quite low. But nobody's fallen just yet. Pressure force to flash away across the wall. The Lilia in trouble is shut down. That's a lot of gold into the Smolder's pockets. Not what you want if you're dangerous game. Requiem looking for more, but the Camille coming in finds the Smolder, locks him in place, and surely he's going to go down. The Rakan's so low. Declan in the backline here, going after Oppression. Cat Bandito, execution on them both. Shroclo is the last one left alive, trying to get something done, but he can't get onto the Mel. Putting the damage into the Sejuani, should be able to pick this one up. Now it's just a 1v1. Will Shroclo go after Declan? Can he catch him?
No, I think he's going to give up the chase.
He's jumping across, and what a kill there!
Never mind. Shroclo with the mechanics, with the hook shot and the W. That was brilliant from Shroclo, that entire fight. But both teams, that was crazy. The Mel picking up the double kill with the ultimate. I mean, Oppression somehow managing to keep Mariofi at bay, and then, in the backline, I don't even know what happened, but Requiem came in. There were so many low health bars, and Requiem, I think, saw his name in the lights a little bit. Stepped up a little bit too far, caught out by the Camille. That fight was just crazy from start to finish, over the Herald, by the way. Which means that these teams are going to fight this next Drake, surely. This has to be, right?
Yes. And what's amazing here is, off the back of that, the Camille backed with 2,800 gold in her pockets. That is a lot of gold, and has just thrown her really far forwards into another half of an item. This Camille is now going to be a very big side lane problem. Dangerous Game have pulled this game into their hands to win, and we'll have to see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, the key
Camille
threats...
jumping forwards a little far. That's a lot of damage. Declan, the 2-item Mel, is able to really throw that damage out there.
Yeah.
Teams are looking.
Didn't realize Mel was 2 items, but yeah, they are posturing with
Oh, Requiem's found again. He's locked up in the Hextech Ultimatum, but that's a massive call for Mom. I Play You Listen, trying to escape now. Lozicone does get that sleep taken away, and that was so much damage out from the side of LSP. You can really see how you can't funnel into a choke point against them. And they will get an Infernal Drake off the back.
The value from the Mel and the Mom was crazy good. I think Camille and Cat Bandito both just got one shot, entirely, that fight. They didn't get the chance to interact with the fight much. They got the engage onto Requiem, but so much just came through to protect in the barrier. I think Milio double shield on top of him as well, and then the Mom healing. It was incredible how much was used just to protect the Smolder, but then it was like a defensive.
Oh, Mariofi could be in a lot of trouble here. That's a low tower. They just have to kill the tower first. But Mariofi is incredibly low. Gets a big shield. I Play You Listen, takes it so low, and he picks it up 1-for-1. And if you're Mariofi, you are very happy with that trade. The rest of his team's on the backside, but are they the ones that are sandwiched? Bearded Monkey on behind them. Cat Bandito trying to jump away over the wall. Requiem's going forwards, but the Camille is here again, finding Requiem, and Requiem has died to the Camille.
Yeah, that
Loads
is
of Cone
terrible.
forced to run away. And Shroklo has just found this dragon again and again.
Yeah, Shronklo doing really well on this Camille, finding these perfect engages onto Requiem. Requiem, I think, just gets a little too greedy, thinking that everything has been used, and then a Camille from the Fog of War just comes and makes his day even worse, sends him to the grey screen, and then, Lobster Spicy are then forced to try and fight without their main damage output, and they're relying on these skill shots from Mel, who isn't, the most consistent.
Yeah.
Give me a sec.
And 176 on the smaller stacks for those of you who are interested. I will point out as well, it's not the highest damage smolder build, but it may be loads of cones caught out here. It is a Sejuani, very tanky, can just dash away. Yeah, the items so far on the smolder, not the ones that are going to be outputting a hell of a lot of damage, so Lobster Spicy, although they've been fighting a lot here, they are fighting on kind of not the strongest item spikes, especially for their little dragon. For those of you who are wondering where Atomica might have gone off to, I believe he's gone to get his food. So he should be back fairly soon. If we do a bit of a check on how the game is going, currently it is in Dangerous Games' hands. They have got 4 towers actually to 0. They've got both Drakes, actually all the objectives so far. So they really are ahead, and if you want to say who to look to turn this around from the side of Lobster Spicy, it's definitely Declan in that mid lane. With 3 items now, the Mel is in a great place to try and carry this for the team. Just has to be able to actually output that damage. The rest of the team has to survival off and bring enough room for Declan to do it.
Hello, I'm back.
How is your food? Oh, Lasercone is jumping away. Fine.
It looks wonderful. It's currently sat there, like, just looking at me as
Oh,
I continue
beautiful.
this cast. Oh, I
So,
can't wait.
we have had the Atakan spawn in this top lane, which is why you see both of the teams looking up towards top lane, just doing some little trading, sneezing at each other. There's no real wards down that are going to make a big difference here at the moment.
There is the ward in the pit, which has caught out Bearded Monkey.
Yeah, Mel could TP to that technically. Whether it would be worth it, who knows? Poking so far going to the side of Dangerous Game, they are making a bit of progress. Interestingly, Oppression has decided to walk up from the bot lane after shoving it in, so it's here without the TP. They could try and force a snap engage, try and get that TP out of the Mel to really enforce their 1-3-1, but doesn't look like they will.
No, I think Oppression's just trying to make these lane states as annoying as possible to make a decision on for the side of Lobster Spicy. Like,
the problem with this is you are allowing the Smolder to stack 194, but they start up the Atakan. All 5 members here of Dangerous Game, Lost the Spicy, need to get in there quickly if they're going to. They're moving forwards. There's a TP coming in. 4,000k left on the Atakan. Are they going to have the time? Lozakone getting close. Can't get in time. Atakan is taken, but the fight is kicking off. That's a lot of damage again. 2 stunned. 1 down already. 2 almost down. Cat Bandito, Bearded Monkey trying to run away. The charm comes down onto the Smolder. A lot of damage taken by him and Declan. Flashing in from Declan. He's really feeling himself. Gets 1 down already. That is a 2-for-1 in the end, but Atakan does go over to Dangerous Game, and if you're Dangerous Game, you're pretty happy to take that.
Yeah, as well with the fact you've got 2 Drakes, I believe it does give extra, but like it empowers the bonus you get from the Drakes. But again, it's not a good fight for them in the sense of the Mel got the kills. The Mel is now starting to get a lot of these kills in these fights. Yes, I guess the silver lining is at least it's not going to Smolder, but still, this Mel is just as impactful as the Smolder, and you're seeing these team fights come together. And I'm not sure why Dangerous Game don't have somebody on the side lane to punish this. they're trying to take these 5v5s, and I do see the vision in how their team fight works, but it's just, I believe, like you said earlier, it's so much better on that 1-3-1 or the 1-4 that trying to take team fights against a team composition that's kind of built to team fight is not what you want to do. Is Declan almost caught out, but the Drake does go to dangerous game without a fight.
Oh, Sejuani jumping into the middle of them. Lozako, what are you doing? Shotclose jumping forwards, trying to get them off, and this is an absolute disaster for Lobster Spicy. Requiem has found yet again Lozako accidentally jumping into the enemy team. 2 down. Drake has gone over to Dangerous Game. And it's all up to Dangerous Game now to try and close out this game.
Yep, it is. And, you know, it's just so sad for the side of Lobster Spicy. I mean, it's one...
Oh, Mariofi jumping in. They're trying to turn it around. There's the Mel putting some damage down, but does she have enough? Declan struggling to get the needed damage. Takes 1 down, but that's in return for 2 of his own team. Really nice Sonya's there, keeping him alive just a second longer, but it's not enough. And it's going to be left up to the Sejuani and the Smolder to try and keep this game alive. Looks like Dangerous Game aren't feeling themselves, though.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say, I think they can.
Jumping in, just fishing for the dragon.
Yeah, I think Dangerous Game could quite easily get 2 inhibitors here, but I think that they've overstayed their welcome now. And they are backing away. But, yeah, it's so sad for Lost Spicy because that's not even, like, their fault. You know, it was it was a little bit because Lozako just misclicks the plant, gets launched straight into 4, but also Requiem was caught out on the side alone without his Milio next to him, without his big beefy boy next to him in either the Ambessa or the Sejuani, and it's just like, it's these little mistakes that are costing Lobster Spicy a nice smooth run into the late game, and it's meaning that Dangerous Game are continuing to hold such an advantage because they can find these picks and get the gold back after Lobster Spicy do so much work in the last objective fight, getting kills and getting the gold lead back towards them.
Indeed. We are up to 243 stacks now on the Smolder, so he's reached his break point of stacks. Lozako could be caught out here. Jumps onto iPlay. You listen, but Cat Bandito's there as well. Mariofi to the side, so is Tequila. They're looking for something. They put a bit of damage down, but Cat Bandito just gets the free hit here. So much damage being put in. 2 down already. Lozako surely going to fall. Requiem caught out. And surely that's going to be the game. Declan down as well. Lozako just to round it out. All 5 members out. That's a clean ace. And surely is the end of the game 1.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that was honestly just a faster collapse from Dangerous Game. Their players were in a much better position to collapse onto Lozako and Mariofi, and I believe it was Tequila as well. 3 versus 5, not much that the rest that Declan or Requiem could do. They were isolated, completely caught out, and they were killed. And honestly, Dangerous Game played a very nice, very well-controlled game. And their team composition was just really strong to deal with what was being thrown at them.
Indeed it was. And that will put them 1-0 up in the series.
Indeed it will.
I'll take it back to the draft while we wait, and we can have a look. People view the draft for game 1 while we take a slight pause before game 2 starts.
welcome back, everyone. After what was a very interesting game 1, we are so excited to see what game 2 has in store for us and what these teams can do. Obviously, both teams electing to get really bloody in game 1. It's going to be interesting to see if maybe Lobster Spicy slows it down a bit. I mean, they're facing one of the best teams in the league, and so maybe after that game 1, it's been shown that the key isn't to just fight as much as possible. I'm really interested to see what their approach is to this game 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think they need to slow it down. They tried to. I understand why they tried to take fights when they did. Because you don't really want to give over every single early game objective to your opponent and give them a free feats of warfare. The progression to feats of warfare. Sorry, but at some points you do have to recognize. Well, our composition just scales so much better if we could protect our smolder and our Mel. So we can give up this objective. We can look to just play for the lanes, play for the farm, get those items underneath our belt, and then start smashing. But like you picked up on, Lobster Spicy didn't do that, and then they lost the game. So I think they do need to slow it down. But does Dangerous Game let them? Because the way they play games is very chaotic. You're very easily going to get dragged into that whirlwind of a game, and then before you know it, Dangerous Game has a 10,000 gold lead, and they're rolling you down mid lane.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be careful of, but I'd also almost say for Lobster Spicy, I think when it's one of the best teams against these kinds of lower quality teams in the league, we know Lobster Spicy sitting at 2 and 3. I think that's something that's really important to beating that better team is to, what I like to say, make it mixy. You have to put them off balance. Now, I don't know if that's just going to look like, hey, we never take a team fight, but it's definitely not going to be team fight constantly. But you almost don't want to go with that, like, 1 kill per side by 25 minutes game, because obviously Dangerous Game are such a good team. They will beat you in a traditional game of League of Legends. And so for the side of Lobster Spicy, you have to do something differently, and you have to make it so that there is chaos on the Rift. Even if it is more of the style Dangerous Game like to play, you have to do what you can to throw them off balance if you're going to come back here in game 2 and push this to a game 3.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the draft, that Lobster Spicy are actually going in a little bit of a different direction. We do see the Tristana picked up for Dangerous Game, but Lobster Spicy opting for Misfortune and Gnar, two quite well known to spike in the mid game. Misfortune does carry well into the late game, same with Gnar, but they're more known for sort of in that mid game after they pick up that second or third item, that they then become very strong contenders for Gnar in the side lane, for Misfortune in those team fights. The Nautilus locked in as well for Dangerous Game. Dangerous Game, this is what I mean. They pick champions that want to drag you into these crazy games. Nautilus is a perfect example of that. You could just hook onto whoever you want as long as you hit it. And then even if you hit the wall, you can still use your ultimate to really try and initiate these team fights. And yeah, I mean, this is Dangerous Game all over it so far. Tristana, Nautilus, Aatrox, 3 champions that just want to get bloody, they want to get fist fighting, and they want to get fighting pretty much all the time. Like, they don't really want to give you chance to settle into the game and scale in. They want to take the fight to you from minute 1.
Yeah, and I like this Braum pick. I was actually about to highlight it. If you want to help make sure that it is not just the constant team fighting, I think a Braum is a good pick. He has good disengage for this Lobster Spicy side, and I think that it's going to be really important that Lobster Spicy find a way to slow the game down. I mentioned that you still do want to take fights and make sure that it's chaotic, and I like this Misfortune pick. Suddenly you have to be a lot more careful in the jungle, and this Braum is almost a bit of it doesn't look great so far into like the Nautilus and the Aatrox, but I think he's really going to show his worth here in with what comes out in the back half for Dangerous Game. Now, you can say he might have fired off the Braum a little early. I could see Dangerous Game going with potentially a more of an AD comp. And the other thing is Tristana could jump around Braum, but this Tristana is a flex pick. You have to be careful. But I could see them going with like a Yone in the mid. And suddenly, if it's a Yone mid for Dangerous Game, it goes with what they like to do. And suddenly, the Braum pick is a bit more neutralized, so to speak. And so I'm very interested to see what Dangerous Game will do, because I think this Braum is exploitable for the side of Dangerous Game.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Braum into Nautilus, normally like isolated, it's quite good, but it's one of those where if then the rest of the team composition for Dangerous Game slots in and can counter or neutralize the Braum, like you said, its effectiveness for that disengage suddenly becomes quite neutralized. And again, Lobster Spicy saving that counter pick for their mid lane. They want to see where this Tristana is going. And it's looking like it's a Nautilus jungle from Dangerous Game. That did get a massive buff. So that is really interesting. That's a very smart flex pick from Dangerous Game.
What a flex pick indeed. And then you bring out one of the strongest mid laners on the patch in Orianna. This is going to be really scary for the side of Lobster Spicy. Obviously, we know that Aatrox can be so powerful, and then imagine that shockwave pulling you into an Aatrox that has popped the ultimate, and then the World Ender. Thank you. I was fumbling out the name. I wanted to say World Domination, but Tristana too can dive in, and we know she has that explosive on her kit. And if you're pulled in with a shockwave, suddenly that explosion is hitting a lot of team members. Nautilus also going to look to pull you in. I feel like this Orianna and Nautilus are really going to look to keep people closer to this Nautilus and Aatrox. And then the Lulu, obviously just a really strong enchanter. But we also see the Annie coming out. And what I'm a little concerned about is there's not much AP for the side of Lobster Spicy. So this Annie is going to have to be important. We know she's fallen off recently, actually, in the meta a little bit, at least in the pro play level. But she still is a good, solid mid laner. A lot of pros talk about Orianna and Annie as if there is a champ that you play 1,000 games of, these two are two of the most consistent champs. You know how it's going to go. Some other mid laners, it can go either way. These are two that you know how it's going to go. And I'm interested to see what they want to do with this Annie, how they're going to keep her and the Misfortune safe from this Aatrox and this Tristana. And Viego, obviously, just a really strong jungler right now in the game, one of the strongest, I believe, and one of the most picked junglers in the game right now, according to Poro. And so it's going to be interesting to see what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, Viego as well, just to finish off there as well regarding Viego, is he's just one of the most fun junglers in the game, I think. Being able to take over any champion that the opposition has locked in, you gain all of their advantages and practically none of their disadvantages because Viego can just unstoppable himself out. But I think Lobster Spicy's composition is, again, something that they've looked for in game number 1, which was that 5v5 team composition. But this time, they have a little bit more confirmed AP damage with the Annie. Majority of the kit is point and click. Tibbers, Fireball, both practically point... Well, Fireball is a point and click ability. Tibbers is practically a point and click stun. So it's a lot more confirmed AP damage from them. And the team composition, it seems to reflect a little bit of game number one. You have that sort of fighter in the top lane, but rather than the tank in the jungle, because they have the tank at support, they can allow what's it called? Sorry, Lozzacone to play this a little bit more of a bruiser type jungler. So it's a little bit more of a bursty 5v5 team composition, but still something that is deeply rooted in what you can only assume is the Lobster Spicy philosophy of playing these 5v5 team compositions. Whereas Dangerous Game, again, have just gone for the most chaotic picks imaginable. They have so many ways, efficient ways of getting that Orianna ball for a very good shockwave. I mean, Lulu can flash and use Wild Growth. Aatrox can just walk at them with the increased movement speed from World Ender, and Nautilus as well.
Another thing I want to mention with that is the fact that also looking at this Tristana going into the ADC role, my concern is Tristana obviously can be a dive champion, but it looks like she's not going to be using her dive to get onto anyone here, as I don't really see a great follow-up teammate. But I think that also Braum going to be really important here, keeping the CC off of Misfortune, off of the Annie. I think it's going to be really important for Braum, Viego, and Gnar to stay in front of their carries. You have to be careful of the Nautilus hook. You have to be careful of this Aatrox. Aatrox can move wherever he pleases sometimes, and you cannot let him run rampant because he will get onto the backline. I'm also going to be interested to see how they handle flanks for the side of Dangerous Game, if they want to just go with a front to back team comp, or if they're going to send someone off for a flank, as you don't have as much frontline as Lobster Spicy. And so Lobster Spicy more have the option to send the Viego or the Gnar on a like looking for the backstab, looking for the flank. And I don't think you can quite do that as much for Dangerous Game. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate the team fights. And obviously, if you're the side of Dangerous Game, stay out of the jungle. We know how dangerous Misfortune is. Do not let yourself get caught in there. The Braum ultimate also so dangerous in the jungle. But I'm really going to look at this Misfortune for how she positions herself to stay away from the Tristana, to stay away from the Nautilus hook, to stay away from the Aatrox, and making sure she isn't getting shockwave. I think that's going to be the most important champion in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And Requiem game number one was caught out a few times on that Smolder pick by the Camille, Shotclaw on the Camille. So as you picked up on, you know, will she get picked off before fights happen? And to be fair to Dangerous Game, they had some insane flank angles from game number one, but this was with a bit more of a more assassin-orientated mid lane in the Ahri, and Camille, who can just dive really well into the backline. But Nautilus jungle is a very big pick that I think needs to be explored a little bit more, because Nautilus at support offers so much crowd control, offers so much peel, offers so much tankiness, that it's only going to be exacerbated by the fact that he's in the jungle, he's getting consistent gold income, and he's not being brought down by the support item. So it's one of those where if this Nautilus jungle can keep the gold income flowing, he's going to be a very tanky boy with a lot of CC for a lot of members of Lobster Spicy. And even with a Braum, you can only stop the Nautilus for so long. It's going to be difficult.
It is going to be difficult. The Nautilus jungle, the most interesting pick. Nautilus jungle was a thing of the past, and if I remember correctly from what my friends have told me, Nautilus was released as a jungler, and he's more fit into the support meta or support slot, but it's going to be really interesting to see what he can do. I am more unsure of what his clear time looks like, and it's just going to be really interesting. I'm really excited to see this. As a jungle main myself, these quote-unquote off-meta junglers can be really interesting to witness, especially because their clear time may be a bit less than what you need or what you expect. And also they can have strange impacts that you don't expect. I mean, who's expecting a Nautilus hook from the Tri-Brush? And so I'm interested to see how these team fights are going to be navigated.
Yeah, the most insane jump scare that you've ever seen is just a Nautilus anchor flying at your face just from Fog of War alone. It's the most scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. Even just with the Nautilus support, let alone a Nautilus jungle. I think I'm really interested, as like you said, is the clear speed, but also B, the build path that I Play You Listen is going to go down. Because I have seen a few people build stuff like Rocket Belt into full tank just for the AP ratio plus the maneuverability. However, I have only seen that once, and I don't know whether that guy was like semi-trolling or not. So it could be a semi-troll build, but I'm not sure. I think that Rocket Belt is a weird tech that you could definitely look to go down with all the AP ratios that Nautilus has. But it will be in just purely interesting to see the build path. I'm so interested, whether it's just full tank, whether it's full AP, whether it's a mixture of both. It's got to be so just it's got to be so brain engaging. My brain's going to expand with this Nautilus jungle.
I am excited to see. I've seen some support Nautiluses choosing for full AP or full tank. I think for this dangerous game side, you need to build him more as a tank and have a second front line along with the Aatrox, because the Aatrox more wants to look to go to the back line. And when he gets to the back line, who's protecting your back line? It's going to be on this Nautilus. Also, something to keep an eye out for is the fact that Tequila Bum Bum is out for the side of Lobster Spicy, and Sidaster is in. So I'm interested to see when these substitutions come in. You never know how many reps Sidaster has gotten with the main roster. And I'm curious what they're going to do to make him feel more comfy. Maybe this Braum is more of a comfort pick for him. Or maybe he's going to actually be really uncomfortable because he doesn't play Braum much. He definitely hasn't practiced with them. And we see this is expected from a Tristana, lane domination a bit early for the first few levels as Misfortune gets to level 2. Both junglers clearing through the top side, pathing bot first. So that first big fight, we're maybe going to see it around this bot side for both sides.
Potentially a big fight for the Scuttle Crab, and like you picked up on, Tristana picking up level 2 early, nice and early. Big ward from the side of Dangerous Game. See if Viego is going to look for a gank in the bot lane before heading towards, as Tristana actually jumps forward. The shield coming out from Braum. Not going to be much though. Not really going to do much. Just a small little trade. I think that the AD carries being at half HP each makes it quite equal, as we see Shroclo going in.
Yeah, Shroclo going in, but this is normal of the top side. They like to have fist fights, except it's like a fist fight at a bar. Nobody wins. And they will walk away from each other after a bit of trading. And we will wait to see. I'm always interested to see how often the top laners like to scrap, as it does open up avenues for jungle ganks. And we see actually that now the Viego has cleared first, but he's looking more to go back to the top side. He's probably going to be spotted on the chicken's ward, and he will be. So they're going to have the information that is just a trade of the Scuttle Crabs. And we see more trading in the top line, and Fio's going to go down first. He didn't pop the flash in time, and Shroclo is going to take a 1-0 lead already early. I expected the flash to be burned sooner, and this is the danger of fighting early. But speaking of fighting early, if I Play You Listen is here to make him listen. It's his rift, and he's gonna run it, as both Bot laners forced to burn flash. The heal burn from Sadaster. And now the flash in from the Nami, but he's going to take a turret shot, and he's not going to find the misfortune as Sadaster looking to take back a bit of the CS that's going to be lost for Requiem here. Requiem also burned the barrier. All bot lane summoners burned for the side of Lobster Spicy, and this is exactly what you want to see, is Dangerous Game applying the pressure early, and Nautilus jungle coming through so far.
Yeah, Mariofi, oh my gosh, Mariofi's got to get caught again. Takes a big chunk of damage. And that's something that I didn't even pick up on, is that the Aatrox has gone electrocute. So his trading pattern's got to be just a little bit more hurtful if he's got to find 3 abilities and attacks in a row in a short space. But I have to give a lot of praise to Sidaster for the way that he played that. He took the explosive charge from the Tristana, which meant that Requiem didn't take as much damage as they probably should have on this misfortune on the initial engage. And then it's just body blocking to try and keep a sizable gap between himself and I Play You Listen, and I Play You Listen and Requiem, sorry, just putting himself in the way, and it just allows Requiem to escape with the heal as well. It's very well played from the Braum, very nice use of the abilities, but yeah. Oh, and also First Strike Lulu is on my screen, which is interesting.
Going to be very interesting. They're going to look to engage a lot. We see both junglers here in the bot side as now. We're going to see low Zakone wait in the brush. No, he's just going to go for the Scuttle Crab, maybe set his eyes onto the Drake. We talked about this mid lane last time, had a lot of early fighting, and it looks to be quiet in both members silently enjoying the movie, no cheering yet. But now this fight may break out in the river as everyone realizes that they're all here, and I Play You Listen does want the engage as the Braum shield misses, and now Cat Bandito's into the backline, and Requiem's in trouble, but Cat Bandito might have gone in too far. He's gonna drop in the stun on the Bearded Monkey. He's gonna be found. I Play You Listen looks to run out, but he's gonna get stunned up as Timbers is here. The feats of warfare are gonna be claimed. The Drake is gonna be claimed, and Lobster Spicy's gonna start this game off strong.
Yeah, a very well played fight by. I honestly, I'm gonna have to give props to Sidaster again. He didn't switch out his exhausted heal for exhaust until the fight actually started. As soon as the fight started, he quickly swaps his summoner spell to exhaust, baits in Cat Bandito because they think, oh, all the summoners are down. Sidaster then just exhausts Cat Bandito. He's found himself in too deep, can't get the explosive charge reset for his rocket jump. He falls, and then Viego has a reset with his ultimate up. It's just a heartbreak from there for Dangerous Game as each of them fall in tandem. It was Bearded Monkey next, and then I Play You Listen followed suit with a nice roam from Declan on the Annie. Picks up the kill, and all the kills. Actually, Declan's got to go down.
In trouble. Hold on, the polymorph goes in, and he's just gonna drop. And sorry to cut you off, but Declan going in way too far, as he did not expect the roam from Bearded Monkey. And this is something I'm always interested to see from supports, as we see the grubs spawn in, and that should be the grubs over to the side of Dangerous Game. I'm always interested to see how these more mid-rank supports handle roams. Both supports sitting at gold 1 as their rank, so maybe not as experienced with roaming around the map. And I also mentioned it in the pregame as we see some trading in the bot side. The fact that Cat Bandito, if he goes in with the rocket jump, he does not have a teammate who can really follow him up. Yes, I Play You Listen can come in on the hook, but we saw it there. Cat Bandito jumped into the back line, and then he was saying hello to the other team, but saying hello to the other team is going to be Mario Fito. He's going to have the Mega Gnar ready, and he's just going to jump away to safety as I Play You Listen will back in the brush. And Declan chunked out by the Orianna. Also, interesting to note, the arcane comment on the Orianna, not common. You usually go with Phase Rush or you go with Summon Airy. because of Orianna getting to poke oh so often. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects the trades. I have played Arcane Comet on Orianna before, but Summon Airy just feels a little better, especially when you start zoning someone off with the ball. And so it's really going to be interested to see all these different runes. But like I was mentioning, Cat Bandito, if he jumps onto the back line, he's got to be careful. There's no direct follow up. Yes, you have an Aatrox. You have. Just hold on a second. Speaking of having teammates, look, Kana is going to go in, but the Shockwave is going to keep him out. He's making a reset on the ultimate. Is it in time? No, it isn't. It's going to be a 1-for-1, and Tibbers is going to drop 2 to the turret as the Shockwave keeps oppression alive just long enough to take the cone down with him. What I was saying, guys, give me a break in the action. What? So, as casters speak, the thing is that, yes, I Play You Listen can follow up with the hook, but he's still going to have a body between him and Cat Bandito. So I think Cat Bandito needs to not get antsy on this Tristana. You cannot just jump in like that. You have to stay in the back line.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I think that fight might, let's see if he learns or if he just dives in again with that rocket jump. But I have to give major props to Oppression for that shockwave. I think Lozakone could have buffered it with the Heartbreaker, but he didn't manage to. And it was a crazy shockwave. Manages to clip the Viego, and you rightly pointed out, kept him alive for that extra second, which turned a certain kill into a 1-for-1. And this Orianna now, 2 kills under a belt, a nice start, small CS lead starting to grow. And this Orianna is going to be a bit of an issue. This Luden's companion is going to help her deal so much damage to these squishy backline members of Lobster Spicy.
Yes, but I don't like Luden's companion. Now, yes, I am bronze, but I've watched a ton of pro play. I watch a ton of videos on Orianna as she is my primary mid lane champion. Luden's companion has been falling a bit out of the meta. It's great for wave clear. She'll have strong wave clear, but a lot of people liking Rod of Ages more as Hold On Decline's going to be called out again, and he's just going to be put in the bounce house and comboed 0 to 100. Tibbers is going to come out, but Tibbers cannot avenge his companion. It's 3-1 on this Orianna as we see Shrocklo and Mariofi trading more in the top side. But my thing with Luden's companion is it's great for wave clear, but Rod of Ages offers Orianna a lot more survivability and a lot more power in the team fight, I believe. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if they use the Orianna more as wave clear, or maybe if he goes Rod of Ages second. But I don't like this first itemization choice. I think it's not as strong as Rod of Ages.
I think it's one of them. I think in the early game you get a lot more out of Luden's companion. There's Declan again going to get engaged.
Declan's going to get caught, but this time he's going to survive, and Sidaster's here. The bullet time over the top. I Play You Listen is caught in the middle of it all, but Bearded Monkey will keep his jungler alive with the super size. You are not going to die today, as miraculously everyone walks out, and it's the flash burn for Declan. And wow, really close there. Bearded Monkey also having to burn the heal, and Sidaster burning the flash. Keep an eye on the summoners. Most flashes down for the side of Lobster Spicy. Going to be really interesting to see if they want to make a move onto this Drake, but there's a lot of vision around. They will know that they are probably starting up this Drake, as it will go through. Cat Bandito did not wait for the ward clear, but I don't think they have the members to stop him. But if you look over to the top side, the Aatrox is going to be in trouble, as now Zakone is in, and Shrocklo down to low HP, but Mario V is going to chase him down, but no, he's not going to be able to find them, and the President and the Rock, not enough. Shrocklo just barely walking out, and it'll be a failed gank for this Mountain Drake. As hold on, wait a second, Requiem maybe wants a little bit more, man. He's gonna be polymorphed. As suddenly they're going for the dive under the turret, but why is Mariofi leading the charge? It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Mariofi getting a little too antsy, and he will go down again. We mentioned in game 1, Lobster Spicy was way too excited, and speaking of way too excited, Oppression's gonna be excited on this Orianna. It's gonna be another kill. 4-1 for the Orianna, and the only trade back is Zakone taking the top side turret, and it'll be feats of strength over to the side of Lobster Spicy.
Yeah, I mean, Dangerous Game are just absolutely walking the map now. Mariofi, I think, it just wasn't on the same page with Lozakone and Sidasta. They had to then try and close the gap onto this Aatrox. I think it might have been someone called the dive. Someone said no, and then they just went for the dive anyway. But not on the same page. Mariofi led the charge, like you said, and just died to the tower. And then Oppression picking up a solo kill in the mid lane. That's what the Luden's Companion offers you. It's just that pressure in the 1v1 against such a squishy target like Annie. And Oppression being handsomely rewarded with this for this Luden's Companion purchase. It is just such it's so difficult now for this Annie to play the game, let alone lane against Orianna. And as well, I'm not a big fan of the lethality Misfortune either. I think crit Misfortune would have gone a little bit better this game, but we will have to see. I do know that lethality Misfortune does actually spike at 2 items rather than 3. So maybe that's what Requiem's going for, is just seeing that nicer, earlier item spike to hopefully bring Lobster Spicy back somewhat into this game. Oh.
Yeah, Tipper's going to come out on the Shrocklow, but it's the top side. The story doesn't change regardless of what champions you put in there. It's just going to be a little bit of health trading, as we now see the bot side for Lobster Spicy rotate up to the middle. The lane swaps coming in going to be oh so important for stopping this Orianna. We know that Orianna does not like being in the side lanes. It's very scary, but you're seeing the chunk damage onto Sidaster. This ball is causing a disaster, and it's going to be really scary, but not if Zakone is here. But he misses the abilities onto the Orianna, and Sidaster's actually going to take the brute of the force, and Sidaster is going to actually fall to the shockwave. And what are you going to do to stop this ball? This isn't soccer. You can't kick it out.
I don't think they can do anything. Like, I mean, that was Lozakone. He had the Chilling Smite ready. I don't think he used it, which I think was actually a mistake, because I think the slow would have stopped the pressure from managing to get behind us. Actually, I Play You Listen's got to find the ultimate onto Mariofi.
Speaking of getting behind, I Play You Listen's gonna get behind him again, and Cap Bandito is gonna use the rocket jump, he's gonna use the flash, and he's gonna find it under Mariofi. Everything's going right for the side of Dangerous Game. Lozakone is gonna look to get something back on the top side, but Bearded Monkey is just gonna flash out, and all members will walk out. The reward will be the Rift Herald for the side of Lobster Spicy, but the punishment is this bot side turret falling, unless they want to go back in. Lozakone is actually going to look on the Bearded Monkey, but he's just going to be able to walk out of there. But now they have an angle onto this Aatrox. The question is, do you want to go for it? No, you just want to run this river and maybe take this Rift Herald, unless they're going to back, but they realize everyone's here. The Ward knew as the team fight's going to go in, and the Shockwave is massive! The Shockwave's on a 3 bullet time over the top. Everyone's stunned up. One member down. The Orianna's dead. The Jungler's dead. Bearded Monkey will walk out with the horror story to tell, as they will claim the Rift Herald, and they will claim 2 kills. It doesn't matter how good your ball is, we've got bullets.
I actually, you know what? I take back my criticism of Lethality Misfortune. Lethality Misfortune just shredded Dangerous Game a new one. It went straight through, even though Growth as deck was potentially caught out. It's caught out. Absolutely just killed. But yeah, still, that was the command shockwave was incredible. Let's not beat it past it. That was a fantastic shockwave. But then again, there's the the letdown of the Luden's Companion is that for a cheaper item, you don't get as efficient stats like you get from something like the Rod of Aegis. The bullet time coming in from Requiem, he was so perfectly positioned for it. Braun was able to soak all of the incoming damage with the shield, and Miss Fortune was allowed to just pop off. And like you said, be wary about your fights around the jungle because they have bullets, and the bullets were enough. It's now suddenly the tempo has been in Monkey potentially caught out, forced to wild growth. Oh my god, Jesus Christ!
Oppression will chunk half of Mariofi's health. They may look for the fight after, but I Play You List is going to be the one looking for the fight after. Sidemaster is going to be called out. Sharklo is going to go in as everyone's going in as it's a fight in the jungle, but no, every team will just walk out. For the side of Lobster Spicy, the clan, stay safe. Stay in your home. You're constantly getting caught out on this Annie, this Orianna. If we see her at 2 items and the rod, as now Sidemaster may actually look to go in, but he didn't realize Oppression was there as the Braum ult is going to miss. Oppression flashing over the wall, the teleport's going to come in, but the shockwave onto 3 of them is going to help them escape. And now they should back off all 5 members in the bot side. The only thing is, you gotta want to know they're not going to go for the Otacon. They're going to look to save the tier 2 turret, but Cat Bandito is just free firing away on it. And right now, Dangerous Game are just running the rift as they're going to take the red buff. Lozacone is going to look to stop him as hold on, going back over to that jungle. He's going to be able to claim it, and no fighting will break out. But for the side of Lobster Spicy, you have to be a lot more careful. This Miss Fortune is coming online with 2 items and boots now, but the Tristana and the Orianna are both at 2 items, and you see that the Lulu has redemption. Anything you go for is going to be really dangerous and really scary. And yes, your Viego is at 2 items, but you see that right now the top laners are a bit more even in items, but the main thing to look at is the mid lane, the Annie being down, and we've seen her just getting blown up in team fights, and she never lives to see the end of the story. As Lozacone maybe look to go onto it, but now everyone is positioning towards the bottom of the map. An Otacon fight is soon going to break out, but there are 2 members in base. And Mariofi's just going to go over to the top, and they're maybe going to look to not take this Otacon yet.
Yeah, both teams opting not to posture too aggressively for this Otacon, just trying to trade the vision aspect. But you've seen, to harp back to a point you're making, but you've seen how much damage this Orianna can do as Zabidin Monkey caught out.
Weird Monkey caught out here, and he's just going to get executed. Lozacone going to take over. Say, look, I'm doing my best impression of you. And now you have to keep in mind that Mariofi is in the top side, but he does have teleport up. They may look to go onto the Otacon. No, they're just going to back off the Otacon. Oh, so dangerous. We saw it at the League of Legends World Championship this year. I think the statistic was something like 30% of games were, 40% of games were thrown around the Otacon, where the team leading got the Otacon stolen away from them and completely perished, and it turned the fight around. It was an insane number of games. The armor shred is just so big, so you have to be oh so careful, and something to keep an eye on too is your teleport management. Mariofi saving the teleport just in case he suddenly needs to come down here, as there's pings onto the mid lane. And hold on, there may be a fight brewing in the mid lane. Lozacone, hello Orianna, where are you walking to? But suddenly the shockwave is going to be massive, and on the back side, Requiem's going to be burst down. The bullet time's not enough, but they're caught out. They're on the wrong side of history. As Cat Bandito looking to flash out of there, he's going to look to use the blast cone to get away, but he's still going to be on the wrong side of history. He's going to look to get executed by this turret. He's going to he's going to look to take it down. And the execution, he will not be executed. Mariofi going to say hello and goodbye. Where are you going, Bandito? as Sidaster looking to slow him down, and Lazacone will take it, but no! Sidaster falls! The plan to put the kill onto your fed jungler goes awry, and the clan fell in the mid lane as well. It's going to be a 2 for 3, but now more trading as Mario feeds onto the Orianna, the bats that slam into the wall! Oppression trying to get away, Mariofi gonna look for the chase down, but he's gonna be rooted up by I Play You Listen. Mariofi not gonna be able to find him. Shrocklock is here as well. Mariofi has to get out of there. His teammates are not there yet. They're just suddenly arriving, but there's no ultimates on any of them. As now Shrocklock's gonna go in onto Lazacone, who's gonna look to chase down I Play You Listen. He's gonna be down to half HP. He gets the reset with the ultimate. Shrocklock is suddenly in trouble as Requiem is still free firing from the back line, and Lazacone will fall. Requiem, the only one to live to tell the tale.
That fight was so chaotic that you don't even remember how it started, but it was a big fight in the river. It meant that Requiem was first caught out by Cat Bandito, and then Cat Bandito and Bearded Monkey, like you said, caught on the wrong side of the map. And then I don't know what Lobster Spicy were thinking. I think you just score the kill in these scenarios. You just want to get rid of the Tristana. Rather than trying to give the kill over to your Viego, you should just take the kill no matter how far behind you are. It brings you back into the game, gets you a little bit more gold in your pocket, and that's a big, big mistake from Lobster Spicy. And then as the fight wore on, a Shrocklow and I Play You Listen, I mean, that was a fantastic A, engage from Mariofi, and B, a counter engage with the depth charge from I Play You Listen, denied any follow-up and allowed oppression to escape. And then Shrocklow came in, clean up crew, trades the 1-for-1, I believe it was with I Play You Listen and Lazacone, so it was jungler for jungler. But in the end, Dangerous Game win massively as they start the Atacon.
They start the Otacon, but the Otacon's just going to be gone. Cat Bandito shooting so much. Sidaster looking to get him, but he's not going to be able to steal it away. As the Shockwave only onto one. As the bullet type over the top is not going to really find anyone, but now suddenly onto the back line is Mariofi and Lazacone. Cat Bandito's going to fall here. Impression looking to free fire from the sidelines, but no, he's not going to do enough. Lazacone gets the Tristana, and he's going to use the jump to find Impression as I Play You Listen's going to go down. Requiem getting chased down by Shrocklow, but it's not enough. And now the Aatrox are going to be caught out of position. Sidaster is at low HP, and Shrocklow is at max, so they're just gonna have to let him go. Your reward is the Otacon, but what's the cost? The cost is 4 members and maybe more. Lazacone is gonna look on to Shrocklow, and Shrocklow is gonna be down to half HP, and they're gonna look to keep going in. The Observer is a bit paused for me. But now, suddenly Lazacone, we get back, and Lazacone is dead, and Sidaster is dead. This Aatrox is too dang strong, and they got a little too ambitious. Bodies all over the rift. It's a 4 for 4 with the Otacon over to Dangerous Game.
Yeah, the Atacon falls to Dangerous Game, but in the ensuing fight, it looked so good at the start for Dangerous Game. Requiem had been found by Shrocklow, but Zacone is so fed. He has 10 kills, well, he had 6 kills at the time under his belt. He had 3 items, and he finds the back line. Cat Bandito, I believe, managed to pick up Mariofi in the midst of all that, but it was a trade of 1-for-1, and as soon as Viego gets 1 reset, you just know what's coming. Oppression was the next to fall, and Bearded Monkey then. It was a brilliant triple kill find by Lazacone and Mariofi as Baron is being started by Dangerous Game. But then, on the other side of the fight, Shrocklow was just 1v3ing in the back line. He was all on his lonesome, had no one else to help him, was still finding the damage. And then Zacone and Sidaster tried to space out Shrocklow, but they completely misjudged the Aatrox Qs, and then they just fall in the weirdest double kill I've ever seen. It was like a greed for the pentakill just descended. It was like the red mist descended for Zacone. Should have just got out, played for the pentakill, which you have to kind of respect, but in the end, it just gives over 2 kills to this Aatrox.
Yeah, going in too far, and the Baron also going over. We see the gold lead. We haven't talked about it much, but it is 5,000. As now Lazacone might have been caught out, but he's just going to avoid the hook. If you are the side of Lobster Spicy, what do you have to do to get back in this game, Atomica?
Honestly, to get back into this game, you do have to, and I know we don't want to see it because this game has been crazy, you want to slow it down and try and take efficient trades on the map. like right now, you can't really do much because Baron, you just have to ride out the Baron Nashor. Try not to give up too much as Lozakone finds Bearded Monkey on the side.
Lobstar actually going to go in. He wants it all, but and Tippers is going to come out as now. The bullet time over at the top is going to find I Play You Listen, but suddenly Declan is going to be down on the backside again. But Cap Bandito is going to be in trouble as now Lozico looking at he gets the reset as but suddenly Shocklow's here. The World Enders popped. Requiem and Sidaster trying to get out of there, but the shockwave is massive. Requiem looking to run away, but he's not going to be able to run fast enough. Mario feet get down, Mr. President, but he's going to just drop. My overlay's frozen.
Yeah, the spectator has frozen. This could actually be the funny spectator bug again, where the game ended. The game has ended, and the spectator just stopped spectating for us. So all we can assume is that what happened was that Shrocklow went 1v5 underneath the tower alongside Cat Bandito and Oppression with the wave they had built up, and then they just go and end the game. But Shrocklow, I think, take a bow alongside Oppression in that early to mid game, completely 1v9 for dangerous game. And then Shrocklow in the mid to late game, constantly finding Requiem on the backline. Honestly, I think in the end, Shrocklow is my MVP for the series. Just going to throw that out there. I think he played an incredible game tonight. He gapped Mariofi in the lane, both lanes, and then in terms of game impact as well, you just could not deny that this top laner found the necessary picks and was always, or most of the time, in the correct position at the correct time.
Always in the correct position at the correct time. And for the side of Lobster Spicy, just so unfortunate. It felt like they were so close on some of these team fights, but then Declan getting caught out, the shockwaves so massive, and honestly, Declan 2-7, it was rough. It really never had an impact in this game, and it was just so unfortunate. Unfortunately, it does not look like we're going to be able to get back into the game, but I think we can correctly assume that Dangerous Game will walk that one home off the back of that team fight. And honestly, just I feel like disappointment for Declan. He saved the counter pick for last, and the counter pick did not come through. I think part of the problem too is the normal counter pick into Orianna is Galio, and you obviously could not really go Galio because Misfortune would be your only backliner with a Tristana on the board. But still, even with how it went, I think maybe Galio would have been stronger as a pick. And it's just unfortunate to see. They found really good fight angles, but also Declone sorry, Declone. Oh my god, I'm tired. I'm a little bit flabbergasted by the fact that we just lost such a brilliant matchup, and it's really unfortunate. Lozacone did so good on the Viego, but I almost think going too far in a little bit much, because when the clan tried to follow him up in multiple of the fights, they suddenly turn onto him and blow him up. But like you said, the Aatrox just so powerful.
Yeah, I think that I think honestly Declan had a bit of a series to forget tonight. Was constantly caught, was constantly, in positions that were a bit peculiar and meant that he was quite isolated. But you can always bounce back, right? It's not the end of the world. It's one series. You reset the mental and you go ahead again next week. But as well, like you picked up on during the draft for game number 2 and before the draft as well, this is one of the top teams of the league. This is sort of the it's a challenge, right? And you can't really blame any specific member. It was just one of them where you're against one of the top teams in the league. And let's see what happens. And honestly, I think that Lobster Spicy put on a pretty good show. I think they put on a pretty good showing. I think that they're a good team, a strong contender definitely to make it to playoffs, because you can see that the things are there. They were just maybe like half a second slower at different points. But overall, I think that I think the Lost Spicy put on a pretty good showing, but Dangerous Game were just too good tonight.
Yeah, Dangerous Game just proving why they're one of the best in the league, and the comp they drafted worked to perfection. I think the only negative I took from that game too was Cat Bandito getting a little bit too aggressive, but I think that it worked out great for them, and this chaotic fighting style is definitely something teams may not be well equipped for, as we saw it there, just constant uncomfortable positions for the side of Lobster Spicy. I think there were definitely positives to take away from the side of Lobster Spicy, but definitely some things to work on. And as you mentioned, you have time to figure it out. You tried subbing in Sidaster, which I think he did pretty good. Maybe not the best, but definitely not the worst. And so both teams will look to gear up and regroup for next week.
Yeah, exactly that. I think I've said everything that I want to say. I'm not sure about you, Shadow Dweller. If you have anything else to say.
The only thing I have left to say is keep an eye out for our next series coming up in 10 minutes. Don't go anywhere. And also keep in mind, we have another series on Friday. So make sure to join the Discord if you're not already in it, and if you want to stay up to date with the league. We will be back shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I've taken over from Shadow Dweller, who did a fantastic job casting Series 1 with Atomica. Did you enjoy that one, Atomica?
Yeah, I did actually. It was very enjoyable.
And hopefully we've got another actually banger series. As we always say, we always bring you banger series, and we're straight into Game 2 in the draft. We've got JB Finance and Partner versus Dynamo New Dawn. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to mix in some finance puns during this game, so you're going to have to bear with me. It's just got to be done. But we'll start off with the draft. Blue side, JB Finance and Partner banning away the Sejuani and the Syndra, and Dynamo New Dawn banning away the Trundle. Now, I am interested to see if they'll also maybe opt to ban the Volibear against JB Finance and Partner, because we do know Ains is a proficient player of that, and commonly, you normally see that banned away with the Trundle as well, Atomica.
Yeah, it's. I think Volibear is one of those picks, right, where it's like, it's a very feast or famine champ in my opinion. Like, I think as soon as an AD carry gets 3 items, Volibear isn't as big a threat as it could be, and we're seeing Dynamo New Dawn, not respect the Volibear. So I probably expect to see it be picked. Maybe from the side of JB Finance, like blind even, because you can flex it. It is a very good flex pick.
Champion. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So, there it is. Yeah, I was not. Yeah. I'm not surprised at all by that. But yeah, I just don't. I understand why people play Volibear, and I understand the value that it brings. But I just think, like, if you're not ahead, you're just a ultimate bot. Like, you just ult the tower / onto the backline because it's unstoppable, and then stun the AD carry. Then that's kind of your job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, we do know that Dynamo New Dawn have also been banned away from the Sejuani as well. Obviously, knowing that Extra Flavor is a very proficient Sejuani player. But speaking of him being proficient, another champion very much on is the Maokai. Now, is definitely a flex pick. We have seen it before. It can be support as well. But that being said, the likelihood is I would expect this to go into the jungle. Now, my question is, do they pair this with something bot lane now? They do. And look at that, predicted as I said, Atomica. Now, the Corki pick, what do you think JB Finance need to do to almost play against his Corki Maokai? Because it's quite a difficult comp to get into. Obviously, Maokai is incredibly difficult to get onto, and then also Corki, a similar champ as well. So with a Volibear, I expect JB Finance to probably look for a bit of a dive comp, which it looks like they are doing with the Galio.
Yeah, I was literally just about to say something that can dive onto the backline is really good. And I think Galio is a perfect follow-up to that, and Ziggs is also locked in. So Ziggs is to try and match the Corki poke, which I think is a very smart move. I think that Ziggs is one of those champions whereby like the poke that you offer is really, really good. And Olaf is just slammed by Dynamo New Dawn. I mean, that's a really nice pick. But the
into the Volibear Galio, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it's such a nice pick, right? Like, no matter what JB Finance now have to find a way to keep people alive rather than CC chain. But it's very, very flexible drafts from both sides here. Like, Corki could go mid or bot lane. Maokai could go top, jungle, or support. Olaf can go top, jungle. It's so flexible. And same for the side of JB Finance. Galio could go top, mid, support even. Ziggs could go mid or ADC. Volibear could go jungle, top. They're so flexible. And the Mordekaiser ban is making me believe that this is a Volibear top.
Yeah, probably that's the case. I mean, I would expect as well that this Ziggs will more than likely...
New Dawn.
I would expect this Ziggs will more than likely be in the bot lane. Now, they have banned the Mord away, have Dynamo New Dawn as well. With there being a lot of AP on the enemy team, that is a surprising ban, because I wouldn't expect that JBF to possibly go for something along the lines of an AP. More than likely, I mean, we do know that Katompa likes to play the Renekton quite a lot, so I do see maybe a Renekton pick being quite big here, Atomica.
Yeah, as well, because you're seeing a Mordekaiser ban and a Morgana ban, so you're probably thinking now, okay, that's a Maokai support and an Olaf top because of how the bans have been angled. And I think that you can then, with the Renekton, Renekton's all about bullying pre-level 6 and then getting level 6 first. You then like find kills, right? And Olaf is a champion that requires level 6. So it might even be a pivot from Dynamo New Dawn, say, to maybe look for an alternative top laner to this Olaf and stick Olaf in the jungle because, you know, the Renekton's still up, like you rightfully pointed out, and it can do a lot of damage to Olaf, really.
Yeah, I mean, another one that is a potential for this top laner is the Darius is definitely a pick that has been played quite a lot. But we'll see what they do decide to draft in the top lane. Dynamo New Dawn locking in the Swain. So more than likely, probably we'll see this Swain a Corki bot lane. Now that is an incredibly oppressive bot lane to play against Atomica, and doesn't sound like that would be very fun to play against. But it looks like JB Finance are going to actually counter maybe this Olaf. Now could definitely still be a Jax jungle. Probably going to be a Jax top lane, but there's going to be a Jax in the top lane against the Olaf. Now, I feel like late game it may work for them, but it's going to be quite hard for Jax to maybe fight Olaf post level 6, right? Can't stun him, can avoid his auto attacks, but if Olaf just avoids the dodge, then it's going to be maybe difficult. What's your thoughts on the Jax Atomica?
It depends where it goes, right? I think Jax jungle would be a lot more impactful than Jax top in this game. Just because I think that Jax top it will really struggle.
Yeah.
Onto the side of Dynamo New Dawn, because like even if he finds a perfect stun, even if he finds like just say he finds Olaf, Swain, and whatever Dynamo New Dawn lock in as pick number 5 here, like the Leona, perfect, right? A perfect example.
Yeah.
Well, Merc Tread's value already against the side of JB Finance has increased value because Volibear stun, you know, Ziggs is the only poke damage and that's AP. Galio's AP but also has the taunt. Jax has the stun. Braum has the stun, right? So Merc value is already insane for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. And then on top of that, right? So the stun is lasting even less, right? But then on top of that, Olaf is just gonna run you down with his immobile. So it's a sense of that. I think this JB Finance partner draft is very, very brittle. Not brittle, sorry, fragile. Because as soon as you lose the Ziggs, all of your damage is melee, which gives this Corki just such free time. But also it gives Olaf more uptime with his ultimate because he needs to melee attack to keep his ultimate going. So I don't think that JBF have drafted particularly well into that Olaf pick on 3. And to swing it back round, obviously you asked me about the Jax, I went on a big rant about the entire draft in itself. But swinging back round to the Jax, I just don't think this Jax pick has much value. I just don't see the value, personally.
You could say they may be investing all their resources into that bot lane Atomica.
I'm going to leave this cast in a minute. That was terrible.
Sorry, but let us know what you think in the chat to the draft. Let us know who your favourites are here. Now, JB Finance and Partner, definitely a team that maybe need to show a bit more prominence in this league, Atomica. Now, currently sitting in 10th at the table, Dynamo New Dawn, however, are also sitting in 9th, but last split in the winter split, the regular season, were a very successful team. Now, obviously, playoffs didn't necessarily go too well in winter for Dynamo New Dawn, and both teams are sitting currently at the bottom of the table. The likelihood is you probably look at this on paper and look at probably the case is Dynamo New Dawn are probably the favourite in this scenario. However, that being said, Dynamo New Dawn definitely do have some potential to show, and JB Finance have something to show maybe. I think they need to show a lot of hunger here and really play for their comp. Now, very much seems like a dive-orientated comp, and I would expect to see potentially quite a heavy split comp at some point with the Jax, the Ziggs. Definitely a team that can essentially destroy structures whenever they want, as long as they've got the side lane clear and they've got waves pushed. That being said, I think when it comes to team fights, if JBF aren't careful, Dynamo New Dawn will run away with it around these objective fights.
Yeah, I agree. I think that JBF have got a really fantastic 1-4 composition. They just send their Jax off into the side lane and then have everyone else kind of protect the Ziggs who can poke out. And with a Jax, especially if you get him far ahead, or if you can give him free grubs, you are forcing at least one, maybe even two members of Dynamo New Dawn to respond.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
could bait out, key cooldowns. It could bait out key ultimates, key abilities that could turn the tide of the fight for JB Finance. But this composition from JB Finance, you are really just kind of hoping that you can execute this style of composition. And I think that a lot of focus is going to be sort of in the early game for this team, especially towards this top side. It has to be.
Yeah, 100%. I think this early game is definitely going to be one to watch. I think it's going to be interesting to see where the junglers decide to path. Now, we've not necessarily confirmed where it's going to be in the jungle yet. Now, the expectation is I would be surprised if we see this Jax outside of the top lane and we put this Volibear at top lane. It still could be a potential. But I think the pathing is going to be vitally important to this early game. The reason being is it's going to depend on how, especially Dynamo and New Dawn are going to set up for the rest of the game. Now, the Maokai probably going to be jungle and maybe the Olaf top lane. But, I mean, again, could be flexed again. But with this Corki Leona going to be such an aggro lane and trying to essentially stop the Ziggs from consistently poking, I would maybe expect this Maokai to start pathing towards his bot side. But I really think Dynamo and New Dawn are going to have to really fight for these early objectives, Dominica.
Yeah. Absolutely agree. I think a lot of emphasis is being placed on these early objectives, and I think, like I was saying earlier, the Void Grubs is going to be a massive point of contention, and I think that Dynamo New Dawn's composition just performs better in these early game fights. However, that being said, they do have to hit a lot of key skill shots. Swain's entire kit is majoritively skill shots. Maokai does have point and click, so it can make it a little bit easier, but Dynamo New Dawn, they'll be fighting with a Corki that's, if Corki's even there at Void Grubs, but if he isn't there, then they're fighting without their Corki, which means they're all melee into JB Finance, who is also all melee, so it's literally just going to be a fist fight and who can stat check who.
Yeah, so, I mean, when you talk about the fist fighting aspect of it, I think one thing to mention is that although Dynamo and New Dawn do have a very successful team fight, we've got to bear in mind that their team fighting is very much dependent on being deep inside the fight, right? Dynamo and New Dawn have a team that likes to dive in, that likes to be the front foot. The Maokai, the Leona, the Olaf, even Swain's AoE damage, it needs to be deep inside the fight. If JBF can do the job of essentially just letting the Ziggs poke out until the fight gets to that point, then I think JBF have very, very good, essentially just, they have a good chance of winning these fights, because if it comes to a point where they can't poke out and they get dived upon by Dynamo New Dawn, the only real sort of disconnect from these team fights is really the Braum Fisher and also potentially Galio and the Ziggs W as well. But I really do think that JB Finance and partner are really going to have to essentially play around this Ziggs, especially around these objectives.
Yeah, I think Ziggs is a key component of the JB Finance and partner composition, and I think that if you can get onto him, which realistically with the Braum is not an easy feat, with even just Braum being on the back line to help the Ziggs, but even still, then you have the Galio who could grant, he can heroic entrance himself into or onto the Ziggs rather than diving into the back line. So I think it really is going to be interesting because, like you were pointing out, Dynamo New Dawn, their composition likes to really get deep into the enemy composition, right? And they want to really sit not just at the front line, but really in the middle part because of the AoE that they have, or area of effect damage that they have, and I think that it's such a difficult way to try and find your way to that point. That I honestly, now thinking about it, even though at first glance, I don't particularly like JB Finance's composition, I slowly favour it over Dynamo New Dawn's the more that I think about it, because I think that Dynamo New Dawn's composition is in such a way that kind of the way that I'm viewing it is that kind of everyone wants to do something a little bit different in the fight. So like Olaf wants to get directly onto the backline and wants to sit on top of the Ziggs, right? Whereas Swain wants to kind of sit nearer towards the frontliners, but also try and hit the backliners because he wants to keep his ultimate up, his ultimate procced and everything. And then Maokai as well wants to dive straight into the backline, but also just wants to try and pick off a target. Same with Leona, and Corki wants to sit
Dynamo
on the
and Udon have got to be concerned about the Corki damage, right? If this Corki falls behind, there's not a whole lot of damage where Dynamo and Udon are going to get anything from. Now, Maokai, the likelihood is he probably will go for a slightly more tanky build. If he's in the jungle, probably the phase rush and the less tanky side of it, because they do need that damage. Yes, Olaf does do significant damage, but to break down JBF's front line and get past his Brom, get past the Volley Bear, and then even take down the Jax, once this Jax hits 3 items, if this Corki's fallen behind, it's going to be incredibly difficult to essentially execute these team fights. I would say that although Dynamo and Udon have a good composition in terms of team fighting, I would say that the likelihood is that it is a little bit harder to execute just because they have to be deep into the fights.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll see what is going to happen as we're getting into Game 1 of Series 2, JBF versus Dynamo and Udon. Let us know who you think is going to win. I'm excited for this. It's going to be an incredible series. Looks like both teams are setting up pretty just standard line of scrimmage. Neither team looking for a bit of an invade here. But the one thing to note, Atomica, is that we have 3 different teleports for JBF. So clearly looking for that sort of sieging we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and I think teleport is the standard on an AP carry because you don't particularly need the barrier to try and help yourself, right? Like you want the TP, you want to get as much farm into you as possible, much experience into you as possible. And I think a big thing as well to notice is that both supports, you've seen it in Worlds, when they're playing these engaged type of supports with Leona, with Braum, they like to opt for Unsealed Spellbook, but both supports haven't opted for that. They've opted for the standardized rune that you normally see a Leona and a Braum take. And yeah, it's 3 TPs for JB Finance there. Objective control is going to be stronger than the side of Dynamo Nudon, but if Dynamo Nudon do have good rotates, then the power of the teleport's a little bit nullified, in my opinion, especially towards that later stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to utilize the special rounds objectives fight, and as you said, in the latter stage of the game. But I think this bot lane is going to be one to watch in this early game for sure. I think it's going to be very dependent on who can hit the level 2 first. Now, looking like Darkabash and Robinator already trying to play a little bit aggro, but doing a very good job of poking him away his Bubbleman here. But looks like top lane is already going at it. I mean, this is one that I definitely expect to see quite a lot of scraps in Atomica, the Olaf and the Jax. But I mean, it's going to be one to watch for sure. Speaking of level 2, looks like it has been hit by Darkabasher, but he's going to just Zenith Blade under tower. Already ignited, fallen solo. Flash has been taken away now. Just going to get out by the skin of his teeth there. But it's not over fighting wise, because looks like Katompa and Brock are going to be fighting in the top lane. In comes the dodge, flashes onto him, and it's first blood to Katompa. And I don't think Brock expected the flash Atomica.
No, I don't think he did. I think that but I also think he kind of recognized that he was dead. And he just didn't use Ghost or anything to try and help himself get out. Just opted to tank the death and just TP back in. But very nice play by Katompa, recognizing that this Olaf was overextended for how much HP he was on, utilized the counter-strike, denied any extra damage coming back forwards, and then just found the kill. A very nice flash as well, just to confirm it. And first blood for JB Finance.
Yeah, and that is such a vitally big kill for a Jax in this early game. Gets the lead, puts the pressure on the top lane, forces the Maokai to pass the top side now and stay in this top side to potentially get this Olaf a kill. When a Jax gets a lead, he becomes an extremely scary champion. And I really think they're going to have to be careful of Dynamo and Udon, because if they're not, this Jax could really run away with this game. Looks like bot lane aren't finished fighting yet, though. Bear in mind, Darkabasher doesn't have any summoners available. Both junglers sitting on the top side. Bubbleman's doing a really good job of consistently poking here, but Darkabash is not afraid to keep going in though. In he goes with his Zenith play. Looks like Screamer's going to fall so low. Darkabash at 1 HP now. Robbie is going to get the kill. And Darkabash might not fall. In comes the auto attack. Flash word as Bubbleman. But a flashing by Robbie Nater. And that is a 2-for-1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, and Brock going down as well in the top lane thanks to a gank from Ainz. And that means that actually JB Finance, despite losing both bot laners in that exchange, they pick up the feats of warfare. And it was a beautiful engage by Darkabash, even though he's at 1 HP. Robbie Nater ready to follow up, just Valkyries forward as we see Goranim. Ooh, he is not going to find the kill.
No, not yet, but I mean, Ron Wheatley's playing a little bit too close for comfort there, but this is the problem with the Swain. If you get caught out by that hook, then you are in a lot of trouble. But that being said, both teams already showing that they can potentially do something big in this game and look for a win. JB Fighting really showing that hunger we wanted to see earlier, Atomica, really showing that they want to be a prominent force in this league and really just cement themselves. Katompa, unfortunately, is going to get stopped. Just going to go in with the dodge, walk away, just put a little bit of pressure on Brock. But Katompa's in a really difficult position here, Atomic. I'm going to have to just decide to back. Jumps away. Beautifully done there. But I don't think the leap strike is just going to be able to do anything there. He's played a bit of the runaround, isn't he?
Yeah, and in that exchange, Braum died in the bot lane thanks to a Maokai gank, because that's a very nice... I've forgotten the name of it, but that's a very nice W from Ziggs to force Robbie Nater under the tower, tank a tower shot. But yeah, I don't know how Braum died there. I think it was just a very nice game from extra flavor, but Ainz going to flash forward.
In comes the flash by Ainz. He's going to jump immediately onto Brock, and Brock is going to fall down the Sky Splitter, doing so much damage. Thundering smash onto his head, and immediately Brock had no chance of doing anything. On the opposite side of the map, though, looks like Dynamo New Dawn are going to pick up the first dragon of the game. Already on the board, objective-wise. Grubs are spawning really soon, and I would anticipate both teams to try play for these here.
Yeah, and I think that JB Finance has played this really, really well in terms of like who they wanted to get fed. They've put all of the gold into Ainz and Katompa, and that's exactly what you want to see as Robbie Nater is going to try and chase down Bubbleman with Maokai here behind. But
Maokai is here behind Robbie Nater barrier, and I don't think Bubbleman's going to do anything. Throws out the bombs, but Robbie Nater, an extra flavor, putting a little bit of spice on the Ziggs, and down goes Bubbleman. JB Finance now are looking for a dive in a top lane, potentially on Brock. Brock fighting Katompa, does actually have the ultimate available. It is popped, but so does Katompa. Screamdo's here to try help, and Katompa takes down Brock, and it's 3 in the top lane, and down goes the Olaf.
Yeah, a very nice gank on the top side from JB Finance. They are really bullying this Olaf, recognizing that Olaf, if he can't get ahead, can't get a lead, can't really get a 1v1 lane, he's not particularly as strong as a pick as Dynamo New Dawn would be looking for. But as the gold was flashed up just for a moment there, only 700 gold ahead is Katompa. So even though all this pressure is going to the Olaf is soaking up quite well. And it's meaning that Robbie Nater and Darkabash is having this free lane. And like you said, if Corki could get ahead, the damage that this Corki is going to bring to the table for Dynamo New Dawn is ridiculous, as Katompa's got to take another trade. Let me look for a little bit more. We'll end up...
is not afraid to fight here, though, Atomica. Brock is doing so much damage. Does have another undertow available. He's going to land it. He is the sniper that he wants to be. Gets a kill back on Katompa, and I think Katompa just got a little bit too big for his boots.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too greedy there, trying to get more damage than he probably wanted. More damage to base and then come back to lane 4 to really try and set home the advantage. But now, all the gold lead is just evaporated, and the Olaf is now...
Bubbleman is in trouble, Atomica, because in comes the Leona, throwing the solar flare onto him. Robbie Nater's on a rampage now, and you've got to question Screamdo. You need to be with your Ziggs here, because he is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Ziggs getting dove. That's not what you want to see. You kind of pick Ziggs for the fact that even under tower dives, he is a little bit safer than most AD carries. And being dove like that kind of for free with a very nice dive from Dynamo New Dawn it's a bit worrying for the side of JB Finance, but they've picked up all 3 grubs, which is exactly what they wanted and exactly what they were playing for, with Screamdo constantly on this roam. As Bubblemen going to find a little bit of poke onto Robbie Nater, but this now...
JBF a dive in the Olaf.
Oh.
Down goes the Viking. Ein's jumping onto the tower. It's immediately stopped with the Stormbringer, and it looks like JBF are investing their stocks into this top lane.
Yeah, I'll let that one sit there. But yeah, no, a very nice dive from JB Finance. Stormbringer was perfect, and now we see the TP forced out from Brock. He's just being absolutely realistically bullied on this Olaf.
Bullied again, yeah. I mean, Ainz is here as well. In comes the Galio, the hero's entrance, but he's not needed. And the Olaf, no TP, no ghost available, 1 and 6. This Jax is running away with it in this top lane. And although Bubbleman's falling, he kind of become the sacrificial lamb here, Atomica, because it doesn't matter. The rest of the team for JBF are doing as much as possible to invest everything elsewhere. But Solarfly comes in again. Darkabash taking not 1 but 2 tower shots now. Bubbleman doing a really good job of trying to hit the W. Does a fantastic job to get a kill. And although he falls down, Robbie Nater does as well.
Yeah, a very nice return kill there, I think, for this from the side of from Bubbleman on this Ziggs. He's been doing really sort of well. I mean, these like sort of W's from the Ziggs have been a little bit wayward at times. You know, these satchel charges, but that time it was perfect. I think actually Robbie Nater ended up using one of his ultimate charges to where he thought he was going to fly to under the satchel charge, but he ended up just flying straight upwards, and it meant that Robbie Nater had to commit, had to die, as the Brocking is getting absolutely chunked.
Power doing so much damage to Olaf. Brock is not having a good time in this top lane. But looks like both teams are going to maybe try set up for this next Drake, spawning very, very soon. It's up now, sorry. But it looks like Darkabash is going to try just force him off, get as much vision as possible. And I do expect to see Dynamo and Nudon fight here, and they're doing exactly that. Ain's in trouble here. Down goes the volley bear Sky Splitter. It's going to save him for now. But Katompa's in there, dies now. Looks like he's fallen down. Brock gets the kill. And Dynamo and Nudon dominating the fight. And that's Dragon Atomica.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you wanted to see from Goranim. He finds the little gap between the front line and the people that were trying to retreat in the back line, and he just picks up the kill, and then the rest follows suit. The slows, the way that they can keep JB Finance partners CC'd down, kept down, can't move, can't really auto-attack back. They're just forced to tank all the damage that's been thrown their way. Big, big kills for the side of Dynamo Nudon, and they're rewarded with the Drake.
Absolutely. I mean, Goranim did a fantastic job hitting the Nevermore, just being in the team fight. And it's what we went back to earlier in this game, Atomica, before it started in the draft. Being deep in those fights, once they're in there, it's so difficult for JBF to do anything here. But you can already see the gold is starting to stack up. Corky now 1,000 gold ahead. I mean, look at the difference in this mid lane here. Ron Wheatley, 1,200 gold behind Atomica. You got to wonder, are they going to be able to do much now to shut this Swain down?
Yeah, I don't think they will, because they don't have... Their main extended damage is Jax, but if Jax is getting taken down as easily as he was, like he did in this fight, then it's going to be such an issue. This Swain is going to be so difficult to deal with as Darkabash there, cancelled on his base, but Ron Wheatley does get rooted up. And you've seen how much damage already this Swain is doing to someone like a Galio, who's building magic resist as well. This Blackfire Torch doing so much damage. But as I was saying, Katompa is a lot of your extended damage, a lot of your DPS, that this Swain is just going to be able to heal for free if this Jax falls down, which he did quite quickly. And yeah, JB Finance are in a little bit of a pickle. They need this Jax to stay alive, and they need this Jax to start pumping out the damage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Goranim already buying that Dark Seal. He's anticipating running away with this game, and so far it looks like that's coming true. But it looks like JBF are going to be throwing as many people topside. They will pick up the turn here. That is a good decision from JBF there. But that being said, this bot lane is getting hammered here. This Corky now nearly a full item, and it's going to be difficult for Bubbleman to do anything in this game if he doesn't start getting some sort of lead. Robin8 is not afraid to go in and fight. The damage is extreme here. Bubbleman throws down the ultimate, but the Mega Inferno Bomb's not going to do anything. Katompa now, in comes the TP. Beautifully timed. The counter-strike immediately stunning the Corki. Darkabash is going to be able to walk out. Leap strikes, the Empowered W. Grandmaster at Arms is popped. In comes the Solar Flare, stunning Katompa. Darkabash isn't going to get the solo kill because the Empowered has so much damage.
Yeah, this Jax, like I said, he needed to start pumping out the damage. Well, he just did that. I know it's a Leona. I know it's probably a little bit of an overreaction as Leona doesn't have a single item, but still, the amount of damage that Jax just dealt was ridiculous, the amount of damage that he just did. And he picks up 2 kills on the bot lane with a very nice TP after Bubbleman was, I believe, the only one caught out there. So it's actually a 2-for-1 as we see another engage.
Another engage coming in. In comes the volley bear. Stormbringer coming in now as a shutdown, especially onto this Swain, who is so vitally important in this team fight. Screamdo going to have to force a flash out, though. In comes the Zenith blade onto Ron Weedley. Ron Weedley going to flash out as well. Here, the Justice Punch, not going to get you out. Pulls him back into the rest of Dynamo New Dawn, and it looks like Dynamo New Dawn reply with another kill just as the Swain falls.
Yeah, what looked like a fantastic pick for JB Finance turned out that they just overcommitted that little too much. And then Leona comes in, manages to CC chain up. I believe it was Ron Weedley. And then Ron Weedley literally only just managing to start escaping. Tried to use the Justice Punch to generate distance, but knowledge of Galio, he leaps backwards to then leap forwards. And he gets picked off thanks to the tanking by Darkabasher. So very nice pick from Dynamo New Dawn after Goronim himself on Swain got picked. So we're now moving on to the Rift Herald fight. Both teams posturing quite aggressively.
Both teams posturing just as you said, Atomica. Katompa does have Smite available. Is good as Ainz has Smite available. Does Smite it away now. Katompa's in so much trouble. Counter Strike is going to get Robinator to half HP, but it doesn't matter because he is alone by himself. Speaking of being alone, Robinator in trouble, forced to flash out. Down goes the Brom. Dynamo New Dawn doing so well to force people out and single people out in those team fights, Tomica. The Herald is received, but unfortunately, doesn't matter because Dynamo New Dawn pick up the kills.
Yeah, Dynamo New Dawn picking up the kills, and actually, this composition that Dynamo New Dawn got, this Olaf is just split pushing. He recognizes he's not in any real particular place to fight, and he's just constantly splitting the map. He's forcing JB Finance to take these risky fights because they're on a timer. He's just taken the tier 1 in the bot lane, and he also put a little bit of damage down and almost stole the Krugs. It's so difficult for JB Finance to play the fights they want to play it the way they want to play them because they want to play it slow, methodical, chunk them down with Ziggs and then find the all-in. But Brock on the side lane, he's not giving them that option, and it's rushing these fights for JB Finance. They're then overextending in different departments. I mean, I think it was Katompa got caught out in the pit, was the first one to die, and then Screamdo on the other side was again caught. So, as we see, actually, Darkabasher now.
Speaking of being caught, though, Darkabasher might just be caught here. He's very tanky, though. Flashes away. The TP's coming in now. The Maokai route, Nature's Grasp, grasping Katompa in place. Goronim now has popped his ultimate. He's doing so much damage. A Demon Flare activation will be up soon. He pulls him back with a Nevermore. Not going to be enough damage, though, but in comes the Galio, but Galio falls down immediately. Robinator now 9-2 on this Corki, doing so much damage. Dynamo New Dawn not afraid to now posture towards the dragon, and Bubbleman is going to get pulled in. The Nevermore doing so well to pull him back there. Screamdo falling so low. Bubbleman and Screamdo going to have to be forced to back off here, and that is going to be Drake, and there's so many waves lost.
Yeah, I mean, this Corki is so far ahead now that no matter what, they're being shred. The Gatling gun's got a couple levels into it now, so the magic resist and armor shred that it provides Corki is starting to really hurt the side of JB Finance. And it's just this deep fear of not overcommitting, but not getting enough out of a fight. Sometimes you have to recognize that finding these key summoner spells, flashes, ultimates, that it's just as good as getting a kill. And then you can use that to posture aggressively for the objective fight. But JB Finance greeded, they wanted a little bit more, and then inevitably they fall, and now Dynamo New Dawn pick up not a staggering yet, but it's still a 3,000 gold lead after what was probably the early game from hell from Brock the Brocking, as he's now going to get jumped on by Katompa.
Yeah, he's getting jumped on by the Katompa. Counter-Strike coming in now. Screendo going to try to do anything, but the Olaf has the ultimate popped. But it doesn't matter. Katompa's empowered W paired with the auto attacks, doing so much damage here. Bubbleman may be in a bit of trouble now. Swain throwing down the W to try catch him out. Vision of Empire not going to hit anything. Ron Weed is coming into mid lane now, put a little bit of pressure on Dynamo New Dawn, peel him off from this mid lane. Jax is going to destroy bot lane tower now, and this is where the siege might start coming to play. Atomica, the Herald is here. Jax does so much damage to turrets. Is this the way back into game for JBF?
Yeah, this is exactly what they need to do. They need to just this is exactly how their team fight should be played, right? They send someone off to the side lane to go and pressure the lanes, and then the other four, they don't have to engage. Their team is all about disengage. They have Braum, Galio, two master disengagers. You can send the Jax or the Volibear onto the side with your free Void Grubs. You don't need to fight 5v5 because that's what Dynamo New Dawn want you to do. What they should be looking to do, put someone on the side lane. Yes, they just used the Herald, but they got tier 1 out of it. But just chuck someone on the side lane. Send them to go mindlessly push and then back away when they need to. Because it will pull Dynamo New Dawn apart.
Absolutely. It looks like that's exactly what Katompa is thinking right now. But Swain is going to match him in the top side. Katompa forced to go up there. Atakan is now spawned. Dynamo New Dawn taking their resets a little bit late. But it looks like JBF haven't quite set up for it yet. Mid-wave is going to have to be pushed in. Bot wave has been shoved in by Brock, trying to get an advantage everywhere to just try get some established vision and some waves in place for this very important Atakan here at Atomica. And I think both teams are really going to have to fight for this here. But that being said, do you leave the Jax in the top side? Do you give it up? Or do you actually take the fight?
I mean, they can leave the Jax in the top side. He has the TP. He's bringing the Olaf with them, which is such a key component of the way that Dynamo New Dawn can threaten the backline without literally just the entire team, as Katompa's now taking a positive trade against Brock the Brocking. He's actually going to find the counter-strike.
It's more than a positive trade because he's going down. Brock doing as much as possible. Katompa's going to fall to the final turret shot here, and Brock gets a solo kill for himself. And you've got to think, Dynamo New Dawn might just have enough now to get this Atakan.
Well, yeah, the threat on the side isn't there, but also this is, again, Dynamo New Dawn without the Olaf, with the way to deny it without the CC immune. They need to push the mid wave and then somehow find a way to regroup as a team. Galio and Volibear are currently split. Darker Basher is controlling the bush for them to group up, but it looks like they're just giving it up in trade with the tier 1. But Ziggs is now coming down. I think it's too late. Yeah, they just take it and get out. It's too late, and Ziggs could have got tier 1. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster for JB Finance.
It's an absolute disaster for JB Finance. Looks like Goranim's not finished either. Pulls him back in the satchel charge, pulling him away though. The hero's entrance coming in now, going to knock two up in the air. Ainz and Ron Wheatley trying to chase him down, but Darker Basher doesn't care. Solarfly coming in, and Ainz is going to get a shutdown, but he's going to fall down himself to Goranim. In comes the Jax, Counter-Strike landing. Goranim's now fighting in 1v1, but on the backside, Screamdo's falling down. W's onto the Jax to try escape, flashing over the wall. Katompa's in trouble now. Brock, extra flavor jumping into Jax. Counter-Strike available, but he's falling so low, and Goranim is on a killing spree, and down goes Katompa.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big counter-strike in the backline from Katompa, but it wasn't enough. It just brought a lot. It got a lot of summoner spells, but yeah, it wasn't enough. Goranim stays alive. He's able to keep going, and in the end, the split fight just didn't work for JB Finance as well as they probably thought it would. But I think that that's also a bit to do with the goal difference, on the carries. This Swain is 6-1, this Corki is 9-3. The damage they're able to deal in comparison when the engage finally lands, in comparison to someone like the Galio and the Ziggs, it's just such a night and day difference. And then that split fight, it was chaotic as it was, it just favoured Dynamo New Dawn in most ways. Even though Robbie Nater was caught, Goranim didn't fall. And he's able to carry on the help.
Unfortunately not for JB. It's not going to plan in this mid to late game, but looks like that will be Ocean Soul secured for Dynamo New Dawn. Such a big threat in this game now. The Swain is invested into this to this Medjai's. Will the dividends pay out in this late game? Sway now doing so much damage, but this Corky one to watch. But I've got to give a lot of credit here to Extra Flavor, doing such a good job of picking the targets appropriately, but also peeling in the right place.
Yeah, the Nature's Grass have been very good as Robbie Nater and Darker Basher trying to find a trade.
Able to walk out here, just not enough damage for JBF yet. Not with his Jax in your team fights. And although they're going to get this mid lane turret here, it looks like the rest of Dynamo New Dawn are hanging in the wings waiting for it. Gorinim steps up and the rest of JBF walk away. He's so scared. But Brock is now able to match this Jax Atomica. And you've got to wonder, is it going to be too late for JBF to come back into it?
Probably, yeah, to be honest. I think that this Swain with the Medjai's and double burn item is going to do so much against the front line that even if you manage to find the perfect team fight, if Gorinim can just get one tick of burn with his ultimate, I think that the fight very quickly starts to be lost. Just because you can't kill this Swain, or you have no real ways to kill this Swain without the Jax, and you've got your Jax on the side lane. So I think that this is just going to have to be a JB Finance. Just the way you win this game if you're JB Finance is very difficult to play. But you try and poke out Dynamo New Dawn as they do objectives, and you just send Jax or Volibear, whoever you want to, just to a side lane, just to go and get them to push towers. Preferably the Jax, because obviously the Volibear has the smite, but it can be either or because they both have sort of the same amount of threat on the side lane as Ain's potentially going to get caught out here.
No, Ain's in a difficult position. The Solar Flare coming out, but the Volibear using the Stormbringer to try escape, throws down the Sky Splitter, but Darker Basher isn't letting him go anywhere. The Ziggs Mega Inferno Bomb coming down, but Dynamo New Dawn do not care, setting up perfectly for this Baron, and JBF are in a world of trouble now, sending everyone into the lanes to try and push something, get an advantage, pull them off. But even said, it looks like Katompa's in a lot of trouble because Gorinim is not afraid to fight. Katompa doing so much damage, but the rest of his team is on his way. They pull him off the Baron. Katompa's doing everything he possibly can. Nevermore just hitting there. And it looks like Gorinim is going to get counter-strike by Katompa. He might fall soon, but a perfectly timed Q from the Swain. And Katompa does everything he can, pulls him off the Baron, but pays for it with his life.
Yeah, he does, and I think that that is the signs of the death bells of the Jax on the split, because if he can't 1v1 the Swain after managing to play around the ultimate from Swain perfectly, then I don't know what can help you in the side lane anymore. He has finished the Wit's End, which is a big spike for the Jax, especially with Lethal Temper. The extra attack speed is just crazy good, so you need to really... Oh, as Ron Wheatley.
Oh, no, Ron Wheatley, that is not where you want to be. In comes the Olaf, the Undertow hitting very nicely. Has another reset available. Nevermore pulling him back, and he's going to get finished off by the Olaf, slamming down that reckless swing. Extra Flavor now finds a beautiful pick of the screen door. The Nature's Grasp pulling him back into place. Robinator just going to slay down this Braum, and they go back to the Baron Atomica. JBF getting caught all over the map.
Yeah, and it was just... I understand what Ron Wheatley was going for. I just don't think that it needed to be him putting his body in the way. I think he could have just got away with the Wings of War. I think, or the Massive Wings, whatever the Galio Q is called. You could have got away with that to cancel the base. As Katompa, it's going to look to fight. And
yeah, there's so much damage coming out from the Olaf, but never mind, because the fight in the top side, Gorinim is still full HP, not even remotely afraid of Ando Bubbleman. Down goes the Volibear, Bubbleman falling as well, and Gorinim is now unstoppable in this game. They've completed the Baron of Dynamo New Dawn, and they're immediately going to move down, Elder spawning in a minute, take the resets, get it right. Jax is pushing the bot side, but he's going to be forced back here, and it's looking like this Elder may be the very last push of hope for JBF.
Yeah, I think you just throw everything you have at the Elder at this point. I think that the game, even though the gold lead was 7,000 now, it was only 3,000 before these picks, I believe. But it has just gone from bad to worse for JB Finance. You know, your Jax finds a very nice 1v1, a level down against the Olaf, but then your jungle and your AD carry get caught out in the mid lane and they die. And it's the worst time to die as well because you're fighting for vision control, you're fighting for control of the map. Just before the biggest buff in the game, the Elder Drake spawns, 10 seconds to go. As we see Eyes potentially caught out, and this is the worst time to get caught out.
Yeah, not what you want, Atomica. I'd get caught out. You said it yourself. The worst time for him to get caught out, and this bear has fallen down right before such a vital objective. Looking like this, Elder Drake will be handed over very nicely to Dynamo Nudon unless Bubbleman can pull off an incredible Mega Inferno Bomb and pull it away. But I don't think it's going to make a difference here because I think Dynamo Nudon are going to take this here as we see it being taken away. Brock now aware of that, going to force the fight Katompa. I think he will fall, will Katompa there, but he's going to get the kill onto Brock, and I think it means that this could be game very soon for Dynamo New Dawn. Gorinim just kind of walk up to Screamdo now. The tick doing so much damage. In comes the ultimate, popping that demonic ascension, and Screamdo's taking so much damage. He falls. Gorinim is godlike in this game on this Swain. 25 stacks in the Medjais. He has done a fantastic job of controlling this game, controlling the team fights. Dynamo New Dawn just walking it down this mid lane.
Oh, nice
Zenith falling out onto the Ziggs. Ziggs falling the satchel charge. It doesn't matter where it goes because Dynamo New Dawn are running down JBF here, and it looks like they're going to lose this first game, and Dynamo New Dawn have done such a good job in this mid to late game, Atomica.
Yeah, just a very nice controlled game from Dynamo New Dawn. Got a little bit frantic at times, but who doesn't have a little bit of a frantic game at points when you have a fragile gold lead like Dynamo New Dawn had? But they rallied together, they found the picks. Robbie Nater and Gorinim have been peeled for expertly by their frontliners, and they've been able to just dish out the damage as they see fit completely for free. And this JBF, they're doing one last stand here.
One last stand. In comes the Galliwart. It's a big engage, but it doesn't matter. The Olaf's on your back lane. He's immune to all your CC. He's fighting the Nexus. Darkabasha gets himself a kill. It's a double kill for Robbie Nater. And Dynamo New Dawn ending out the first game of this series with a fantastic victory.
Yeah, very well played by Dynamo New Dawn. I mean, what started out as a very rocky early game for the top side ended up being probably one of the most impactful, like 2-7 Olafs I've ever seen. Recognizing how to play the game from behind, pulling JBF apart, making sure that they couldn't utilize the advantage they gained for their Jax. And this allowed Gorinim and Robbie Nater to just free hit. And then when you get a Swain and a Corki that can just free hit together, it's not going to go well for you no matter your team composition. And JBF, I think, need to have a little think about their drafts, like a little bit on a little bit of a deeper level, and kind of generate something that can do a little bit more, because they felt very sort of not even strangled out of the game. They felt like they just strangled themselves out of the game with their draft.
Absolutely. Looking like Dynamo New Dawn did a fantastic job of executing their composition in that fight. They invested well and it looked like they came out on top in game one. But we'll see what game two holds for JBF. Can they make the comeback, or will Dynamo New Dawn just run away with it and win the series? Come back in 2 minutes and we'll find out.
Right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into game 2. Steve, Atomic, are you excited for this one?
I am indeed. I'm very excited. Game number 1 was a little bit of a banger. Game number 2 has potential to be another banger. It's all gonna go down. Game number 2.
I mean, already looking like game number 2 has some interesting bans here. Looking like the high midding are going to be taken away from JBF. Now, not something I've necessarily seen Ron Wheatley play so much from like Mastery and Solo Queue, nor have I seen maybe Bubbleman play it, but maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah, maybe they do. Maybe they've done their in-depth scouting and have spotted a Heimerdinger as a champ they don't want to play against. Who knows?
I mean, definitely one to watch. I mean, maybe it means Dynamo New Dawn are going to pick out a bit of a saucy pick in this top lane. Never mind, it's an on. The caster curse came in.
I love that. You were literally saying, you were so proud. You were like, oh yeah, it's going to be something special, something nice, something that's going to like excite us. It's just on slammed B1.
It's an on slammed B1. But it looks like JBF are going to reply with a Varus potentially being locked in here for R1. Now they're going to switch to the Jinx here. Now, is something that Bubbleman has probably played quite a lot. Definitely one of his favoured champions here. And I do think it'd be interesting to see if he can perform better on an actual genuine ADC rather than the Ziggs AP carry.
Yeah, I think that an actual AD carry is a lot better, and Seraphine is going to be paired alongside the Jinx. I will have to say that I believe Seraphine Jinx is quite a strong bot lane. I think Seraphine obviously has better pairings like an Ashe, but just to keep that Jinx alive, keep her empowered, and also the fact that Seraphine can build something like an Ardent Sensor does mean that Jinx is going to be buffed that little bit more.
Absolutely. I mean, you could say that Ornn is maybe going to pay out the pension for Dynamo New Dawn when he turns level 16. Maybe not swiftly. With the Yasuo being locked in for Dynamo New Dawn, I mean, really looking for the knockups here. That being said, locking the Yasuo into the Seraphine is quite an interesting pick, right, Atomica?
Yeah, it's a really interesting pick. The Wind Wall can completely block the Encore. And Nautilus as well, just giving Yasuo an easy time. It's a point-and-click airborne. So this is really setting up for this Yasuo. I'm not sure where this Yasuo could be going, whether it's to Robbie Nater in the bot lane for the Yasuo Nautilus combo, or whether it's an actual Yasuo mid lane for Goronim.
It's got to be for Goronim, right? I mean, not something I'm necessarily... I mean, we do know that Robbie Nater has played the Yasuo just from his profile, but I would be very surprised if we see this Yasuo being locked in to a Jinx bot lane. That being said, stranger things have happened. We're not sure what's going to happen here. Now, I would expect JBF here to maybe ban a Malphite away from Dynamo New Dawn, potentially. We could see it being a Malphite jungle. Definitely, obviously, got the buff from the 100% to 200% is W. That being said, there is other knockup champions that they could potentially play here, but it looks like Dynamo New Dawn are really, really trying everything possible to set up this Yasuo just for success as much as possible.
Yeah, indeed they are. They're really investing a lot into this Yasuo, so we will see whether Goronim or Robbie Nater, whoever opts to pilot this Yasuo, can repay the faith that is being shown in them with this draft. There's Ezreal and Alistair are banned out by JB Finance, and Mordekaiser and Poppy are banned out from the side of Dynamo New Dawn. Poppy, a very, very strong ban against someone
absolutely.
like the Yasuo.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just as I was about to say, Atomic, the Poppy is such a vital ban here for Dynamo New Dawn. Really well read to hope that JBF don't pick this here. Now, JBF do have potentially... What took the words out of my mouth as the pick it, the Wukong available. Now, something that can be used for both the disengage and the engage. Now, with the Seraphine diving into the backline, proccing the W, could be something that could become useful for them. However, looking like JBF are a little bit squishy on their side, I would expect to see quite a heavy tank in the top lane and just match his tank. But Dynamo New Dawn are going to match a long-range mage in the Seraphine with a long-range mage on the Vel'Koz, Atomica. What's your thoughts on this Vel'Koz?
I don't like Vel'Koz as a champion, but I think Vel'Koz here is really good. You notice that JBF are quite limited range, right? Like Seraphine doesn't have the greatest range. It's kind of it's kind of like a mid-range sort of champion. Same with the Jinx, same with the Morgana. So picking something like the Vel'Koz that can really abuse that with his long-range spells, and can really bully these picks. I think it's a very smart pick by Dynamo Nudon. And to round out the composition with Aatrox, that's an Ornn jungle, I would be inclined to say.
Is it not an Naut jungle and then Vel'Koz support? Maybe. Yasuo DC, for all I know. I'm not entirely sure. I think it's got to be an Ornn jungle, right?
I think it's an Ornn jungle with...
that is an Ornn jungle, but it looks like JBF are going to lock in a Shen here. I mean, we needed a bit more frontline, we needed a bit more tank, but that being said, it looks like JBF are still a little bit squishy. There's a lot of bruisers and a lot of tanks for Dynamo Nudon here. Now, whose composition is the easiest to execute here?
The easier one to execute, I think, is JB Finance. But, like, I think it's one of them where, like, if you were to give me, like, a neutral game state where you can't, like, I didn't have any nameplates, I'd say that, like, the JB Finance competition is a lot better. But I think Dynamo Nudon are really good at finding, like, a lead. Or, like, finding a lead in, like, on their own. So, like you saw, Brock was constantly hard camped. Robbie, Nata, and Darker Basher in that game managed to punish Bubbleman so extremely well. So, I think the JB Finance composition becomes so hard to deal with if this Yasuo or this Vel'Koz gets fed. So, it's one of those. It's rough. I think that the JB Finance composition is easier to pull off. I think that the Dynamo Nudon composition has a higher ceiling.
Absolutely.
And if they can reach that ceiling, then I think that they just do a lot better than JB Finance.
I really think it could be difficult for JBF to potentially win team. I mean, realistically, JBF have a very good front-to-back team fighting comp, right? I mean, the Shen Wukong, very good for the peel, great for engage as well. And the Seraphine and Jinx are so fantastic of just getting distance away from their front line, but also hitting onto the back line. And the Jinx rockets the extended, and if Jinx gets the excited passive procs as well, then it could be quite easy to execute. And that being said, as I said before, if the Wukong does manage to proc his E and then get onto the back line, Seraphine ult paired with that is a really good team fight to execute. That being said, I do think that Dynamo Nudon do have a very strong front line, and they do have quite some good wombo combos. I said it before, Atomic, they have the Ornn, the Yasuo. I mean, even the Vel'Koz has a knock-up as well. So, and that's completely disregarding the Naut here. But I do think that the one problem I have for Dynamo Nudon is whether they can actually reach this Jinx. And I do think that could be a struggle but it feels quite dependent on how Morgana and Seraphine can peel for this Jinx.
Yeah, and Morgana can peel quite well as well, right? Because, like, if Dynamo Nudon decide they want to throw everything into this Jinx, then she's just going to get black shielded. And you're kind of hoping that someone else gets hit alongside the Jinx rather than actually hitting the Jinx, if you get what I mean. Like, it's one of those where I think this Morgana pick is going to really be the make or break for JB Finance, because if this Black Shield can get insane value for this Jinx, I think that it becomes really difficult for Dynamo Nudon to navigate these team fights and to find the Jinx. Whereas if she doesn't get much value out of the Black Shield, then this Jinx is going to be under a lot of pressure and a lot of, and generally probably the most amount of pressure an AD carry's ever been under, with a Yasuo, Nautilus, Ornn, and Aatrox all like vying for your blood. It's so difficult to play the game as a Jinx, and your positioning has to be spot on.
Absolutely. I mean, it definitely does, but we can confirm where everything's going to go this game. So the Morgana is going to be in the mid lane, going to be handed over to Ron Wheatley, and the Seraphine Jinx will be paired in this bot lane. But I think the one thing I do want to talk about is how JBF overcome this mid to late game struggle that they had in the last game, and how they need to play their composition in order to be successful in this game compared to the last game.
Well, I think it's a lot different, right? Because their composition is playing a lot differently this game than game number one. Game number one, it was kind of protect the Ziggs that's going to try and poke you down. They didn't really ever do that. So I think there was only one team fight I remember where they properly executed it like that. So whereas this game, yeah, it's a bit different. It's get down, protect the Jinx, but Jinx is a much bigger threat and a bigger presence and can scale really, really well. So I think getting into the late game, I think honestly, JB Finance is just looking to play the top side of the map, really, because you've not really drafted like much for this Wukong to play around, right? Like, it's probably best for Wukong to look top rather than bot, because of the Shen Taunt and the Morgana Bind, that he can get kills and start using those kills to impact the map. So you kind of like drafted yourself to a point where, like, if this Wukong can get ahead, it's fine, and you can play this late game a lot easier. But if you go into the late game sort of even, maybe even a little bit behind, it's going to be so difficult for this Jinx to free hit, and that's where a lot of your damage is coming from, is this Jinx. But also as well, something that needs to be reminded about is the Wind Wall on Yasuo as well. That's such a good counter to some like a composition like this.
Absolutely, and I do think what's going to make the difference is how well JBF can position themselves in these team fights. Now, if they find themselves in a choke point, Dynamo and Udon have such a good composition that can essentially just burst down JBF, right? And I think if that kind of pretty much guarantee a win in the team fight. However, that being said, JBF do have a lot of long range here, so I do think it's going to rely a little bit on similar to how they kind of started the last game, but in terms of the Ziggs and trying to pick those team fights carefully. But that being said, I do think they can't sit back too much and they have to rely on maybe Ainz getting engaged. I do think what's going to rely a lot on winning these team fights, especially on objectives, is Ainz and Shen just really pairing together with the ultimates. The Stand United is going to have to be used perfectly timed, and then if Screamdog can hit a very nice encore, it could really change the direction of how these games are going to go. And I think if you can stop Extra Flavor from hitting the Ornhorn and just essentially just stop and force Robbie Nater's Wind Wall out early, then I really think this is how you could win team fights.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the make or breaker with a lot of these fights is, can they bait out Robbie Nater's Wind Wall early, yes or no?
Absolutely.
I think that's going to be the crux of every fight. If they can't, then JB Finance are going to be in for a world of hurt. But if Dynamo and Udon can play around the wind wall correctly and really well, then it's going to be one of those whereby it's so difficult for JB Finance and partners to actually interact with these fights that they're going to struggle. And
absolutely,
yeah.
There's an engage, looking like it's going to be an engage in the early game though. Jinx standing a little bit too close. He's going to spot it. The flash coming in from Dark Abasha. In goes a stun. Bubblegum going to flash beautifully over the other side of the wall. Doesn't have any other CC available. Nicely timed from the Seraphine. Screamdog going to force him away. That is going to be flash for flash, but that is a flashless Jinx here. And you've got to wonder if Extra Flavor is going to be now pathing towards his bot side, or whether he's going to maybe 3-camp gank, because you maybe want to capitalize on this Jinx with no flash.
Yeah, and as well, Dark Abasha does have the Hex Flash, so it's not even like it's a big investment for Dark Abasha to flash forward on that engage. And yeah, very nicely played by Dark Abasha, throwing the hook, managing to hit Bubbleman, and he also has that Glacial Augment rune, which is so awful to deal with. It slows you down, makes you just that bigger of a target because you're slowed. It's so awful to deal with as an AD carry. As being as squishy as you are against something like this Yasuo. Ooh, it's Dark Abasha almost got a nice Hex Flash to find a hook.
Yeah, but absolutely. Looking for an early game, but both junglers are pathing to opposite sides of the map here. Extra Flavor going to be pathing towards the top side, towards Brock here. Maybe try get him some sort of lead in this early game. Struggled a lot against Katompa earlier in this series against the Jacks, but looking like Ainz is going to be pathing towards his bot side here. I think he realises that if this Yasuo gets some sort of lead, could run away with the game. But the Yasuo has taken exhaust here, Atomica, so I think he's probably quite aware of how oppressive Jinx can be upon that reset of getting excited.
Yeah, and it's going to deny a lot of damage because, as we've both pointed out, that this Jinx is kind of a lot of this JB Finance's damage as Dark Basher. Going to get caught out, but and take a big chunk of damage. But Target Back, you are correct. Like on the exhaust point, that recognizing this Jinx's potential for damage and just taking the respectful summoner spell.
Absolutely. Looking at Brock, he's going to try it. Kill Katompa here. Katompa's going to be forced to flash away here. Already, Brock is trying to assert some dominance in his top side. Both top laners do not have flash available now. Extra Flavor is on his way up, so Katompa's maybe going to have to play a little bit safer if they're not aware, if JBF aren't aware of where this Wukong will be. Darkabash is going to land a beautifully timed dredge line onto Bubbleman here, but just going to be able to walk away. The zap not going to hit. Nicely dodged by Darkabasher there, and it looks like this bot lane is already a bit of a scrap here, but Wukong is pathing down here. Blue buff now done. The Scuttle Crab is available, but Darkabasher is going to spot him on the vision plant, and Brock already diving onto Katompa. Katompa could struggle and die here, taunts him, but it's not going to pull him in a tower, and Katompa's less than 10% HP and is going to be forced to back, and that's a big wave to lose out on Atomica.
Yeah, a massive, massive way to lose out on this Darkabasher and Robinator. Path away from a attempted gank by Irons, but yeah, this Aatrox, this is the average Aatrox Shen lane. Shen does get the early push thanks to the Q, but Aatrox, if he can get on top of you, land that Infernal Chains, it's a very difficult matchup for Shen to navigate. However, we do notice as well, again, the items. Brock the Brocking has opted for a Doran Shield for the healing, whereas Katompa has opted for the Doran's Blade, so it's going to be a lot more aggressive, or look to be a lot more aggressive, which we are seeing now on screen.
We're seeing, but there's so much damage still from this Aatrox. That third Q just pushing down onto Katompa, doing so much damage. The Darking Blade is just an incredible ability if you can land it, but it looks like there's a taunt going to be land onto this Aatrox here. Shadow Dash immediately being thrown out upon any availability, but Darkabash are doing the same thing, throwing out that dredge line the second it's up. Bubbleman's in a difficult position though, standing next to the wall, just going to miss the Yasuo Steel Tempest there, and it doesn't look like anything's going to come of that, but that may be Drake here for Dynamo New Dawn.
Yeah, I think it is. Extra Flavors on the right side of the map. Irons has been spotted out on a ward. They know they can commit to this Drake and not particularly have much to be contested on. Yeah, and that's the power of the Yasuo Windwall, right? Is that, I mean, look at that, it just denies a route there, and Bubbleman's forced to put himself into such precarious positions to try and deal with the fact that there is a Windwall denying him all of his auto attacks. And it's just so difficult to position like that. And you need to try and find ways to bait it out. But it seems like Robinator's just tanking all poke that's being thrown his way and is only utilizing the Windwall on engages that he or Darkabash are set up. And that's causing this to be such a difficult lane for Bubblemen on Screamdo to try and find some poke in.
Yeah, I mean, JBF are really getting choked out in this bot side. Irons is going to be spotted by Gorname here, sitting nice and deep in JBF's jungle. Just try deny this on from something as they took the dragon here. Bot lane is looking like a pretty standard just farm lane here, really. Iron's going to try to do something in the top side here. Brock is stepping up a little bit close. Katompa isn't going to land the taunt just yet, though. Brock is going to be forced to use that World Ender, just get a little bit of Musu, try to move away here. Ron Weedley getting a deep ward into the enemy jungle, and Katompa is doing a really good job now of bringing himself back into this top lane. And with the grub spawning in a minute, I really think what could happen is we see how well this early game progresses, as both teams might look for a fight. But speaking of looking for fights, Darkabasher is landing that dredge line anytime it's up Atomica, and he's not afraid to keep throwing it out.
Yeah, not afraid to use it at all. Just constantly looking for engages, recognizing that the Glacial Open can hold someone in place for this extra second that is enough time to bring like a Yasuo round or the Ornn round. But yeah, you're right. Just Darkabasher constantly looking for fights every time it's up. The dreadline's being thrown out, and Ron Weedley is going to get caught out. Nice Black Shield to deny the airborne. But yeah, it's this Nautilus is providing so much pressure. And again, It's gonna
Again,
land.
Darkabash landing it, and in comes the Yasuo. The last breath going to be used onto Screen Door, but Darkabash is not falling. No, Jinx is now getting excited. The exhaust going onto Bubbleman, and Screen Door is going to try poke him away. Lands a nicely timed root, and here comes the Shen now. Stand United going to be used. Katompa's not going to actually land the root. The second Q from the Yasuo Steel Tempest going to knock up Bubbleman there, but that is going to be a kill handed over to Jinx, and nicely played there by JBF.
Yeah, very nicely played by Bubbleman and Screamdo. Darkabasher landing the Dredge line, but didn't want to stay exactly where he was, and he gets picked off as Robinator
Oh, and he's in trouble now as well, and he's going in! And he didn't need to Atomica because that is going to be his second kill handed over to this Jinx.
Yep, and all the CS lead that Robinator, has just got is just disintegrated now, the gold lead from that, as both kills go into the pocket of Bubbleman on the Jinx. And Katompa is potentially caught here on the wrong side.
Katompa might be caught as well. It's a knock-up. It's another knock-up. It's knock-up central. In comes the Lifeform Disintegration Ray. The kill is going to be handed over to this Aatrox. And Dynamo and Neutron find themselves on the board. Will opt to try and pick up the grubs here as well. And just when you thought Katompa was doing a really good job of slowly getting himself back into this game, crawling his way back, Brock shuts him down with the rest of his team.
Yeah, and the kill going on to this Aatrox is terrible news for Katompa, because now he has to deal with the errors of his ways, as Darkabasher is going to get rooted up.
Talk about errors here, Atomica. The Encore throwing it down onto this Nautilus, and Darkabasher finding himself in a precarious position there, tries getting some sort of vision, but unfortunately he can't step up that close when this Jinx has such a big lead now. That is now 3 kills on this Jinx. Robinator's been forced under his tower, and there's a monkey on his way because Robinator could be in a difficult position here. Ein's not afraid to try and look for a dive, and that's exactly what they're going to do here. Second Q of Last Breath available. In comes a knocker from Eins. He's going to ult onto Eins. Eins is going to fall down. Robinator's doing a really good job as getting the second kill. Bubbleman's now on a rampage, but it's an execute on the tower.
Oh, yeah, that's big. That's a big execute to give over as well. But 4 kills onto this Jinx. I don't think Eins minds taking the 1-for-1 for there. Manages to pick up the kill, give the kill to Bubbleman while falling himself. It's just a weirdly executed dive, because Robinator does have that wind wall, makes any dive that you play awkward. They did try and bait it out, but I think Bubbleman actually accidentally took tower aggro by attacking the tower with rockets, and the splash damage landed onto Robinator, as we're seeing a big engage in the top lane.
Yeah, Brock using the World Ender onto Katompa, trying to land the Qs, and the second Q lands. The Darkin Blade takes down Katompa, and it looks like it stepped up a little bit too close. The Spirit's Refuge wasn't enough to block enough damage there, and Aatrox has now picked up a second kill. Katompa falling behind, and just when you thought that Brock was the lesser of the two in the first game, he's getting his revenge in this second game, and that is going to be Drake now handed over.
Yeah, Drake to the side down nude on a look. It looks like JB Finance are looking to contest this Drake.
Not sure if they can hear Atomica, because it looks like they're stepping up, but it's going to be very reliant on whether this Ornhorn can hit. He does hit it, but he's going to smite it away. His Eins, nicely done. Last breath onto from Robinator to Bubbleman, but Bubbleman is getting so much CC. Really nicely timed Encore. Stand United, and the rest of Dynamo don't come in to try and do something here, and unfortunately it's not going to be enough, because it's a quadra kill for Eins.
Where did this Wukong just get 4 kills from? Like that team fight was so scrappy. I understand, but I think I understand what Dynamo Dome were trying there. But I think Robinator just had to go on the Ornhorn by just waiting that extra second and greeding to try and help with the Drake. It cost him that precious time, and Ron Wheatley was able to move down, position himself more towards the bot where Bubbleman and Screamdo was, allowed him to get those chains onto these chains of corruption onto, I believe, actually, I don't think I got that name completely wrong, but doesn't matter. The Morgana ultimate onto the Yasuo. The Yasuo then got stunned up. There you go, thank you, Soul Shackles. Thank you. Right, you got the Soul Shackles onto the Yasuo. The Yasuo stunned up, and then Gorinim found himself stuck in the pit, just way too close to his targets as Brocken taking a few auto attacks for fun. But yeah, found himself too close to the enemy targets, and then the rest was history. The double encore by Screamdo was perfect, and it led to just a quadra kill for this Wukong, who now has got that Triforce, got those plated steel caps, and this Wukong and this Jinx now both just as scary as each other.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it there yourself. They're just as scary as each other now. That is an item completed for either side. And Ainz asserting his dominance in this game now. And it's completely switched here in this game with Atomica. Just when Dynamo and Neutron were the dominant force in the spot lane last game, and Katompa was a dominant force in this last game, it looks like JBF have switched roles here a little bit. And they're trying to do the best they can to do anything here. But Screamdo and Bubbleman are going to be forced to play a little bit passively here, because although this Yasuo is a little bit behind, still incredibly strong here if they land their CC. And I really think what's going to turn the tides here is what they do for this next objective in 1 minute 50, because this Herald is spawning.
Yeah. I think that you have to fight for both teams, because I think the Herald can be a massive way back into the game for Dynamo New Dawn, especially if we can just find one of these scrappy fights. However, Yasuo still hasn't finished his Kraken Slayer.
Well, it could be in trouble here, though. Atomica, the encore hits, but beautifully timed wind wall. The second Q from the Steel Tempest going to knock up the rest of them. In comes the Jinx Rocket, going to miss. Beautifully timed flash from Darker Basher, and that is exactly where the wind wall comes into play, Atomica. Exactly what you were talking about. But Ainz has noticed Robinator stepping a little too close. In comes the exhaust. The hook coming in from Darker Basher, beautifully timed. Extra Flavor's here now to join the party. Down goes Robinator. Extra Flavor might not have enough damage here, because Ainz is going to walk away with his support, and it's a 1-for-1 in the bot lane, and beautifully timed dredge line by this Nautilus.
Yeah, that was a wonderful dredge line. Dragged the Jinx under tower, and I'm pretty sure that as he dragged the Jinx under tower, he went through her traps. So the damage from the traps meant that the tower actually started aggroing onto the Jinx, which meant that, yes, I believe it was the Ornn Extra Flavor picked up the kill thanks to the Bellows Breath, but it was still a kill nonetheless onto that very fed Jinx. And this Jinx positioning so far, it's not been great. And this is a great sort of source of inspiration for the side of Dynamo New Dawn, because if you can continually catch out this Jinx like Dark Bash has been doing with these dreadlines, then it's going to make these fights so much more easier. But even though the Jinx was dead, the 4 kills onto Wukong, rearing its ugly head, managing to pick off Robinator, who did use that last breath to engage onto him as he was airborne. But we're seeing a big fight.
In comes the life on disintegration here, though. A big fight indeed. Down, Seraphine falling to such low HP now. Brocky's going to do so much damage. Goes in with a World's Ender. The Q landing the Darking Blade, knocking him up. And it looks like Dynamo and New Dawn aren't out of this game yet, just yet. Atomica looking to fight anything possible. Katompa is fighting this on. Darker Basher landing it beautifully from time Dredgeline. Katompa in a lot of trouble here. Going to flash away. Picks up the plant, try and get anything away. He's going to pick up the kill onto the Ornn. But down goes Katompa, and he's going to stop the Herald, but he replies with the kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wonderful play. It's a brilliant play by Katompa, flashing towards the bush, towards the berries, so he can use them to gain some health. Gives him time to play around his cooldowns. He then gets the shield from the Twilight Assault and the extra damage as well, and that means the extra flavor falls as well, which means that you can't turn directly onto this Herald. You don't have the smite, and the rest of JB Finance are up, and they're all their Fed members, but also more importantly, they had their smite there as well, so they couldn't commit to the Herald. And now Ainz is looking to punish that, as it looks to be just a trade of objectives. JB Finance happy to trade the Herald for the Hextech Drake.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to be fighting for the Drake here, But Screamdoor's not willing to give this up so easily. Ron Wheatley's hanging in the wings. But I think with the 4 members here now for this Dragon, I do think they may have to give this up here at JBF. TP coming in now. Dredgeline hooking onto the wall. Robin Ater is sat in the Drake pit by himself. Going to land a nicely timed Q. Onhorn going to miss though. In comes the Encore. Hits onto Extra Flavor. Extra Flavor going to knock up the Wukong. Life on disintegration. We're going to be using Katompa. Katompa's now going to fall. Drake is still up. Ainz is doing everything he can in the backline. But the Dragon's going to be handed over to this on here. Screamdoor now falling low. There's Aatrox is doing so much damage. It's now a double kill for Gordon. Gordon going to flash in. But that's not what you want to flash into. There's another reset onto this Jinx. And Bullman's doing so much damage here. Brock is now falling so low. But in comes Brock. Doing everything he can to take down this Jinx. Jinx gets another kill. Beautifully timed kiting here from Jinx. And Bubbleman might do everything he can to get a kill. And he gets another kill as well. Ron Wheatley steals away the quadra kill. But beautifully played here from Jinx.
Yeah, a wonderful, wonderful show of kiting from Bubbleman. Constantly playing, weaving in and out of ranges, managing to flash away from the knockup that certainly would have killed him at such low HP from Goronim, and Goronim recognizing he just flashed forward a little bit too aggressively, a little bit too hastily, gets killed, gives Jinx another reset, and then very shortly, Robbie Nater followed. Actually, I don't even think he flashed away from the airborne. I think he just managed to use his Get Excited speed to get away, and then actually flashed away from Robbie Nater. Meanwhile, laying down the auto attacks, picks up the second kill, and so well played from this Jinx. This Jinx was just perfect positioning all fight. Now has been rewarded with a direct upgrade to Infinity Edge, which means she's going to be pumping out even more damage next fight. And if her next item is Lord Dominic's, this is going to be one scary, scary Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, already quite a scary player in this game is Bullman, doing so well to kite. We wanted to see him on this ADC. We wanted to see him off the AP carry, really show his skills in this game, and that's exactly what he's doing here at Atomic. I mean, we can look at the gold lead now as well. 2,000 gold difference. This Yasuo now 1 and 5. Really struggling to get into this game now. Atomica doesn't do any damage. Gets into the backline with the last breath. The knockups, this team comp was designed to play around this Yasuo. Brock doing what he can to get into the backline, really being the show again in this team. But unfortunately, this Yasuo not doing any damage here. And you've got to wonder, will Robin A to be able to get himself back into this game?
It's the 110 power spike. He's got to reach it.
The 1 in 10 power spike, indeed.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. But in comes the Onhorn. He's going to miss it again. Katompa taunting him. In comes Brock now. Here is the threat. 90 time knockup. And there's the one more combo you want to see. Katompa, the last standing member. But he goes down as well. And it looks like Dynamo and New Dawn have found their way back into this game.
That was wonderful. I don't know who it was 100% who managed to find all 3 on the knockup. It might have been a mix.
It was Robbie Nater with his second skill Tempest.
Was it Robbie Nater? Oh, that's a wonderful triple knockup from Robbie Nater there, setting himself up. He's telling his team, nah, don't worry about me. I can set myself up. Don't worry about me. And then next minute, the Life Form Disintegration Wave just came through with the follow-up, just pumping out the damage with each burst of the ray. And it was just such a nicely played fight. You know, Brock the Brocking had such a nice flank, forced JBF into such a weird choke point for them that they got hit by that Q2 Steel Tempest, and it was just over from there. Such a nice last breath held.
Oh, it's not over though, because it looks like JBF are going to try to reply here with something. Ron Wheatley picking up a kill, and the Astitan is going to go over to Ainz. He stole a second objective in this game, and Dynamo New Dawn found their way back into this game, but unfortunately, JBF replied with no, but it doesn't matter because Gordon doing so much damage on life on this integration ray. Extra Flavor now going to dash in, searing charge straight into the wall, nicely dodges the zap, but Jinx is going to get excited, gets the turret now, but Gordon might save his life here, and he might just do that exactly because lands a really nicely timed Q, Plasma Fission, but Jinx has shut down this on, and this game is a battle.
It's just a bloodbath. Both teams don't want to give up. Both teams don't want to fight it. But then it's also overextension from one side, then leads to overextension from the other. You saw it there at its finest. Dynamo New Dawn, I don't even believe they took a single base. They just walked straight to Atakan, got completely shredded by the objective, had no resistances, and then next when Ron Wheatley comes in, picks up 2, and as they retreat out, Ainz picks up the objective steal, as I believe Extra Flavor just walked out of range of the smite, and it was a freebie. It was just given over to JB Finance on a platter. And now the momentum of the game, despite the gold lead being in the favor of Dynamo Noodle, and you have to say all momentum and all tempo in this game is on the side of JB Finance.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is. The momentum is in their favor now. They're going to struggle to get back into this game with Dynamo New Dawn if they do not play their team fights correctly. Looking like JBF is doing a really good job of doing exactly what we wanted them to do. Doing a fantastic job of peeling, but it doesn't matter because Katompa can't peel anywhere against this Aatrox. Doing everything he can, try to escape, flashes over the wall, but in comes the flash from Brock be Brocking. But Katompa, nicely timed, figures out exactly where Brock might be, and this Aatrox, I tell you what, Atomica, is one scary Aatrox.
Yeah, that's the Spear of Surgeon Sundered Sky. The healing on that champion is ridiculous as it seems as JB Finance pick up the Drake. There it is, just showing that the tempo is on the side of them. They pick up the objective.
Robinator.
Oh, he's caught, isn't he?
Yeah. He's caught indeed, and Bubbleman's going to pick up another kill. Unfortunately, that's not what you want. We have Baron spawning in just under 2 minutes now, and the Yasuo, 2 items completed, but they've got to be very careful of not being caught out in these difficult positions, Tomica.
Yeah, it just is, isn't it? Yeah, and it's Robinator on the Yasuo. The player that Dynamo Noodle basically drafting the entire composition around being caught as Bubbleman actually just almost dies randomly in the mid lane. Okay.
And that kind of came out of nowhere, but I mean, I guess that's the power of a Vel'Koz.
Yeah, Vel'Koz just turns around and says, "Your life is no more. We will disintegrate it. Thank you very much."
I mean, I guess that's one thing to discuss in this game, right? Is that although it is looking a little bit difficult for Dynamo New Dawn to do something in this game, if Goronim can really just keep himself safe and have the peel, we've seen the damage that he does with the combo. Lands the Plasma Vision, the Void Rift comes into play, knocks him up, disrupts some of the tectonic disruption, and the Life from Disintegration Ray does so much damage, especially we saw the Wombo combo, right? It is a little bit harder to execute Dynamo New Dawn's composition, but that being said, when they have executed in these team fights, it pretty much wipes the entirety of JBF.
Yeah, JBF have no real way to counteract this because you can stand United all you want, but the Life on Disintegration Ray deals true damage. As the Dredgeline's coming in, actually.
In comes the Yasuo, though. Encore, nicely timed. Not going to manage to land the Windwall just yet. Windwall's kind of in the middle of nowhere. The Ornhorn finally going to hit, and Brock gets a kill onto Bubbleman. Does so much damage, but it looks like on the backside, and he's doing everything he possibly can. Dives into Goronim. Ornhorn might take him out here just about. Does exactly that as Brock lands a second Q again. And this Aatrox is not letting it go down this easy.
Yeah, no, Brock the Brocking has had a absolute stellar game number 2, especially in comparison to game number 1. Been night and day difference in terms of his impact. But it's just, again, he just understands his role so well on this Aatrox. He's on the back line. He is not giving Screamdo and Bubbleman the breathing room. It was a very nice collapse, though, initiated by Dark Abasha. That last breath holding the Jinx in place and the Encore and Cyclone combination to deny a Wind Wall was really, really smart from the side of JB Finance. However, it wasn't enough. Robinator still managed to get out the Wind Wall, which meant that the fight that Bullman couldn't kite back like how he could in the last fight. And then, because he had to try and play around that Wind Wall, he was forced to step up, forced to stay ahead of this Wind Wall, and it put him in such a precarious position that Brock the Brocking could just walk in, walk at them, and kill them. And then, on the other side, Ainz managed to disrupt the Lifeform Disintegration Rate alongside Katompa, but then they just got kited out, and it was unfortunate for them. But yeah, they got kited out and completely isolated, killed, and now Dynamo New Dawn has taken back the gold lead, and I would honestly say they've now got all the tempo in the world. They can look maybe towards this Baron or this Hextech Drake that's spawning in 1:30.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see the goal difference now really just slowly pulling back for Dynamo New Dawn. Yasuo not that significantly behind as before, but this Aatrox is so incredibly far ahead of Tomica. And it is looking like the Shen is struggling to compete with him, struggling to match him in this game. But the Jinx has now finished their LDR, Atomic. You wanted exactly to see that happen. This is now 1-1 scary Jinx. And just as that happens, it's looking like Dynamo New Dawn are going to maybe try set up for this Baron, maybe try get some vision, because they know JBF are playing a little bit more on the back foot now, especially with these waves shoved in.
Yeah, and this Jinx, one reset and that can be a complete team fight changer. She will shred anyone and everyone as the taunt does land onto the Brocking. Katompa getting out a ton of damage.
Katompa, it might be in trouble though, and in comes Scream to try to do something. They've got to be careful if Dynamo New Dawn do not want to fight in these choke points, especially with that Encore available to use. All ultimates are up for both teams, and both teams are going to be playing quite safely, try to play around these objectives that are spawning soon or have spawned. Baron is available, and it looks like just trying to get some sort of establishment. They know the dragon is up, going to look for it now. Maybe Brock, can Brock and Extra Flavor do something here? Hovering in the wings, Gornum's going to be spotted out by the Seraphine now, and I really do think that they're going to be careful here, because Ainz is not being careful, pulls himself in there, the Ornhorn coming in, Ainz not falling solo, Encore going to hit, Ainz goes down, Yasuo gets the kill, but Darkabasha falls down as well, and Brock getting kited so incredibly hard by this Jinx, and this Jinx, the LDR, exactly what you wanted to happen, Atomica, because just when you thought Dynamo New Dawn had the pick, had exactly what they wanted, this Jinx runs away with it.
Yeah, there was a big airborne, and I don't think I saw the last breath. Yeah, the last breath isn't on cooldown. The last breath wasn't used. I think that actually it was Ainz who managed to keep that Yasuo CC'd, locked down, and that big airborne, that 2-3-man airborne, couldn't be capitalized on with the last breath, which meant that the team fight just went so much smoothly. Oh, it's so much more smooth for JB Finance there. They pick themselves up the Drake, they find themselves on Soul Point, and that's a massive, massive fight. And once again, JB Finance take control of this game, and for the first time in a long, long while, they take the gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's looking quite difficult now for Dynamo New Dawn, with this Jinx being so incredibly strong. If they can get onto where they want to be, then it looks like they might struggle in these team fights. But Baron is now up. There's going to be a team fight very, very soon. But there's some ultimates on cooldown. Vital Ultimate World Ender will be up soon. But this Vel'Koz sitting bot side does have TP available. The rest of JBF sitting in this top side, now looking for this dragon, this Baron. But this Jinx has become one scary champion to deal with. But Katompa is not letting Jinx out of his sight here, sitting deeply on Jinx to try to do everything to peel for him, because this Baron could completely change the tide of this game. Can JBF establish vision? Can they make the pick beforehand? Because it's looking like they're trying to do exactly that, Atomica.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up, try and play around the vision that they have. But like you were saying, Katompa is just sat on top of this Jinx. This Jinx is so scary. But also, I'd like to point out who is scary now is Goronim on this Vel'Koz. If the threat of the Wukong and the Shen, or the Stand United onto the Wukong onto the backline, is nullified, that was just one ability landed onto Screamdo, who is one of the more squishy members of JB Finance. But it shows how much damage this death cap has given this Vel'Koz. This Vel'Koz now is such a beast for Dynamo New Dawn that even though you can see the big CC chain and the hold him in place, it's the Vel'Koz that's slamming it down. He's going to provide all the damage, and if he can get a nice free team fight, this Vel'Koz is going to cause serious issues. It's the battle of who can carry harder. Is it going to be the Jinx, or is it going to be this Vel'Koz?
Yeah, absolutely. I really think it's going to be difficult to keep Goronim away from the front line that wants to get onto this Vel'Koz here. I mean, you said it yourself, Atomica. If they can disable this Wukong from getting onto him, but that's a big if. And I really think it looks like JBF have established exactly what they need to do here. Just try and shove in the waves, trying to make sure they play around this engage. Baron is still up. Neither team looking to take it just yet. Doesn't want to quite take the risk. Brock's going to try step up to deny vision here, but just relying on Goronim to try get some poke off here. And neither team's going to engage. Who's going to bite the bullet first? Who's going to really just assure they're the dominant team? It's looking like neither one wants to jump in yet, Atomica. And it's kind of just a fight to see who can control the waves at the moment.
Yep, they're opting to play around the waves rather than fight each other. Both teams are too scared to pull the trigger because I think they want the other team to use a key ability such as this Ornhorn or the depth charge from the Nautilus, like that, something like that, or the Encore from the Seraphine. We're seeing now there's the life on disintegration rag.
That's no life on disintegration rate used. Ornhong now going down. Katompa's going to fall. But in the backline, Brock is trying to do everything possible to fight the rest of the members of JBF. But JBF are just coming onto them. But this Aatrox is so incredibly strong here. And it's looking like Bubbleman is going to do everything he possibly can to bring JBF into this fight. And this is an absolute massacre here.
It's 2 for 2. You felt like there was a lot more going on the screen, but the fights were just so separate. The fights, they were just so disjointed. Damage wasn't going down onto really anyone. I think the only time I saw coherent damage was onto Katompa, who found himself just too far forward on that shed with very little backup. And now Bubbleman going to get pulled back in. Brock looking for extra damage, but
Brock gets rooted in place though. He might fall here because this Jinx rocket travels very far, and he does indeed. Gets rooted in the wrong place. Ron Wheatley doing a very incredibly good job of just finding the right picks and peeling for this Jinx. We need to give credit here. Not even died this game, Atomica.
Yeah, and again, a stark difference. Just like Brock, the Brocking, a stark difference from game number 1 for Ron Wheatley, who on the Galio had a little bit of issues trying to impact the game. You saw some good heroic entrances, but this game, the Soul Shackles from this Morgana and also the Black Shields have just been so clutch the entire game. And now this Jinx has got a Guardian's Angel, which means that she's going to be even harder to kill than before. And, you know, you can argue now, though, Robbie Nater, 3 items, Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer, Immortal Shield Bow, but more importantly, has reached that 10 death power spike. So now this Yasuo's got to deal extra damage for 0 reason. Yeah. As they actually picked up the Drake.
They picked up the Drake, yeah, but it's a very valid point, is that the Yasuo has now 3 items. I mean, Dynamo and Udon do have quite a high, heavy scaling late game composition. This Jinx is extremely strong, but this Yasuo, now 3 items. We see the Vel'Koz also on 3 items, looking to complete that Zhonya's as well really soon. But Baron is up, and it looks like, unfortunately, Dynamo and Udon aren't going to be able to fight this one. JBF do this extremely fast here, just going to hand it over. Brock going to walk into vision here. You need to be careful, my friend. You are split from the rest of your team, and JBF know they can get the Baron free and just take the backs. Oh, but it's going to be stopped. This Ron Wheatley. Nicely done here. Going to dodge it. The World Ender going to be used to try and catch up to Ron Wheatley. Soul Shackle's being used, but he's not going to stun him just yet, and he does exactly that. Goranim going to try and land it. The life on this integration grade being used. Ornhorn being used as well, but that is one member down with no Baron, and maybe that's the way Dynamo and Udon need to come back into this game, make the picks where they need to, wait till they overextend, and unfortunately Ron Wheatley stayed a little bit too long.
That is so heartbreaking to be your first death of the game. That is absolutely heartbreaking, but yeah, Ron Wheatley, like you said, just stayed that little extra second too long and got caught out. And it's nice to see Dynamo and Udon just unafraid to unapologetically dump 3 ultimates to try and pick off the Morgana, recognizing that, yes, these ultimates are very strong. However, what's stronger for us right now in this game state? It's finding that pick. And now they now have to deal with 4 Barons rather than 5.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're soaking up the waves here, not afraid to just donate this over to Goranim here. Try get him as many items as possible. The Zhonya's is complete now. Does still have 10 stacks in the Stark Seal. Not quite invested yet into the Magi's, but then just happy to soak up this pressure here, soak up the waves. I said it Atomica earlier, they do have quite a heavy scaling composition, and it might get to a point soon. All these nearly level 16 upgraded items are obviously on the way, and it could get to a point soon where they get really strong. But Darkabash are going to try charge in here. It's a lot of damage onto Darkabash, but it's also a lot of damage onto Screamdo as well. And is there a way back into this game for Dynamo and Udon?
Yes, I believe there is. I don't think they're that far out of the game, if I'm being honest. This Baron power play from the side of JB Finance, it's not it's not really providing much. It's just allowing them to seize that a little bit better. They've picked off the tier 2 in the mid lane, but that's all they've got so far. Dynamo Nudon have been doing an expert job of defending at the moment, and the taunt's going to land by Katompa, but I just think it's a wet noodle fight. Actually, is it? There's Brock in
No, well, then has been procced though. Brock's actually unfortunately been forced to use the ultimate. Katompa's going to keep fighting. Taunts under tower, takes so many tower shots, going to get dragged in again. And Katompa's just getting hit with everything. Redemption being thrown down. But Ainz is on his way, and Brock may fall here. Ainz going to jump onto Gorinim now as well. Encore being used. Really nicely timed Zhonya's, but unfortunately, you're not going anywhere, my friend. Ainz jumps immediately onto him, and that is not where you want to be.
No, that's not, and that's big. The Vel'Koz, the long-range damage is down, which means that these Baroned-up cannons are going to be a major, major issue for Dynamo Nudon, but for some reason they do walk under tower. Thank you, Cannon AI. The Ornhorn's going to hit. It's going to land onto 3, but it's not going to be followed up with a last breath. And, yeah,
Nothing can happen. Can't do anything. What can they do at this moment in time? Atomic Robinator trying to make something happen. Katompa is just tanking this damage though. He's not afraid to just step up. Has a Thorn Mail, so much armor. Has the plate to steel caps too. And JBF are doing everything they can to try close out this game, but they're not able to do anything just yet. Going to take the resets. It is sole point for both teams, ladies and gentlemen. 40 seconds on this dragon. This Hextech Soul completely transforms how this game goes. Atomica, do you think JBF succeed, or you think Dynamo Nudon just steal it?
I think, based on what everything's going on, I think that this will be JBF picking up the Hextech Soul, just because Ainz has managed to steal 2 objectives so far this game, let alone the series. However, this Wukong has been such an issue. Yes, all the kills are going to the Jinx, and it makes this Jinx look like an incredible player, but you can't disrespect the amount of work this Wukong is putting in for the side of JB Finance. We're seeing now both teams start posturing as aggressive as they can be.
Yeah.
This fight's got to be
Look
big.
at the start of the Drake though, Atomica. JB Finance, you said it yourself, looking to try close it out and get this Drake as soon as possible. Ainz has stolen 2 dragons here, but Dynamo Nudon know they need to fight. It is going to be Drake handed over, but it looks like Dynamo Nudon want to fight even with this Hextech Soul now. Ornhorn going to hit now onto Ron Weedley, but it doesn't make a difference. That is 1 extra ultimate down, and JBF aren't going to look to fight though, Atomica. Just going to walk away with the dragon and say thank you very much.
Yeah, very interesting from Dynamo Nudon to not really look heavily for a contest. I think it was only Darker Basher who was really pumped up and like ready for the fight. The rest of the team were kind of humming and ahhing about it. They obviously knew that the repercussions if they failed the fight was that they lost the game, and they probably were just asking themselves, do we really want to throw the game over this Hextech Soul fight? But now you've given, a team that JB Finance has, the Morgana and the Morgana W, the Seraphine Q, all of these ways for them to poke the zap from the Jinx and all these ways to proc this Hextech Soul, and you've given it to them basically for free. It's a very awkward scenario for them because yes, if you lose the Drake fight, you lose the game. But do you want to give such a strong soul over for free? Obviously, that is to be decided. I personally don't think that that's worth. However, I do understand why they didn't fight it, but I personally don't think it was the correct decision. I think that they should have fought it and just kind of flipped the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like there's going to be no flipping here on this Baron, though. I think there's just going to be a free Baron here for JBF. There's members of Dynamo Nudon trying to make something happen. Screamed out, falls below half HP. Encore going to be his completely opposite way. Failed completely. The Zonya's going to be used by Ron Weedley, but Ron Weedley's going to fall to Gorinim. And it looks like Dynamo Nudon might just have a sliver of hope in this game, Atomica, because they're not afraid to keep stepping up. Bubbleman doing everything he can to do as much damage as possible, though. In comes the stun. Nice knock up on Zagorinim, though. Zagorinim forced to flat to Zonya's now. Ainz doing everything here. Robinator going to jump down the line. Onto Screamjaw, but Bubbleman just takes him down immediately. And it looks like Dynamo Nudon going to be forced to retreat. And that's Baron.
Yep, and that is a big fight for both sides. Dynamo Nudon, big fight because he has to pick up a couple shutdowns. The Brocking looks like he's going to be winning the 1v1. Actually, is he? No, he's not.
He doesn't. Katompa gets a solo kill.
I mean, I understand the Aatrox didn't hit the sweet spot on the Qs there, but Katompa with that Titanic Hydra wins the 1v1. So an even, what was an even fight with even outcomes in the top side actually just turns into a massive win for the side of JB Finance, and now they inherit a just under 10,000 gold lead, and the Baron Nashor as well. This has to be the push that ends the game. I don't think Dynamo Nudon have much left in the tank, despite the scaling and the Ornn item. Sorry, and yeah, and it's been going out this game. JB Finance have looked very solid with this Jinx, with a more traditional AD carry, and if they manage to seal out the win here, it's something you want to see them do a bit more often.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're doing a fantastic job of executing their comp. You said it yourself, Tomica, a much easier composition to execute here. Dynamo New Dawn have tried to draft around the Yasuo, but the Yasuo is just not able to perform the way he wants to perform here, and JBF are looking to close down this game, maybe actually make more use of the Baron play. You said it in the first time they got it, didn't make as much use as the one or two before, but can Dynamo New Dawn stall? Can they wait for this Elder Drake? It feels like this might be their last potential chance of getting back into this game. 2 minutes on that now. Ornhorn's going to be used. Brockby Rocker's going to try to do anything he can. That's a big knock-up, but Last Breath isn't going to be used, Atomica, and Robbie Nater doesn't use it.
Yeah, no, I don't know why. That was such a big moment to use the Last Breath. You can Last Breath and then use the Wind Wall, because Bullerman was on the opposite side. You could isolate the targets, and now...
No Wind Wall available. Encore missing, though.
Yeah, Encore going wide, and it's just the Siege, and they're just using this Baroned Up Cannon. And Gorinim is just on the opposite side. He's forced to try and deal with the Shen, and it doesn't even matter. Baroned Up Cannon's got to take the tower, and then the inhib will follow. This is not looking good for Dynamo New Dawn. They need to do something. They can't just let it bleed out like this.
They really can't. But it looks like JBF aren't afraid to just destroy their base. Gorinim is trying to hit every single ability possible, and even though these plasma fissions are doing a lot of damage, they're only hitting Screamdo, but Screamdo has so much healing, and unfortunately they can't get onto this Jinx so far. Jinx Rocket's just destroying their base, pushing in the waves, and although Extra Flame is just tanking damage here, it's looking like it might be a little bit too late here to do something for Dynamo New Dawn. Ornhorn is back up and available. It's going to require a big wombo combo, but Elder Dragon spawns in 50 seconds, Atomica, and it might just be the last bullet. They might need to shoot for it and just try anything to get this, because if they do, it really could change it, but they just have no setup for it.
No, nothing at all. No vision, no anything. And Darker Basher's even on base to try and refill the wards. The blocking is forced onto wave clear duty, and this is why the taking of the inhibitors is so crucial from the side of JB Finance, is the fact that now Dynamo New Dawn on this contest are on a complete timer, as Katampa's potentially caught out.
Katompa is caught out, but he's tanked so much damage. In comes so many abilities, so many resources used by Dynamo New Dawn, and it takes down absolutely no one. Jinx Rocket going to be nicely thrown away by the Wind Wall. Encore hits onto two members, and it looks like JBF may be in a bit of trouble here, but no one is on this Jinx. Katompa's now on the backline. Robbie Ace is going to fall to Katompa, and Jinx powers through Dynamo New Dawn, and that is going to be game here, Atomica. It's 1-for-1 in the series. JBF pulling one back, and unfortunately, Dynamo New Dawn take a hit too deep to the heart, and Dynamo New Dawn are going to lose the second game, and JBF are bringing back this series.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by JB Finance. That Wukong pick with the Shen was just ridiculous. A free Stand United essentially onto the backline. Didn't think I saw that Stand United really. I think I only saw it used once on the Jinx, and that was to actually continue a winning fight anyway. So yeah, a very well played team fight composition from JB Finance. Dynamo New Dawn, I think, just disrespecting their opponents too much with that Yasuo bot pick, and then Robbie Data rightfully being punished for that, and with a terrible KDA. And yeah, I think that Dynamo New Dawn just completely disrespecting their opponents and rightfully punished.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are tied for 1-1 in this series, ladies and gentlemen. It's gone to a game 3. Can JBF reverse sweep this game, or will Dynamo New Dawn break their hearts and stop them getting their first win in this series? Both teams badly need a win in this league so far. Neither team been able to win this series. Both teams have won games now. And Atomica, do you think JBF reverse sweep it, or do you think Dynamo New Dawn do it?
I'm not too sure because both sides have provided really positive accounts of themselves today. I think that JBF, if they find a composition like game number 2, bit hard to, but if they can find something like that, then I think they're in for a very good chance. But the same with Dynamo New Dawn, if they can find a little bit of a composition like game number 1, whereby in which Robbie Nader can kind of just sit on the back line and really be able to pump out that damage, I think that they'll also be in for a good chance as well. And with this game, both teams have recognised, I think, that their best quality is when it's the 5v5. So we might see 2 teamfight compositions for game number 3, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. I mean, Bubbleman did such a good job of kiting perfectly. No one could get onto him. Screamdo and Ron Wheatley doing everything they possibly can to sit on top of Jinx. The Black Shield came so incredibly useful and so clutch throughout every single team fight. And unfortunately, it didn't look like they could do anything, Dynamo New Dawn. And I'm thinking it could be a banger of a game. I always promise you bangers, and Atomica, we always deliver, don't we?
We absolutely do. We absolutely do.
So I think we're going to pretty much go straight into game 3, unless there's any sort of breaks here. But I believe we're just going to go straight into a game if the teams are ready here. But let us know what you think in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win. There's a lot of love for JB Finance here. JB fighting, everyone loving the JB Finance, getting some love here. And there's a lot of faith for Atomica.
Is there a lot of faith in the reverse sweep?
There's a lot of faith in JBF to get a win here, and look, they're getting some love here. Stocks are definitely going up indeed. It was not just me, okay? Everyone's saying it in the chat. The finance puns are ready, all right? Everyone's saying it, okay? Give me a break here, all right?
No.
Give me a break.
No. No, you don't.
Investments paying off, absolutely. Investments are paying off. I might not be here by the end of this game. I might have been executed by Atomica, guys. He's leaving right now. He's leaving. You've ruined him, unfortunately. You've ruined him. But no, I mean, I really would like to see JBF kind of just do the same thing, really. Draft the comp where they can kind of fight front to back. In that game specifically, said it in the beginning that they're a very good composition of fighting front to back, and if they execute it well, they can win the games. And that's kind of what they did. They fought front to back, and no one could get onto Bullman in that game.
And just to let people know what's going on, the teams are just getting ready to start the next draft. We should be hopefully going into it soon. Atomica has had to dip for a very brief moment, so I will cover while he's gone.
Oh, what's your thoughts on the game, Gablet? How did you think that went?
Oh, it's good to see
Carnage.
JB Finance winning that one, because it would have been heartbreaking if after that early game they'd lost. I will say, I think they need a bit more confidence in themselves, because they had that game. Absolutely. They probably could have finished that a good 15 minutes earlier if they'd had the confidence to push in and rely on their own skills. So we'll have to see how they do it this game. I think they had the right idea. It seems like playing around their AD carry seems to work well for them, so I'd expect to see something very similar coming out again. So Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think they just need to draft how they wanted to, really, in that last game. Just continue the same draft, fight front to back, pick comfort, really. I mean, when you get to this stage in the game, like, meta matters, but also I really do think comfort matters a lot more. Sometimes drafting something that's better for the meta doesn't necessarily matter unless it's better for you.
Yes, exactly. You definitely... people focus way too hard on the meta. It's always much better to just lock in the comfort, lock in something you and your team have played. Also, just because if you have played a champion that you don't see very often, let's say take Singed for example, if you play Singed a lot and your team plays with Singed a lot, it's very unlikely anyone else has seen a team play coordinated around a Singed or knows what to do against it. It gives you such a big advantage, people just underestimate it.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, I mean, you said it yourself, people underestimate it when people don't pick meta. And I do think that sometimes literally works in your favor, right? I mean, we've seen it before in other series when there's been some crazy picks. I mean, we saw when Trockler picked the Garen, I believe it was. It's something that no one really expected. I mean, Garen definitely a strong champion, but not particularly meta, really. I mean, that game, it didn't necessarily do much in the late game, but the Ornn, again, slowly coming into the meta, but not particularly a top meta jungler currently. Now, obviously, they get the jungle buffs, but I think these slightly off meta picks can really make a difference in games. And I would like to see something a bit spicy in this last game, Gab. I think both teams have potential to do it. I mean, the Yasuo bot lane was definitely a spicy pick.
It was.
But I want to see something spicy again.
Yes, definitely. That would be very fun to see. I think we might see a change up in bans as well if the teams are really focusing in on how each other plays. I would not be surprised if we actually saw some more bot lane bans coming out just to neuter that play towards the AD carry that JB Finance have done last game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of like OTPs banned really that we always see. I mean, Katompa's not managed to get his Renekton yet, and you know, Extra Flavor consistently getting that Sejuani banned away. But that being said, I mean, it could come up, it could still be banned. We're not sure yet. I do think we'll be getting into draft really, really soon. But let us know what you think. What do you want to see in this game? I would love to see something spicy. If you could please your casters and the 20 other people watching the stream, we would love it. So let us know what you think in the chat. Let us know who you think's going to win this game. Are we going to see a reverse sweep? Gablet, do you have faith in JB Finance, or do you think Dynamo and Udon are going to break their hearts?
Tell you what, if JB Finance lock in a comp like the last game, I think they can do it.
Me too. We are into draft now, ladies and gentlemen. You see the Sejuani banned away. I mentioned it earlier if they'll give it over to Dynamo New Dawn, but unfortunately Extra Flavor doesn't get his Sejuani. Maybe one day we'll get it. We're not sure. Immediately Dynamo New Dawn going to reply with a Trundle getting banned away. Looking like the same similar bans so far. Nothing definitely being changed. Both teams seem quite comfortable with that. Again, that's another one from the first two games. Syndra being banned away from Dynamo New Dawn. Definitely a champion that Goranim loves to play. A champion who's played a lot similar to the Vel'Koz, and we've seen how good he is on comfort picks. Another one being banned away from Dynamo New Dawn is the Kog'Maw. Now, I know Bubbleman is proficient on ADCs, but in traditional ones, but I wouldn't necessarily say Kog'Maw's a strongish champion right now, right, Gab?
So, yeah, we saw this last game as well. But it is the classic build my comp around the AD carry. So I'm not too surprised to see it banned, especially when you have things like the Lulu that will still be up. You definitely don't want them just locking a Lulu cog in and building that cog death wall. I'm not sure realistically whether it makes sense for them to be banning something like the Trundle still. But there we go. Okay.
Annie being locked in, B1 for JB Finance. I mean, It is a flex pick, could be used. Screamdo could play it for all we know, but the likelihood is probably Ron Wheatley going to be picking this up here. I mean, did really, really well on that more facilitator champion in the last game in the Morgana, rather than the sort of one-shot idea that we see with Annie. But it's an interesting pick to lock it in B1. But Dynamo Nudon going to reply with a Lux here. Now, Darkabasha, definitely more of a engagey style support. So I would probably expect to see maybe Goronim getting this in the mid lane. Definitely something he's played in the past. So again, I mean, talk to me about that matchup, Gab. What do you think?
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup. We'll have to see how much both of them have played for it. We'd expect to see the Lux basically getting a lot more of that lane pressure, especially early on. Because the Annie, she doesn't have the mana to really allow her to effectively continually trade with this Lux, whereas the Lux has a lot more AoE spells that she can throw, hit both the wave and the Annie, use her passive to get that extra damage. However, in terms of kill threat, assuming that there is a jungler locked in that will pair well with the Annie, they could have a lot of kill threat. Zac doesn't bring that much damage. They are going to struggle to get a kill on this Lux.
I mean, if you wanted some sort of facilitator to essentially really put the pressure on, I mean, Lux is quite an immobile mid laner, so I guess that's maybe where the Zac comes into play. Now, against the Jarvan, it's not necessarily a bad matchup per se, and it's very good for counter ganking in this regard, but you kind of said it yourself, Gab, if you really want to just shut down this Lux, not necessarily where you're going to get the damage from, but speaking of damage, it looks like JBF are really trying to pick that sort of wombo combo team this game. I mean, the Misfortune being locked into play, is that necessarily what they want to do, or do they really need to just go for the front to back like they did last game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel about this, considering the front to back, or even just the funnel everything into the AD carry was how they won the last game. Swapping up your comp and playstyle completely, that's a bit of a gamble. We'll have to see how that goes for them. Meanwhile, on D&D's side, they've locked in Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you see the Zac, I mean, very tanky. I mean, we still have JBF to potentially lock in their support, so it could be quite, and their top laner. The Zac could be top lane for all we know. But, I mean, JBF could essentially just lock in a tank top lane. I mean, and a Sion's still available, and then Ezreal is just never going to get through this Sion. But that being said, we're getting into the second round of bans. Dynamo Nudon going to ban away the Rel. So clearly just assuming that Darkabasha is going to probably opt for those more prominent engagers that we see. But still wanting to ban it away a Lulu. I mean, it was banned last series as well. Clearly not a fan of the Lulu. But JB fan again going to ban out the Poppy. I mean, I feel like you need to ban out the Poppy when you pick the Zac on your team.
Yeah, I mean, the Lulu's also just a good ban. It's so good when you've got something that can engage very easily, like a Zac. Then you just get a Lulu ult into it. It's even if the fact of, like, if you try and knock up the Misfortune, Lulu ult can cancel the knock up. It provides so much value just in a protective support.
Looks like Dynamo Nudon are opting for a very heavy poke long range comp. We see another mage being locked in here with a lot of distance between them and JBF. The Mel being locked in now.
This is interesting.
This is now probably going to be a Mel mid lane, right?
Now both of these champions can go mid lane and both of these champions can go support. You would tend to see the Mel more often in the mid lane, but they do have that flexibility depending on which player is more comfortable with which one and how those matchups go. I think either of these champions will do completely fine into that bot lane. Neither of them is particularly unhappy with that, so it's really
into the Annie. It's not a bad matchup for either champion, right? Like either way, it's a good matchup regardless, or it's a skill-based matchup, I guess, to a degree.
I think it's just you choose which one your mid laner prefers against the Annie, and that's probably how you do this.
I mean, the Renekton's locked in. We talked about it earlier. We talked about it in this draft. Oh, it's not looking. It's Ambessa strange. Never mind. Wow, okay. I mean, the Renekton was available for Katompa. Definitely a champion we know he plays quite a lot. I mean, Ambessa. I mean, Gablet, you know my feelings on Ambessa. I think I know your feelings on Ambessa as well.
Yeah.
Despise the champion, but just champion seems rather busted. But it
Kled,
looks like
that's
they're going to
fun.
reply in the top lane with the Kled. I mean, I wanted something spicy. The Kled is somewhat spicy. I'll give you that one, alright? I mean, Kled's such a fun champion. I mean, that is a matchup that's going to be one to watch in that top lane. And Bessa wanting to consistently fight, proc the passive as much as possible, but Kled just incredibly hard to 1v1 with the pressure of Skal coming back up whenever it's kind of close to being available again. So let us know what you think in the chat, guys. Let us know who you think wins this draft. I mean, personally speaking, I think JB Finance, I've kind of drafted quite a hard comp to execute. I mean, it's very wombo combo gab, I think. Dynamo New Dawn have kind of picked that heavy poke comp, but it is really a front to back composition in a sense. I mean, the Ezreal pick now makes a lot of sense with the Zac, right? They've not locked in a tank of JBF. The only tank they've really got is the Zac, so this Ezreal isn't really going to struggle getting through their front line. And if they can avoid the sort of wombo combo from JBF, then I think Dynamo New Dawn can kind of just push through the same way JBF did in the last game. Let me know what do you think, Gabby? Who do you think wins this draft?
So, this draft is very dependent on the teams playing, both of them. JB Finance and Partner have locked in a much easier comp to execute on. However, if I was to choose one of these two sides that I would prefer to be on, I would prefer to be on Dynamo New Dawn's side. The champions tend to have a lot more agency over themselves. You've got things like the Ezreal that's going to be able to kite for itself, the Mel that's going to be able to protect itself. Lux, I think, is generally just quite underrated. Her shield is absolutely amazing. As long as you know you're good at hitting skill shots on your own team. And as long as Jarvan and Kled aren't too gung-ho about just running forwards and getting themselves killed, D&D should be able to win any sort of poke war, should be able to disengage fairly effectively using the Jarvan and the Kled. They should be able to take this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you said it yourself. It may be slightly easier to execute, but also it's very reliant on them actually wombo comboing well. The last game, Dynamo New Dawn had a similar draft, right? Very good at wombo comboing, but at the same time, it's so hard to execute those in fights when you're quite split. And you mentioned there, Gab, how Dynamo New Dawn have such a good disengage, but that makes it so much more difficult for JBF to do something. If Annie doesn't have Flash Tibbers available, and Zac just misses the jump, because again, it is quite hard. The slingshot is quite hard to miss at times, and quite hard to hit, especially when you have a champion like Ezreal. The Mel can block it with I guess the reflect. I guess just stops the knock up. I'm assuming I'm not seeing that interaction yet, but Dynamo New Dawn can kind of just completely counteract how JBF want to play.
Yeah, something that an interaction that we could see this game that I don't know is how does Zac Q interact with Mel Reflect?
I believe it's the set. If she reflects the first Q, then it won't hook onto her. If the first Q hits and she tries reflecting on the second Q auto, then it doesn't make a difference. I think it still pulls her in.
Yeah, I was expecting it wouldn't make any difference on the second one. I was curious as to whether she could reflect the first one, then auto-attack something and bop Zac against it. Because in theory, that's how the ability should work, but it would be cool to see if it's possible.
Hard to pull off. Yeah, it would, but it'd be very hard to pull off, I feel.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for the teams to be ready to start. They're taking a little time. Oh, there we go. And okay, so we're getting into the actual picks now. So it'll be about 4 minutes or so probably until the actual we're into game and we're able to go. Interestingly, we can now confirm it is Lux mid Mel support.
I mean, either or, really. You said it yourself. It's not necessarily important to see what happens in that, really, because it's a good matchup for both. I mean, we mentioned earlier, Goranim is a player of, is a definitely more proficient Lux, I guess, per se. Has played it a fair bit in solo queue, so I'm not surprised to see that be the case.
Yeah, I think it also makes sense with when they already saw the Annie, locking in the Lux straight away would imply it's what they were picking for mid lane, or that was their first thought for a mid lane counter. So yeah, I think that makes complete sense. Lux is also a champion that thrives really well if she can get the gold. Mel, with her stacks, tends to not be quite as gold dependent, although still pretty gold dependent.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's going to make a difference this game is I do think it's going to be a game of essentially spam ganking as much as possible for both junglers here. I mean, both junglers, both playing champions that very much rely on that, especially in the early game, really. I mean, the slingshot from Zac kind of creates a lot of new angles for Ainz. I mean, and Ainz did a very good job of getting onto that back line, but also I do think that DND are going to have to really just try play for kind of their bot lane this game, right? I mean, the Kled kind of will more than likely have an advantage in this top lane and probably will bully the Ambessa, which Ambessa wants to do. But I think if Jarvan can kind of play around the Zac in a sense of trying to counter gank where he needs to and be where he needs to be, I do think that it's going to rely a lot on the junglers this game.
Yeah. We can't see the runes and things because we're in the game. We're just adding our competitive integrity pause for you all, so it'll be another few minutes before we go in and start up the game. But there's some interesting choices we can point out, such as we've got first strike on the Misfortune, so just going to try and poke a little bit to get some extra gold. Potentially that's going to be, using the Make It Rain to, well, make it rain and get some more gold. On the other side, both the Lux and the Mel taking Comet.
The analysis on that one, Gab.
Yeah, taking me back to times when Baron is good. Yeah, we see Lux and Mel both taking Comet. Comet versus Airy. I mean, the Comet does a bit more damage. Airy, you can, if you're trading a lot, will end up doing a little bit more, but generally Comet's going to be more for your late game, more burst, so not too surprised with that. And then a lot of Conquerors. The rest of their champions have gone Conqueror. Any thoughts on Conqueror?
I mean, it makes sense on, I guess, Kled specifically. I mean, you're going to kind of be in these prolonged team fights to proc it. The Jarvan in a similar scenario, but I wouldn't necessarily say there's much more difference really in kind of what else they could pick or anything that would be slightly more advantageous in that sense. So I think the rune choices are pretty substandard from what I'd expect, but the Ezreal taking it is going interesting when I'm not necessarily like one to play Ezreal at all, so I couldn't really comment on who I think wins that. What I think he should take instead. I guess the only other option you'd take is probably press the attack.
Yeah, I think there's actually a lot of things you can weirdly take with Ezreal, which people don't tend to think of. So yeah, press the attack is the other very classical one. Technically, you can go lethal tempo. It's a bit of a weird one, but if you don't really build any attack speed in yourself to any of your items and you just go full AD and you go lethal tempo with it, because you already stack attack speed by hitting your abilities, you can actually still get a lot of attack speed out of the lethal tempo. Not many people do this. It's not that great of an idea, but it's something you can do. If you want to go a bit more of the bursty, you could always go Electrocute, or you could go something like Dark Harvest. Always possibilities. I mean, Conqueror is just the default go-to because it's something that, you're going to hit abilities and autos in between each other. You're going to stack it up. So it's really not surprising.
The one thing I want to comment on is kind of the Janna pick, right? Screamdo, I think it's an incredible pick just because I feel like it counters pretty much majority of engages that Dynamo and Udon want to execute, right? The Jarvan EQ, the Janna ult can block it. The Janna Q can also block anything from the Kled and also from the Jarvan as well. I think it's a very clever pick, and I think if Screamdo executes it well, it really will just change how teamfights go in general.
Yeah,
But both teams are kind of, well, I said that looks like no, then never mind. I thought they were going to go for an invade there, but Dynamo and Udon decided to opt against it. JBF just going to do the standard line of scrimmage there, looking for a ward just in the enemy jungle, just try establish the vision early to see where they're starting in this game. But
I think
I
it's
believe we've got Atomica
interesting.
back.
It's interesting they didn't go for a invade because Dynamo Dawn definitely have by far the stronger level 1 team. It's not even close. Nowhere near close. I mean, you've got Ezreal, you've got Jarvan who can take flag and give everyone a ton of attack speed. You've got a Lux that's going to provide some sort of CC to stop them getting away. Like, there's nothing on the other team that can compare. But if Atomica's back, I'll pass it back over to both of you.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Atomica. We're just discussing this team fights, but I mean, JBF have opted for a slightly more different composition to how they played last game. Maybe it's a slightly less front to back combo, more sort of wombo combo. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on the change in play style.
I don't like it. I think you've just come off the back of playing a really solid 5v5 teamfight composition. I think you just aim for something a bit like that again. But I guess you can argue that the kind of the basis is there. You know, you've got Ron Wheatley on a more facilitating mid laner, was on the Morgana game 2. Now he's on the Annie. You have Katompa on something in the top lane that can duel, that can find the picks or work to help peel for his AD carry. And then you got Ainz on the engaging jungler, and then Screamdo on the enchanter with Bubblemen on that hitting AD carry. So that's something that the basis is all there, sort of. It's just a little bit harder to execute than game number 2, which I'm not a big fan of because I don't think they have as many tools as what they had last game to really help Bubblemen be protected. Whereas on the side of Dynamo New Dawn, I think their team comp is really strong, as we're seeing the bot lane already, the poke coming in from the Mel and Ezreal. I think they just have so much as Brock. Actually, Brock DeBrocky up that level up, allowing him to tank that Q2 from Ambessa. But yeah, I think that Dynamo New Dawn, as much simpler as their composition is to execute, I'm thankful that they're finally respecting JB Finance and they're picking some like actual characters for their positions. As Brad the Brocking
It's going in already, and it's falling solo. Katompa forced to flash away though. Brocken nearly picking up a kill there in the top lane, already looking a little bit spicy, but Jarvan is on his way. Extra Flavor has recognized it in a difficult position. Katompa's going to go in, that's first blood. Extra Flavor flashing in with the EQ, and Katompa's likely going to fall here. Does exactly that, but that is a solo kill in the top lane, Atomica.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive for Ambessa, right? Like this Kled, with Kled, you really want to be going forwards as the heals coming through for Robbie Nate. He misses the W. Zach looking for an engage. He's got to cancel that.
Doesn't charge that far in the early game, unfortunately, for Ainz, and Ainz just forced to back away here. He's spotted on a ward. But I mean, Extra Flavors here again, Atomica. Katompa's realised this, not hasn't realised this just yet though, and Brocky Brocken nearly has Scarl available again, has exactly that. Doesn't actually really need the Jarvan, and Extra Flavors back again with another spam gang, and Katompa's fallen.
Yep, can't really argue with what Extra Flavor's doing. He's doing exactly what you want to do on Jarvan. That is take your camps and then look to gank as many times as possible before you have to take your reset. He's got to go and grab that Scuttle Crab. Katompa did TP back, and he's lost, so he's going to lose a lot as Brock DeBrocking forces this wave in. And the big thing about that gank is the fact that the Kled actually picks up the kill, which means that Extra Flavor got the kill on the first gank, technically. And then on the second gank, gives over the kill to Brock DeBrocking, which means that the gold is now going to impact both the lane and the game. So really smart management by Dynamo New Dawn there to give the kill to Brock DeBrocking for the second gank, because now that gold is going to be impacting at least the top lane, which means that Extra Flavor doesn't have to spend as much time there, but also the game because Extra Flavor picks up the kill on the first gank.
Yeah. Brock do be brocking in the top lane, and I think Extra Flavor is kind of playing around his top laner really well this game. I mean, we've seen how dominant a Kled can be once he kind of gets a lead, really, and I do think that's kind of what Extra Flavor seems to be focusing on here in this top lane. Bot lane, kind of just a poke lane essentially. You said it yourself, and that's kind of what Darkabash and Robinator are trying to do here. The Mel and the Ezreal just going to be kind of difficult to deal with really for Bubbleman and Screamdoor. But I do think the one important comment I'd made to Gablet was that I think a lot of these team fights and a lot of these kind of counter engages are going to solely rely on how Screamdoor plays them, right? I mean, if the Monsoon can be used effectively and if the Howling Gale can be used effectively, you can kind of just deny the entirety of Dynamo New Dawn's engages.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it is going to be a lot of...
in comes a Zaklo. The deflect isn't going to be used for anything. The rebuttal doesn't make a difference. Ainz picks up a kill, and Jarvan's going to be forced to walk away from the Dragon Atomica. Does have passive still available to Zac, but Woman's taking a lot of damage. In goes Extra Flavor, but Ainz jumps in as well with a slingshot. Does still have passive available, as I mentioned before. Robinator's trying to land as much damage as possible. In comes a nice ability.
It's a kill.
That's a kill for Robinator. Still has Q available. Barrier going to be forced to be used. Robinator surviving with a slither of health there. And it's a 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, and it probably could have been more for Robinator, but he was just spell slinging as best he could. But yeah, Darkabasher caught out. Didn't realise that Ainz was going to be there as we see it engaging the top lane from Brock to Brock.
The fight in the top lane, Katompa's fighting Brock be Brocking, and he's going to just kill him just before the public execution lands. Brock be Brocking lands another kill onto Mbessa, and this is what I mentioned. The Kled is so fantastic at these fights. Once these prolonged fights, procs the Conqueror, and unfortunately for Brock be Brocking, whenever that Scarl comes back up, there's no way back into the team fight. And even when Katompa tries landing the public execution, doesn't make a difference. But we'll talk about that later because Ainz going in again, landing the slingshot, and just he lands a slingshot, pulls together the stretching strikes, pulling them in, and Ainz doing a really, really good job of finding these brilliant angles to just jump onto Dynamo New Dawn where they don't expect it.
Yeah, Dynamo New Dawn obviously aren't warding as effectively against the Zac. He's finding these pockets of vision to Elastic Slingshot from, and it's really catching out Dynamo New Dawn in this bot side, especially Darkabasher. I think he's been caught out twice now by a flying glue. As we see again, Darkabasher gonna get pulled in.
Yeah, Darkabash getting pulled in again by the stretching strikes. You mentioned it just as you said it, Atomica. These really brilliant little play pockets of vision that Ainz keeps finding. And as he's doing that, he's just playing around the fact that they have no potential ability to escape from it. Robinator does have the Arcane Shift, but unfortunately, this Mel isn't able to use a rebuttal to deflect anything. And Ainz is doing such a good job of trying to get his lane, his bot lane ahead. And Ezreal's forced to Arcade Shift away. There's a fight in the mid lane. Lux is going to be using the final spark. And there's still fighting going on, Atomica, because Mbessa is on Extra Flavor here. And it's carnage in this game. Bubbleman's falling solo now as well. The grubs are being fought for. The public execution landing beautifully onto Extra Flavor. Extra Flavor picks up a grub, and Extra Flavor pays for his life nearly as the Q lands from Ron Weedley. Ron Weedley landing that disintegrate, and Katompa's not finished. Tibbers goes down. Brock be Brocking nicely timing the flash to escape it, but beautifully played by Katompa.
Yeah, he even picks up the Void Grub, which means now that all 3 Void Grubs go to the side of JBF. And that is a massive, massive pickup for this team because you want to be pressuring the sides with Mbessa when you can and trying to match with the Kled and not giving the Kled access to Void Grubs.
Comes the Kled Atomica onto Ron Wheatley, lands the Q, Darkabasher finishes him off with a radiant volley, and he's 1 HP, Atomica. What do we do? This is the power of the Kled though, right? The charge comes up, especially with a team comp like Dynamo New Dawn have. They're such long range. You can get someone onto the back line, and then you just push from your back line, and it becomes so difficult to avoid. And if they can keep performing like that, Dynamo New Dawn, it could be quite difficult to avoid. But Bubbleman needs to be careful here. The Solar Snare lands, and Darkabasher picks up another kill. But it's not over, Atomica, because here comes Katompa. Katompa tried doing something beautifully timed solo snare here. Robbie Native lands the True Shot barrage, but Darkabash and Robbie Native trying to do everything they can to fight him here. Scream goes now to try help. This Janna doesn't do much though, and it's a really nice time Monsoon, but unfortunately Katompa does so much damage, and he just lands an auto attack onto him here, and that's a double kill for this Ambessa. And just when you thought Dynamo New Dawn were out of it, JBF come back and do something else.
Yeah, and Katompa really like utilizing the fact he had time on the map, and just goes bot lane as if he's the jungler. And Ainz as well, very nicely done. He's come up, he has covered the top lane for Katompa as he found the roam. But you have to say, Darkabash picking up that kill is not fantastic. He probably would have preferred it onto your Ezreal so you can leave him in lane that little bit longer, being able to spell sling that little bit more. But you know, a kill is a kill at the end of the day. It goes to the Mel. We did see in the first series between Dangerous Game and oh my gosh, I've forgotten the name. It's literally was just in my mind and then I've lost it. I will find it. Give me a moment. But we saw in the last game, the Lobster Spicy. There you go. We saw leaving kills can actually mean that they get a trade of kills, right? So it was kind of one of those where at least the kill was secured, and even though it didn't go to the optimal target, Mel is still not a bad person. Katompa's actually being pulled in.
Katompa is being pulled in. Brocken is not afraid to just charge him down. Lands the bear trap on a rope. The pocket pistol pulls him back. Maybe, but Katompa's not going to be able to fight him here. Doing everything he can. The cunning sweep being used when Brocken lands a killing spree. But in the mid lane, there's a solo kill Atomic and the light binding. And the final spark lands. And Lux takes down Annie. Ron Weedley is now losing this mid lane matchup.
Oh, that's a nice last
There's another fight though. Oh my lord. It's a beautiful slingshot. In comes the Misfortune, and the Misfortune does land, but it's just an absolute massacre, and this is carnage all over the map.
Yeah, that elastic slingshot was beautiful from Ainz to set up the double airborne into the bullet time. Bubbleman just shredding through, despite the fact he's gone first strike, he's going the Bloodthirster build, so I think the more crit orientated build. But still, that bullet time shredded through the health bars of Extra Flavor and Robbie Nater. They both only just managing to get out thanks to the arcane shift for Robbie Nater and the flag and drag from Extra Flavor. But he only lasted on 1 HP, was fallen by the smite. Ainz, who has been playing this game so far so perfect, and it is so difficult now to deal with this Zac with the sort of team that Dynamo New Dawn have got. You know, they don't have really that much consistent damage only from the Kled, but the Kled is currently locked in a fierce battle with Katompa in the top lane. Yes, he's a level down, and they're actually going to find him. Cataclysm
They're going to find him again. The Cataclysm goes down. The public execution trying to try escape, but he's locked in place within those walls. And unfortunately, Katompa goes down. Extra Flavor and Brocken doing such a good job of combining together and picking up the kills.
Yeah, very nicely worked by Extra Flavor and Brock to Brocking, picking up the kill onto Katompa. This Ambessa is going to feel very, very weak, even though she has 3 kills. As the elastic slingshot, it's going to be looked in the mid lane.
It's going to be using the mid lane, and in comes the strikes, landing beautifully. Goronim is going to get knocked up, and beautifully played Let's Bounce there, and just denies the Lux from finishing off the Annie with a final spark. And Ainz is doing all the job all over the map, Atomica.
It isn't, but the charge is coming down in the mid lane.
The charger comes in, Tibbers goes in, Ainz tries to do anything to save the day. Extra Flavor now trying to help out as well. Going to tank 2 tower shots here. Slingshot goes in, but he's not able to get anywhere onto the Jarvan. And this Kled is trying to reply every single time Ainz does something.
Yeah, and Kled's doing really well on finding these kills. You know, he's moved mid twice now, and that's twice they've got a kill onto the Annie thanks to the roam. But the collapse on the bot lane from Ainz and Screamdo right now.
It's coming in. In comes the Zac yet again. Smashes them together. Darkabash is going to fall. Bubbleman picks up the kill. The ultimate comes down. But Robbie Nater is going to fall as well. And Ainz is doing the work.
Yeah, I mean, that was all on vision as well. So Robbie Nater and Darker Basher just caught a little bit with their pants down at this bot lane, trying to put pressure onto this Misfortune under tower, but it wasn't enough. They got caught out and they were punished for it. And that's really well played by Irons and Screamdo just to flank around the Monsoon to push Robbie Nater and Darker Basher away as well. Made sure that they both would fall. As Brock DeBrocky now takes up the mantle of the bot lane, as both the teams now are looking to turn their attention to this Herald.
Yeah, the Herald has now spawned as well. Both teams, as you mentioned them, are looking to turn their attention towards it. 1-for-1 on the Drake, so goal difference isn't even that significant at this point in the game. There's leads all over the map. Zach significantly far ahead now of the Jarvan, but the Kled is doing so much work in these and almost 2 items now, Atomica. When it gets to this point, the Kled is 2 items. Will Bubbleman and Screamdo be able to kind of cement themselves in place and lock themselves away from this Kled, or will Brock be Brocking just be charging through their backline?
I think Brock DeBrocky will just be charging through their backline because you want Irons and Katompa to be diving onto the backline, causing as much disruption as possible for Dynamo New Dawn. But I think that's kind of like the greatest advantage of Dynamo New Dawn's composition is that these sorts of chaotic fights, they can all they both can just their team they can deal with that. They're fine to be fighting either on their own or as a team, as Katompa's going to look to get the tier 1. But Brock DeBrocky wants to make sure he pays with his life.
Yeah, Brock is exactly trying to do that, trying to push him out of this game. He gets the turret, but he takes your soul in reply and kills Katompa. On the other side of the map, there's a fight for this Herald. It's going to get smited away by Ainz. How many times are we going to say that this series, Atomica?
I have absolutely no idea, but Ainz has been on point with these smites tonight. He has been constantly winning these 50-50s or the steals. And we saw it. Brock managing to pick up a kill in the bot lane, but then all the damage on the side of Dynamo New Dawn has been forced towards the bot lane. Not much they can do as Brock DeBrocky forcing Ron Weedley away from the tower, managing to pick up the tier 1 in the mid lane. But yeah, all of the damage on Dynamo New Dawn is on this Kled at the moment. They still need this Ezreal to come online with the items. The Lux hasn't reached that 2-item power spike yet. And yes, you can say that Lux with the final spark does enough damage anyway without the second item, but she needs that second item to really start bursting people down. And JB Finance, they found their angle, they found the time to go for the Herald, and they took it. And it was a very, very just decisive maneuver from JB Finance. Something that like Gablet picked up on for game number 2. They were a little bit hesitant. They didn't really believe in themselves. But after that victory, it seems like they have a little bit more belief in their decisions as they start the Drake just in the face of Dynamo New Dawn.
Yeah, they're starting the Drake, absolutely. They've got a little bit more confidence, as you said, trying to play a little bit more aggressively, and Ainz doing exactly that. Does go in, Tibbers comes down, bullet time now being used as well, but Mel executes this. Annie, extra flavors try joining the party, but Katompa does so much damage. Incoming Robbie Nater now to try just kill anyone he possibly can. Flashes out as he takes on Screamdo, but Katompa is ripping through them.
Yeah, that was wonderful. Ainz finds this elastic slingshot. Brock DeBrocky, though, didn't join the fight. It was a 4v5. He's just taken the tier 2 on the top side. He's built the Hullbreaker. I think Brock DeBrocky himself, just personally, has conceded these team fights. He's just not looking to play with his team. He's just looking to utilize this Hullbreaker on the side. I know they don't have to be isolated anymore. However, just picking up this Hullbreaker means that you can cause these split lane pushes, these split map decisions. You can make it hurt just that much more with a more bulky, more tanky cannon. And still, though, let's talk about JB Finance and how they played that fight. The elastic slingshot to cause the confusion. The public execution from Katompa did not go unnoticed onto Darker Basher as the charge is coming into the bot lane.
There's a charge going into the bot lane. Brock B. Brocking is all over the map. taking heads and taking names wherever he can. And he's looking for Ainz now as well. Looking like Dynamo New Dawn are trying to push in this bot lane now. JBF, unfortunately, not able to deal with this Kled. And this Kled is causing so many issues. Now 2 items, looking for his third item. 6-1 in this game. And he has such a lead. And he's not finished just yet, Atomica. TP's immediately into his top lane. And he's just going to try fight anyone. And he just doesn't want to take a break.
Yeah, Brock the Brocking is playing with such confidence, such swagger around the map that, you know, you'd honestly think that he's in a challenger tries to 1v9 Smurf lobbies kind of game with how confident he is playing on this Kled. He just understands the champion as Robbie Nater being charged down and the bounce is on the way.
Bounce jump in. Misses the Q, does the Zac, but Ainz is now dominating the Leandris and the Sunfire now finished. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Does a lot of damage himself. Robbie Nater. Actually, the Arcane Shift was nicely predicted here. Final Spark going to be thrown down, but it's not going to do enough damage here because in comes Brock in Monsoon being nicely used, just completely disregards anything Kled's going to try to do there. And that is what I wanted to see, Atomica. That is exactly why I mentioned the Janna earlier. That is how you stop this Kled from just coming through into your backline.
Yeah, absolutely. A wonderful Monsoon from Screamdo really allowed that disengage to come through, and Katompa punishing the fact that the Brocking can't be everywhere on the map at once, takes that tier 1 in the top lane, reduces the gold deficit somewhat for JB Finance and partners. But the thing that you have to ask, though, is Dynamo New Dawn have such a grip on the map. They've taken the tier 1 in the top, mid, and bottom. They've taken the tier 2 in the top lane. They just need to push these waves heavily. JB Finance can't, at this stage of the game, you know, they got 2 items on their Misfortune that Annie's desperately looking for her second item. You can't really afford to drop these waves, the experience and gold that they give. So it's
Takabash is in trouble though. In comes the rest of JBF, and that's not where you want to be. Katompa does so much damage. 2 abilities just pretty much taking him down. But Brocking looking to be the top laner that makes something happen here. Bullet time going to be used, and Brocking's godlike in this game.
Yep, I mean that is I think the perfect description of the Kled so far. Such a high value, high impact pick from Brock the Brocking. He has been absolutely insane these last 2 games. The Aatrox game, yeah, he didn't have, it wasn't the victory that he so desired, but the impact he had on that game was crazy. The Aatrox looked like it was going to be unkillable at one point, but then the Jinx obviously was a bit far ahead. And now on this Kled, another sort of fighter champion, he's proven his worth. He is absolutely taking over this game for Dynamo New Dawn. But Ainz, on the other hand, for the side of JB Finance, he's also just completely commanding this game. All of his engages have been near inch perfect, either causing disruption for Dynamo New Dawn or just actually finding the priority targets, as the True Shot Barrage is going to find out that JB Finance are on this Atakan. The TP's coming in.
TP coming in, and Bess is here to try join the fight. 6,000 health now on Tatakan. I'm going to jump out immediately onto Brocking. Can he catch him out here? Can this Kled finally fall down? Bubbleman and I'm both chasing him down. Slingshot going to be used, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to jump onto Brocking here. The Atakan is now going to reset, and the rest of JBF are really now low. And Katompa is trying to do something, trying to deny anything in the backline, trying to deny the blue buff. And it looks like just when you thought JBF might take it, Dynamo New Dawn kind of denied him the Atakan. And this screen goes half HP now. Darkabash are going to throw it on the solo snare, try catch anyone out. Katompa not actually going to land it. And in public execution, no longer available. Goranim and Robin Nater trying to poke out as much as possible. Extra Flavor is now here to try join the fun. And unfortunately, JBF might have to back off here. Ainz does have passive available, and it's looking like both teams just trying to poke him out. And Dynamo New Dawn might be able to just take this Atakan for free, Atomica.
Yeah, it's looking like the case. I mean, this Kled, the Brocking managed to get a free reset. Dynamo New Dawn played it so well, they played it so slow that it allowed Kled to get a reset, come back with a full health Scarl, and now it's looking like the Atakan is going to show them. Katompa is waiting in the wings on the flank. Brock the Brocking is on his own. The elastic slingshot.
Avoids
got
the
this.
slingshot, dodges it very nicely. Darkabash is doing such a good job of peeling off. Katompa's going in to try to do something.
Stole
And
it.
steals it yet again! Picks up another kill as well. Now the Let's bounce to the backline. Pulls two together. Darkabash falls as well. And just when you thought JBF were out the fight, Dynamo and New Dawn fall immediately to the rest of them. Bubbleman flashes in, hits the Q. Brockby Brockin's going to finally fall now as well. 4 members onto this Kled. It's a triple kill, and Ainz has stolen yet another objective.
This man needs to be stopped or studied. He's stolen so many objectives on this Zac. You know what? You take about Ainz. This game has been all about the Zac. These elastic slingshots, these let's bounces, they have been so pivotal for the side of JB Finance. It is so difficult to try and argue against the impact this Zac has had. He's almost at 3 items as well. Has that Medjai Soul Stealer now. He is really, really looking to invest in himself. He is looking to generate that lead, that tempo for his team. He's literally taking this game by the scruff of the neck and is dragging it towards JBF.
Absolutely. I mean, he is doing everything he possibly can to get JBF their first win in this league, trying to do anything to get them their first win, first series win overall. I mean, 2,000 gold ahead now of this Jarvan. We can look at the rest of the map as well. MF got a big lead on Robinator here, but Ron Wheatley is in trouble yet again. Kled using the charge, Brockby Brockin picking up another solo kill. They notice in the bot lane, TP still available though, and it looks like JBF are going to start up this Baron. The rest of Dynamo and New Dawn are going to try to do anything. True Shot Barrage being used, but Ezreal's being chased down by Katompa. Katompa's probably going to pick up a kill here, and Robinator's going to fall, and that's nice play by Katompa to force him off, but it looks like that JBF might just have to stop this Baron really soon. Now falling quite low on health, and Kled just going to push in the bot lane. Does have the Hull Breaker available. Solar Snare going to land again. Katompa's trying to force the rest of Dynamo New Dawn out of this fight. A bullet time now going on to Extra Flavor. Extra Flavor falls immediately. Ainz again lands yet another slingshot. Let's bounce falling, and that's just going to be a Baron. And just when you thought they might have to stop the Baron, it doesn't make a difference because Ainz and Katompa are doing such a good job.
Yeah,
It's fighting the bot lane Atomic and his carnage. I'm sorry, but it's just all over the map. Ron Wheatley trying to take him down. But Ron Wheatley, you ain't touching this Kled.
An interesting use of the stun tibbers by Ron Wheatley there. Utilize it. I mean, I do understand you want to use the AoE to burst the wave, deny the wave, but that's lost you the tier 3 turret. But, you know, it's one of them. I think Ron Wheatley's had a little bit of a poor game 3, but it is what it is. He cleared the wave, and now we're seeing actually Brock the Brocking get publicly executed by this Ambessa, getting chased down. And I think it's going to be a kill.
No, Scal's up. Scal comes up. Screamdo's here to try help him out. Katompa's falling quite low now as well. But in comes Extra Flavor. Final Spark lands as well. And the Cataclysm lands as well. Screamdo. And this Kled will not die. He's never going down without a fight. In comes the flag. And there goes the charge. And Brockby Brockin is an absolute monster.
Yeah, this Kled proving exactly why he is a monster this game. Now has 4 items. This is ridiculous, but this Zac is also just as fed. We did see in the last team fight that the rest of Dynamo New Dawn are just so far behind that the impact they have on the fight is just so minimal, which means this Kled is going to have to keep on taking these side lanes, taking up the pressure, trying to bring 2 or 3 members of JB Finance with him to try and stop him, so then his team can get a more favorable team fight. But, you know, you have a 2-7 and 3 Ezreal, a 4-8 and 1 Mel, a 1-3 Lux, who's only now just got the Storm Surge second item, and a 2 and 6 Jarvan. All of the damage and all of the gold is on this Kled, and it's so difficult now to be in that position as a Kled. You know, towers win you games, but do you sacrifice that sort of mindset for the morale of your team? You know, I'm sure that the morale isn't the greatest at the moment on Dynamo New Dawn. It feels like everything is just on this Kled. So,
Yeah,
what do you do?
this Kled is trying to carry the team on his back, but Ainz is doing a similar scenario here, and in comes the battles of the Titans. Can Brockin take down Ainz? Can Ainz take him down? Ainz is going to be joined with a little bit of help here. Take Brockin off the Skull, but it doesn't matter. This Kled will not die. Jumps over the wall. Bullet time going to be used now as well. Takes 2 members down to below half HP. Public Execution going to miss though. The rest of Dynamo New Dawn are going to be forced to walk away, sitting below 30% HP. Kotompa's not afraid to keep charging in though. Ainz jumps in as well. Bubbleman's now unstoppable. Dark Abasha is just going to go down to this Zac and Ambessa. And JBF just charged down the rest of Dynamo New Dawn.
Yeah, and what looked like just a 1v1 very quickly turned into a butchered collapse onto Ainz. I do believe they got out the passive, but the charge is coming in.
The charge is coming in. This Kled will not let this misfortune go anywhere. But Bubbleman is starting to do damage now, and unfortunately, you're not able to charge through the rest of JBF just yet. Brockin's doing anything he can, but the rest of his team just can't help him out because the rest of JBF are doing so much damage now, and this Zac has brought the rest of his team into the game, and Bubbleman is now starting to be a big threat in this game. Dragon is now up and looks like extra flavors. Wanted to take on a Bubbleman now. Cataclysm comes in. True Shot Barrage going to land, and that's a shutdown being handed over to Ezreal. Beautifully done. Brockin now going on to Ainz. Doesn't have passive available. Ainz going to try to do anything possible to take on this Dragon and try to smite it away. Does exactly that. Final spark just going to miss. Brockin now really, really low. He's going to finally fall down, and the kill's going to actually be handed over to Screamdo in this game.
Yeah,
and what a fight.
I mean, and then Katompa just goes and dies. Like, they're just fighting so randomly. Like, I think both teams are in CET, so I wonder whether the fatigue of the series is starting to play on the players, because we've reached now midnight for them, and that's when, you know, your mind starts to wander. It starts to think about other things than the game in front of you. So is it a case of that, you know, some players are starting to be a bit mentally drained from such a long series? You know, game 2 was 45 minutes. Game 3 is now approaching the 30-minute mark, or just over the 30-minute mark, sorry. And, you know, fatigue is going to play a pivotal role in this game because, you know, you're seeing it. Ron Wheatley 1-8-7. I mean, and then you've got Robbie Nater 3-8-3. It's uncharacteristic performances from these sorts of players. And you now just have to think, you know, who's going to make the mistake that costs their team the game. I think that this is what it's really got to come down to.
Absolutely. I mean, it's who can capitalize on the mistakes, as you said, and looks like Ron Wheatley is going to make just that mistake as Goranim and Darkabasha capitalize on someone being just out of position, and unfortunately Ron Wheatley has kind of been the catalyst for a lot of those kills being caught out of position in this game, and that's not exactly what JBF want to see happen. And Dynamo New Dawn are doing everything they can to make the picks just when they need to. Ainz is now going to try and make a pick onto Darkabasha. Does actually use the rebuttal to deflect the slingshot damage, but Ainz is trying to just throw himself onto the rest of Dynamo New Dawn wherever he sees the opportunity. And in the meantime, Katompa's going to have to try and match his Kled in the bot lane. But with Baron spawning in 25 seconds, both top laners do not have TP available. This is going to be a fight that could just completely change how this game's going to go. And I'm trying to make something happen here, Atomica, but I'm not sure he can just yet. Not with the rest of Dynamo New Dawn sitting in the wings behind the Baron pit.
No, yeah, it's not cut and dry, is it? It's quite a, you know, it's these quite weird compositions that they've drafted for each other that, well, they've drafted for themselves, sorry, that it's really coming into play now. You know, you got the side of Dynamo New Dawn who really wants to poke, but has that way to hold them down with the Cataclysm and also the charge. So he brought to Brocky, waiting in the wings for Katompa. They're going to have a fight.
They're going to have a fight indeed. Katompa's going to try and match him character for character here, player for player. Brockby Brockin's actually taking so much damage here. The public execution lands, and Brockby Brockin loses the fight. Katompa picks up the solo kill. TP up really soon, and it looks like JBF going to use that advantage, try and now get this Baron buff. And Dynamo and New Dawn are completely stunned. They expected Brockby Brockin to just walk away with the victory there. The Baron now at 9,000 HP, looking like Dynamo and New Dawn doing anything they can to poke down JBF. The going to be used. Ainz is going to jump in with the slingshot. Bullet Time going to be used. Extra flavor now falling immediately. Bubbleman is going to get hit with the true shot barrage. Darker Basher falls. Ainz is legendary in this game. This Zac is a threat and a problem, and it looks like Dynamo New Dawn have finally realized it. But in the bot lane, Katompa's just walking away with a tower.
Yeah, I think that because Katompa didn't have that public execution, the Ambessa loses a lot of value in these team fights. Can't hold down, like, Goranim's Lux or Robinator's Ezreal. But a massive blunder on the side lane from the Brocking, losing to Katompa on that Ambessa, which meant then that JB Finance had all the confidence in the world to go for that Nasher, and then to turn and engage. It was a wonderful slingshot, and then the pulling together from Zac to keep both Extra Flavor and Darker Basher under that bullet time was incredible. As Robinator has now been caught, forced to flash.
Robinator has been caught. Public execution comes in, and Katompa executes him in place. Brockby Brockin going to pick up a kill though. Alternatively, onto the Ambessa. Ainz is here to try to do something, but he flashes into the rest of JBF, and JBF are going to maybe try to take down Brockby Brockin. And Tilas goes in, but Kled doesn't die. Scal's available as well. Ainz is trying to do anything possible to try and help out here, but he has passive available. Down goes the Mel, and down goes the Zac. Passive is up. Screamno tries to do anything. Brockby Brockin will not die, Atomica.
No, he won't. This Kled somehow stays alive. I don't know what the difference was from that and the fight in the bot lane. Yeah, but still. Anyway, the actual fight dissected. I don't even know what happened. I think it was Ainz who... No, it wasn't Ainz, sorry. I believe it was Katompa who thought he'd found the pick onto Robinator. Robinator managing to flash over the wall, and he was followed, but then the charge came in. And I think what happened was Bubblemen tried to bait the charge to lock onto him to then flash over the wall as soon as the lock-on happened. The issue was that Kled, the way that it works with Kled's ultimate, he goes over the wall anyway after he's locked onto his target. So he follows him over the wall, which then gave the Brocking nice, easy access to clean up that fight. Goranim picked up the snipe with the last spark, and then when JB Finance tried to try and clean up the fight because they thought they could, a lot of the ultimates had been used, a lot of key abilities, they couldn't finish off the Brocking. They didn't have the damage, but hopefully now they're looking towards this Misfortune now with 4 items, who hopefully won't get picked off like she did at the start of the fight, can shred through this Kled, because a lot of the damage that they had wasn't there in that fight, and I think that was the difference maker. It was either the loss of Ambessa or Misfortune, but we see an engage.
The engage comes in, every ability used, and unfortunately Ron Wheatley is falling again. Brockby Brockin combining with Extra Flavor there, the final spark being used. Katompa sitting in the backline, he's going to be spotted on a ward, doesn't know he's quite there yet. Going to use the blast gun to jump away from it, and it looks like he's completely split off from the fight now. And Dynamo and New Dawn realize exactly that, jumping on, and in comes this bullet time though. Bubbleman taking out so many people with that, and Dynamo and New Dawn going to be forced to back away now. Katompa picks up a kill onto Extra Flavor, and that's just going to be Elder Drake handed over to JBF, and JBF know they can just grab this.
Yeah, Bubbleman has that Bloodthirst as Guardian's actually caught up by the Elastics with the public execution.
Katompa's not afraid to keep going. Katompa's just keeping fighting. Bubbleman, sorry, Robinator's going to be fighting away, and the TP's now coming in from the Kled, going to be knocked away by the Janna. The Janna beautifully timing the Howling Gale to knock him up, but Katompa, just when you thought that Brockby Brockin was the dominant player in this game, this top lane is now showing his ways as well.
Yeah, Katompa on this Ambessa has been so, like, in and out of this game. It's crazy. Like, I think this is just Ambessa when she starts getting items versus Ambessa when she didn't have items, right? Like, these public executions.
The top lane fight, right? Like, the top lane fight, the Ambessa was 3 items, the Kled was 4.5 items, and Ambessa won the fight with being a level down.
Yeah,
So
it
I
was.
think the champion is fun.
It's one of those champions where like she brings so much, but like she also scales really weirdly well. But it's so, and she's so difficult to play against because she has so many dashes unless you have like a true way to lock her down. Which realistically, Dynamo Nudon's only way is the Cosmic Binding by the Lux. No other real way to
Yeah.
hard lock down other than, I mean, the Mel route. Sorry, but then there's the last spark wave clear. But
Yeah, the
still,
final spot wave clear, I mean, it'll be up in 30 seconds, so it doesn't really make a difference.
nope.
But it looks like Dynamo News are just tursling and playing defense here, trying to do anything they can to sort of deny the team fights here. Elder Dragon is still up and available and looking like JBF are trying to do something with it, but we've seen from the previous games, even when they have the buffs available, not really made impact of it. We saw in the last game with Tomica twice, didn't necessarily make a massive impact with a Baron player. So I do wonder if they're gonna have to try force a team fight here.
Yeah, I think they're gonna have to. They have the Elder buff. You know, they really want to move this forward and try and utilize the fact they picked up the Elder. 40 seconds until Baron. I think it's uncontestable for Dynamo Nudon as they will have the Elder. But Katompa actually, Brother Blocking, sorry, is going to engage onto Katompa.
And Solar Snare lands, but it doesn't actually root him in place. Katompa going to get rooted by the Lux Light Binding. Final Spark going to use, going to walk out just about there, just in time. And Dynamo Nudon doing anything they can to just pressure off JB Finance. And doing a really good job of it as well. Elder Drake doesn't actually have long left in the buff now. Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. And I do think that Dynamo Nudon might actually have a fighting chance now. It looks like Elder Dragon is about over now. And Dynamo Nudon are fully aware of this and know that this Baron is such a vital part of them changing this game around. Pings are going down. They know they're on the red buff, but Dynamo Nudon are going to have to be careful because walking into that bush might not be the way you want to go. Extra Flavor gets the kill along with the Mel. Darkabash picking up a kill, but Ron Williams is going to fall. In comes the Kled, and the Kled doing so much damage, but Screamdog beautifully timed Howling Gale. The public execution landed nicely. Darkabash going to have to force a flash away, and Dynamo Nudon done a really good job of disengaging from that fight, but it just means that Baron is going to be pretty free now. Extra Flavor is dead. They're fully aware of this as JBF, and Ainz and Bubbleman are just going to take this for free unless Dynamo Nudon can stop it at Atomica. But Katompa's waiting in the wings, pressuring them off, and this man does so much damage.
Yeah, you can't really sleep on the Ambessa damage as we see Screamo, sorry, it's got to come out. He's got to
Oh, the Shusha Barrage!
Oh, Katompa!
Shusha Barrage lands. Katompa gets a kill. The Baron gets handed over to JBF. Katompa's just walking at people, not even worried about what's going on. Final Spark lands along with the Lucent Singularity as well, and that is just going to be a kill, and Bubbleman picks up a kill in return on Robinator now. And when one person falls, another one falls. This is a game of pinball.
Yeah, it is. It's just back and forth between the two teams, and it's so difficult now to think who's actually going to win. You'd like to think that JB Finance will win because of the position they're in, but like, it's gonna go to the second Elder buff. I think 1 minute 45 on the Elder Drake. You'd like to think that with Baron and with the position that JB Finance are in, that they can end this game a little bit sooner. But Brock the Brocking is trying his damnedest to really keep them in this game, Dynamo Nudon. And you know, the carries for Dynamo Nudon, the Lux, the Ezreal, they're slowly coming online as they keep farming up, keep getting the items under them. But this Misfortune, we saw the amount of damage that she did to the Ezreal. She's gonna just 3-tap someone, and that's that.
Yeah, I mean, this Misfortune now is so incredibly strong. You said it yourself, Tomica, and I think this is going to be really difficult for Dynamo Nudon to kind of get onto Bubbleman. I mean, we've seen on a number of times at how good JBF actually are at keeping their ADC safe, and there's been a couple of times in this game where Screamdog have been doing such a good job of utilizing the Howling Gale, utilizing that Monsoon at the right time, and doing a really good job of just stopping Bubbleman from kind of being in any situation where Brockby Brocking can get onto him. And I really think it's kind of coming down to whether Kled can kind of kill Bubbleman, because if Brock can't kill Bubbleman, I think it becomes a problem. And it's looking like he's going to try to do exactly that. In comes the charge landing onto Brock with Rocking, but it looks, sorry, Bubbleman is just kind of by himself, lands a bullet time, gets a kill onto the Java, and extra flavor now is fallen, and Brock with Rocking is now less than 10% HP. Ainz is jumping in with a slingshot, Stunner's pass available, but Katompa's here misses the public execution, and Goronim gets a kill onto Screamdo, and Broadway Rocking takes a reset now, but JBF are going to try pushing this mid lane. Bubbleman and Katompa do have the Baron buff, and Katompa's just fighting while Bubbleman just takes the mid lane turret, and Darkabash is going to fall now. Just so much damage as a Sembessa. Ainz comes in to try to make some peel here, and Robbie Nater is feeling the force of this Bessa, but picks up a kill actually. Beautifully done, and Bessa's now dead. Broadway Rocking realizes the threat is now gone. He's going to try jump in, but he falls so quickly. Ainz tanks everything, and this game is just back and forth.
Yeah, and the Elder has spawned. It's Ainz and Bubbleman, but they're two of the biggest healing champs on the Rift for the side of JB Finance, so they're fine to go and start the Elder buff. And, you know, Dynamo Nudon, they're forced to contest this. They can't give over a second Elder. They just can't. But Ainz is back to full HP. Let's nerf this champion, please, Riot Games.
Ainz is back to full HP, absolutely. It means that yet again they secure the Elder Drake. We are 45 minutes into game 3 of this series, and I think JBF need to try force the fight here, need to try end. No inhib available, not respawning soon. A Baron not up for another 2 minutes yet, Atomica, and I think they need to have a bit more confidence in themselves and just force the fight.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, you'd like to think that this is not going to the next Baron, right? Like, you'd like to think that, right?
I'd hope not.
But with the way both teams have been playing, it just seems like the only times they really want to take fights is around these objectives, or at least trying to set up for objectives. So this game could be going for at least another 2 minutes. It's been an absolute, unequivocal banger. Like this Zac has been incredible, but also Brock the Brocking needs to take a bow from Dynamo Nudon. He's been absolutely incredulous this third game. And it's both teams now. It shouldn't really have to go to Baron. JB Finance should be able to finish off the game with this Elder buff. They don't need Baron. They can just force and engage. They have some of the best engage in the game. They have the Elastic Slingshot from Zac. They have Ambessa Public Execution. There should really be no need, but the final spark got to clear the wave. And I think we're heading towards a like third or fourth Baron of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Zac's going to maybe try and find an angle for the slingshot here. He does get rooted with the Solar Snare, but the Janna shield is absolutely mahoosive there. Knocks out a lot of the damage there. Bubbleman's fallen to below half HP. Does have Guardian Angel available. Ainz waiting patiently in the wings, waiting for the opportunity to land the slingshot. Tower is up in the top lane. Mid lane is being pushed by the super minions, and not afraid to push the bot lane is Katompa, being matched by the Kled. There's going to be a fight in the bot lane, but this Ambessa does so much damage. Public execution lands. Katompa's just going to pick up the kill, just about. True Shot Mirage going to take him down, and it looks like JBF are going to try to do something in the top lane now, but Goronim lands a beautiful final spark, takes them down. In comes the extra flavor, trying to land anything, but Screamdo is picking up a kill, and Ainz is so low, the passive gets popped, and just when you thought Dynamo Nudon would end, JBF somehow find a way.
Dynamo Nudon, you thought they were on the ropes, but Goronim's final spark, the Winions, they take out both Nexus turrets, but they will respawn, but that doesn't matter. Goronim finding the clutch final spark, it connects onto both Ron Weedley and Bubblemen, forces out the GA, and then extra flavor really coming in. And this is the first Cataclysm that's managed to land onto this Misfortune, forces the Misfortune to sit still to use the bullet time to try and get as much damage as possible, but she falls so fast following that. And then Robbie Nater's there just to clean up. He's full build now on this Ezreal. He has a little bit of extra gold now for an Elixir, but it was like, at first I thought, oh, Brock the Brocking has been picked off by Katompa. It's a 1-for-1, but it's the most worth 1-for-1 I've ever seen in my life. But then somehow, some way, that final spark from Goronim flips the fight completely in the favor of Dynamo Nudon. and now it's the Baron in the sights of Dynamo New Dawn, and they've been on the back foot for so long that it feels weird to say that they're probably in a bit more of an advantageous position right now to try and look for this Baron.
Yeah, but all of JBF are now up and available. Katompa's going to try and make a fight here, try and make something happen. Bullet time lands, but onto absolutely no one. In goes the Cataclysm. Katompa's going to fall immediately now. Tibbers gets thrown down. Ain's going to try and land, but Brockin does something beautiful with a Q and pulls it onto Ain's, and Ain's going to try slingshot in again. Brockin's going to get Scarlet, not just about just yet. Ain's is just tanking absolutely everything. In comes a nice Howling Gale, but just Robinator have to walk away here. Baron is now up, and it looks like Dynamo New Dawn are going to be forced to back here. Jungler is up, unavailable for both teams, and it's looking like they're going to fight for this. But Bubbleman does so much damage to this. Extra Flavor's being forced to back. There's no smite available for Dynamo New Dawn. Darker Basher and Goranim Junity will try to do anything to force him away, and Baron's going to reset as well now. Iron's going to jump on, lands a beautifully nice time hook, flashes away, but it breaks. The stretching strike breaks away. Ainz again with a slingshot, pulls two of them on, no passive available, so Ainz is so squishy at this point, falls immediately, and Robbie Nace and Gordon take him down. Screamdo's going to fall now to Darker Basher. The Golden Eclipse executes him, and that means Dynamo New Dawn are going to get the Baron buff, and just when you thought that JBF had this game in the bag, Dynamo New Dawn turn it round in the most unexpected turn of events, completely flipping the script.
Yeah, Katompa's looking for the TP on the backside. He does have the TP available. 5k, 3k, 2k. Is it enough? No, he's just 1 second too late on the teleport. He's up behind enemy lines, but the True Shot Barrage just slightly missing, but the charge is coming in.
The Kled trying to do anything, but Bubbleman's a little bit too quick from him. Tibbers landing as well. Bullet time landing, but Bubbleman takes so much damage from the final spark. Goranim has now completely full build, does so much damage. Katompa's going to try to do something special here. Can he be the expect here? Brockin spots exactly what he's trying to do here. He's going to have to fight this Ambessa. This Ambessa is very strong. They're going to try and make something happen, but Darkabash is here to try to save the day, and Katompa, it's not gone to plan. Beautifully timed rebuttal there by Darkabash to stop him. Tries landing, gets another Radiant Volley, and Katompa's using everything possible to try to escape the cunning sweep. He's trying to use the Lacerate as well to escape, but it's not going to be enough because Brockin charges you down, jousts you out, and down goes the Ambessa, and there's a third Elder Drake now spawned in this game.
Oh my god, it's just so like, it's so sad to watch. Like, both teams now are at full build, and it's just these big glaring mistakes. I think I'm going to put it down to mental fatigue that's causing a lot of these mistakes, but also desperation to try and end the game. And now we see the third Elder, Dynamo New Dawn, starting it up. All 5 members are available in there. But Ainz, he's looking.
Ainz doesn't opt to slingshot into this yet. The final spark lands. It doesn't do any damage. And I think they're going to end it here. Ainz just gets smited away by Extra Flavor. That is Elder Dragon, the first one being handed over to Dynamo New Dawn here. Bullet time lands, but it doesn't do any damage whatsoever. True Shot Barrage is going to miss 2 people. And it looks like Dynamo New Dawn pick up the first Elder Drake of the game.
Yeah, and that is unlucky from Ainz. But, like, Flavor, I honestly, I saw Ainz start the elastic slingshot, and I thought it's going to get stolen, but no. Flavor coming in with the clutch smite when it matters the most. Now, it's Dynamo New Dawn's turn to pile on the pressure. They've taken the gold lead for the first time in about 20 minutes, and I think they're sick of this game. They're going to show JB Finance how to use an Elder Dragon to end the game, and the Baron buff as well. So much damage. These Mystic shots are going to hurt. Any of them land, but the charge is coming in.
The charge is going in indeed. Robbie Nato just completely executes Annie. Ron Wheatley is not having a good game. Brockin has done everything he can to charge down their backline, and it is looking so incredibly close here. Baron and Elder are both up for Dynamo New Dawn, trying to do anything they can to try and end this game, trying to show JBF how you end the game with these buffs available. Screamdust shielding the towers, trying to do anything. Public gets execution lands onto Darkamasher. He's going to get taken down immediately. And Ambessa does so much damage. Katompa doing everything possible. Takes out a second person as well. Ainz comes in now as well.
Way.
And Brocken's going to fall. The final spark lands. And Ainz and Bubbleman do everything they can to try to take him down. Goranim is going to get caught out by this Zac here. Can't actually land a smite going down as well. He does have Q available. Lands it onto this on here. But in comes Bubbleman as well. And actually takes out the final member. Dynamo New Dawn, 70-second timers, 60 seconds to end the game, trying to end the Super Minions, and this has been the longest series we've seen, and Dynamo New Dawn tried to do the impossible, tried to turn it round, and just when we thought that JBF had it, Dynamo New Dawn flipped the script, but it doesn't matter, because that JBF have shattered all their expectations, completely turned off this reverse sweep here, and just when you thought it was over in a spectacular fashion, they somehow managed to get their first win of the series, and from pretty much the brink of death, Atomica, they've won the series.
They somehow, right, they snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, and then when it mattered the most, right, Extra Flavor did find the smite, but it didn't even matter because we're at that point where I think that the Elder buff is more of a convenience to have rather than an actual game changer. And because Bubbleman was dealing so much damage, as well as Katompa on that, and best like Katompa single-handedly finding that public execution and that literally won them the game. It's ridiculous how much damage that Ambessa managed to put out before falling, and under an Elder Drake as well. It was criminal how long she survived. But JB Finance, they've won a series. Wonderful. Yes.
I mean, that's the kind of the performance that kind of sets the tone for how well you can play in this league, and you can really assert your dominance in this game. I mean, the really kind of was unstoppable when it mattered. I mean, Ainz deserves so much credit for that game, for just carrying the team throughout the early to mid game and trying everything possible. My heart goes out to Brockin for trying to do everything he can to carry the team on his back, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. JBF picking up their first win of the league and breaking the hearts of Dynamo New Dawn and completely shattering anything they thought they had from winning that game just when they thought they brought it back. And it leaves us and you in disbelief as well. But we're going to end it there. As always, there's always a banger when we're casting. There's always a banger when we're streaming. And we delivered that. And JBF and Dynamo New Dawn have shown you what can happen in these games. 4 Elders. I never thought I'd see the day. But thank you for joining us. And what an incredible game.